After 6 encounters, we're down to the final clash of the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series 2025. Can the home team, Sri Lanka, reign supreme? Or will the neighbours, India, take the trophy back home? An exciting final awaits at the R. Premadasa Stadium.
Very warm welcome. It is the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series and it is the final that we've been all waiting for. It is Sri Lanka versus India. And it is a beautiful day, I'll tell you, at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, and we are all set and ready. The sun is shining, it's a lovely setting, it's a brand new surface, and what a game it promises to be. We are certainly hoping that it will be a good game between two top teams, India and Sri Lanka. And to talk about it, who else? Estel Vasudevan. Very good morning to you, Estel.
Good morning, Roshan. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting game, isn't it? The two big teams in this competition performed well right throughout, so should be a really exciting matchup.
Now, what do you think the respective teams should look to? Let's start with Sri Lanka. Where do you think they need to kind of improve and keep an eye on?
Well, certainly, as we discussed in the previous game, it's the fielding that's really let them down throughout this competition. I think a lot of the totals that they've conceded are largely because they haven't been able to take their catches. So that's one area they'll need to focus on. We saw them training actually because there have been so many cotton balls missed. We saw them training specifically for that. So that'll be one area. And of course, the bowling, the wicket taking is something that they'll look at as well.
How much do you think that game against India, which they won, will play on both teams' mind? Now we can look at the summary if you want to, but as the summary goes on, Estelle, I like your thoughts on it.
I think it'll give them a huge amount of confidence because that's their second highest run chase in international cricket. So they'll take a lot of confidence from that. And we've spoken about the fact that not much contribution from Atapattu. So that'll again give a lot of confidence to that middle order, particularly the likes of Nilakshi De Silva, who's had a lean run over the last year or so. But in that game, the way she played against that attack, I think should give them a huge amount of confidence and self-belief going into this game.
Not having Kavisha Dilhari, unfortunately down with, well, she's not well, and not having her, I mean, how much of a vacuum is that?
I think those are huge shoes to fill because of the impact and the impetus she adds to the innings in the middle order in particular. I know she bowls as well, but I think in the batting, that's where they will miss her presence because she is the type of player who is very busy out in the middle. She doesn't come in there and take a lot of dot balls and take a lot of time to settle. She comes in and she gets going immediately. So that'll be one area I think whoever is coming in to replace her, we saw Manudi Nanayakkar in the previous game, whoever comes in to replace her will have to kind of fill those shoes and try to do that role for the team.
Right, let's take a look at the points table just to show you how the dominance have been. Yes, South Africa did beat Sri Lanka in the last game, but it was well contested and there was a time that India was running away with it and then India had a few shocks. That's how it looks. Well, if you look at it, India is right on top. They're having a plus net run rate. Sri Lanka second. They are tied on points, but it's the run rate that India is enjoying. But that doesn't matter coming into this game because it's a final. It's a winner-take-it-all kind of situation because both teams, I think they deserve to be in the final the way they played.
Yeah, both teams have played really well. India in particular, I think in that first game, the way they went about things against Sri Lanka, it looked like they would be unstoppable in this competition. Had a couple of hiccups against Sri Lanka. So they'll be looking to improve here as well. But as you said, whatever's happened so far, it doesn't matter anymore. This is the big game. This is the one that both teams will want to win.
Happy with the pitches?
Yeah, very happy with the pitches. Actually, we've seen, I think apart from the first couple of games, every score has been above 250. The chases have been good, 300 plus totals. Teams coming close to chasing 300 plus totals. So really good to see, particularly for the women's game, where we don't really see that many high scoring games.
Right, it's time for the pitch report. Let's go across and join our man and the face at the pitch, Favis Maharouf.
It's hot, it's muggy, just under 1 hour before the first ball, and we are playing pitch number 4 from pitch number 9, and the curator, I feel, have saved the best for the last. Visually, this looks really good, and underneath, not much to speak about, mainly because there was no rain yesterday, and the curator had plenty of time to prepare this pitch. On top, there's a grass covering to keep the pitch together. I reckon this is going to be a very good pitch, and it's going to be interesting to see what his captain is going to do when they win the toss. India strong in batting, and Sri Lanka probably want to chase down. And in a final, what you want to do is not put too much pressure trying to chase down later on. And also consider the fact in the evenings it's been raining. So that's something that tactically the team should consider. Overall, I reckon this is a 275-300 pitch, and team in the toss probably, in my opinion, would like to bowl first.
Right, interesting thought. Saves the best for the last. Very poetic.
Yeah, interesting, because we've seen so many high totals already in the competition. So the toss should be interesting. As Farvi's mentioned, India have the batting and would like to bat first, I'm sure. But Sri Lanka have shown a preference for chasing and have shown that they're probably better suited to chasing. So I wonder again whether Kavisha Dilhari's absence will have an impact on those tactics as well. But we'll have to wait and see for the toss.
Yeah, let's take a look at the surface itself. I know Favis Maharouf took a closer look, but we'll try and show you a closer look off the pitch. It's quite dry, I believe, and hardly any grass, so it will be a good surface to bat. So I really don't think that the toss will be too much of a concern. But as you say, India likes to bat first, Sri Lanka likes to bowl first. So now that's a very good mutual arrangement. Right, so that's how the surface looks. It's a brand new surface, so we are hoping there'll be lots of runs on it, because after all, cricket is about batting, isn't it, more than bowling?
Well, unfortunately, it has turned into that in the last few years. But yeah, India would want to bat, I'm sure, want to put on a big total on the board, and that's what we've seen them do throughout this competition. But Sri Lanka, as I said, would prefer to bowl first. It's ideal, isn't it? Everyone gets what they want.
Why toss then? We're giving it an official look. Right, let's go across and join Damit Veerasinghe, who's out there for the toss. We got the match referee and the 2 captains with him.
It's the finals. The Servo Cup is on the line. We have the 2 captains here for the toss. Chamari Athapattu from Sri Lanka, Harmanpreet Kaur from India, and the match referee Michelle Pereira. Chamari, the home team captain, will now spin the coin. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Harmanpreet, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
Any particular reason in batting first?
Yeah, we as a group we thought if we can put decent total on the bowl, on the bat, on the board, so that later on we can defend it easily.
Overall, the team has been doing brilliantly throughout the tournament. How happy are you as a captain?
Yeah, very pleased to see all the girls. They are coming up with really good performances, and today is also another day for us, and want to play good cricket.
Any changes to the team?
Yes, we do have one change. Suchi is resting today, and Kranti is making her debut.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Chamari, India won the toss, elected to bat first. If you had won the toss, what were you also going to do?
Definitely ball first, because I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit. Last 3 games we won the toss and we decided ball first. So I think today we lose the toss, but good decision. Yep.
Against South Africa, we did quite well, but we lost the game. How's the team morale?
Team is in good mindset, because we playing our best cricket, and yeah, we know we lost last game, but we playing our best cricket, and yeah, we know we dropped few catches, and that's why we lost the game. But we're in good mindset.
Any changes to the team?
yeah, we have two changes, Inoka and Pumi Vatsala back into side for Manudi and Inoshi Fernando.
Wish you all the very best, Chamari.
Thank you very much.
So the news from the centre is India have won the toss and they will bat first.
Well, I think it's a perfect arrangement. India want to bat first, and let's look at the team. Estelle, what are your thoughts on this side?
Yeah, it's a really good team, isn't it? And particularly that batting lineup. We've seen them make a lot of runs throughout this competition. I'm excited to see how they go today. I'm sure the likes of Smriti Mandhana will be really excited to go today. She's looked good, hasn't got the big scores, but today's the big opportunity with the final.
Well, that's from an Indian point of view. How does the Sri Lankan side look? Now, you're talking about Kavisha Dilhara not being there, so happy with those changes they made?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see Pumi Vatsala come back into the side. She made her debut in the first game, then was left out throughout the next couple of games. Has come back in for the final. Manudi Nanayakara unfortunately missing out, but I think Vatsala offers more of a pace bowling option. Also, Inoka Ranavira, as expected, left-arm spinner coming in for the off-spinner Inoshi Fernando.
Right, we're all set and ready. The news is that India are batting after they won the toss, and it is time to join our commentators in the box. Our openers, Gamini Pereira and Laksisi De Silva.
Good morning once again, everyone. The big final of the Server Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series 2025. The home team Sri Lanka taking on India today in this clash, Super Sunday, for all the cricket fans in Sri Lanka and in India as well. I'm expecting to see a very good game. Sri Lanka, of course, winning that last encounter against India. It was a clinical chase from Sri Lanka. Yeah, just the third win for them against India, that one was. And this encounter, Sri Lanka, they will come in with a lot of confidence after beating India. But for India, 3 wins out of the 4 games in the group stage. So I think India probably will come in as the favourites, but Sri Lanka, they'll definitely want to make a case to win the trophy, to keep the trophy here. Pratika Rawal for 600 runs, average 67.55, strike rate 91.98, 550s, 1 century, high score of 154. She has been scoring runs for fun. She has been scoring 50s for fun to start her career. And Smriti Mandhana, we all know how good she is, one of the best batters going around in the women's cricket scene. Over 4,000 runs, average just below 46, strike rate over 87, 31 50s and 10 centuries to her name, 136 her highest score. So, as I mentioned earlier as well, one of the best batters when it comes to the women's cricket scene. To kick things off, joining with me is Gamini Pereira. Good morning, Gamini.
Good morning, Laksisi. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, what a beautiful day it is, and to all the mothers around the world, happy Mother's Day. And yeah, we've come to the final day, the summit of the Servo Cup, and let's see who will reach that. Sri Lankans, after being steamrolled by South Africa in that last outing, obviously straight down on confidence. But then again, on the other side of the coin, they beat India last time they faced them. So yeah, intriguing contest, and being a Sunday, you can expect few people to come and witness this occasion, and the countdown has begun.
And it's entrance free, Gamini. It's time to get things underway. The final of the Server Cup Tri-Series. India winning the toss and deciding to bat first against Sri Lanka. Malki Madara to open the bowling for Sri Lanka. A very busy weekend when it comes to sports here in Sri Lanka, Gamini. Yesterday we had the New Zealand Under-85s taking on the Tuskers at the racecourse, jam-packed racecourse. And today hopefully we will see some more crowds coming in. As I mentioned, it's a Super Sunday, and this is exactly what you need as a sports fan. A final here in Sri Lanka. A good effort by Chamari Athapattu. Probably prevented that single.
Yeah, that's well fielded by Athapattu. Set the pace early, lead by example. One area that Sri Lankans need to improve if they want to pip India over the line here is their fielding department and catching. Yeah, so that's a good start, and oh, half a chance, more than half a chance. The first opportunity. I just said only a moment ago, the area that they will have to definitely rise up is feeling Harshita Samarikrama. I thought I had a more than fair chance of hanging on to that one. Yep, it was travelling. She had to time the dive. What a golden opportunity, and what a chance it would have been. What a start it would have been for Sri Lanka.
Exactly, Ami. Good effort by Harshita Samarikrama. Tried her level best to make sure that she got it cleanly. Now Smriti Mandhana, first delivery. Oozing with confidence, Smriti Mandhana throughout this try series. Got a lot of starts, but only one half century to show, unfortunately. So far, not a bad start by Malki Madara. Yes, Malki again. Yeah, lets it go. Now, once again, in Sri Lanka, the middle order, they have to get things done without Kavisha Dilhar. They have to make sure they chase in this final without her. Sri Lanka missed her big time in that last stage as well. Sri Lanka needed someone to accumulate the runs, get those singles without those dot deliveries. There were too many dot deliveries when it comes to the middle phase for Sri Lanka. So it will be interesting to see how they manage here once again without Kavisha Dilhari. So that's the end of the first over. A good start from Malki Madara. 1-0 loss India. And the teams for this final, Hasini Perera, Chamriyadabatu, Harshita Samarikrama, Piyu Vatsala coming into the side, Inogo Ranavira making a return as well. And for India, they do have the debutant Kranti Gaud playing in this encounter. Sricharani Manjot Kaur has retained his place as well, and Sneh Rana. She'll definitely be a huge threat for Sri Lanka later in the day coming in.
Yeah, congratulations to her. Obviously, India would have felt that because they lost Gautam for an injury, and this will be interesting. Right arm off spin to start with. You've seen left arm orthodox all this time. Slightly short. That ball indicates that this pitch is on the slower side. Just set up a touch. Enough bounce though. 5 for 43, that came in that last game. A losing course for Deumi. Yeah, once again, ball hitting the top of the bat, the shoulder length. There's been a bounce on this surface. Yeah, you mentioned about Dilhari. One area that both India and South Africa. Nice bounce once again, punched on the back foot. One area where South Africa and India have had the wood over Sri Lanka when it comes to batting is the explosiveness in the middle, or the last death overs, and the Sri Lankans tucks it behind for a single.
When you see the Vihanga bowling, you see a bit of Mahesh Deekshana there, maybe a little bit of his action.
Well, she came up with the same celebration the last time around when she took a wicket, didn't she? Maybe she's idolizing Mahesh Deekshana, but they're different, obviously. Slip in place for Smriti. Definitely, pitch looks different to the ones we've had so far. Yeah, some people have turned up in numbers now, being a Sunday. And it's a grand final. Right arm round the wicket. 6-3 field. Again. Yeah, definitely on the slower side, but look at the bounce.
And we keep Anusha Sanjeevani letting Devvihanga know Don't bowl loose deliveries. Try to keep Smriti Manda on strike, left-hander. Lanka 9 wickets in this try series so far in 3 games she played. 5 wicket haul, just the 5th Sri Lankan to take a 5 wicket haul in women's ODIs. So, for another tight over, a decent start for Sri Lanka. 3 runs on the board for India.
Three for no loss. Once again, punching on the back foot. Yeah, it's it's a challenge for the Sri Lankans, and well, you got to feel for that guy, don't you? 30-degree heat, wearing that. Well, it's like a sauna inside, but you got to take your hat off to him. Day in, day out, he turns up, and relentless cheer for the home team, and yeah, sometime that's on the leg side and nicely worked. Oh, Dev me. Yeah, after bowling that previous over, had to sprint 20 yards to her right. Yeah, you cannot bowl Smriti Mandana around that length and line. She's pretty strong around her hip. Got loose hands on either side, and yeah, the field that has been set. 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the onside, so there's not a lot of margin for error, and particularly against a class batter like Mandana, you got to be precise with your line. Miss hit. Yeah, we were talking about the heat, and obviously, South Africans struggled for going for long periods in this heat, and even for the locals, it has been a challenge, and yeah, these are trying conditions.
Exactly, we saw Dirksen struggling a lot for South Africa. Cloyd Tryon had some issues as well. So the heat is really hard, even for the local players as well. So can only imagine how hard it would have been for the South Africans. And I mean, talking about that debut run for India, Kranti Gaud. So, she took 15 wickets in the senior women's tournament in India, playing for Madhya Pradesh. Took a 4-wicket haul in the final against Bengal. So that's what earned her that effort. That's what earned her that place in the Indian squad for the first time.
Volley. Well fielded. Yeah, it was travelling, so had to get down on it very quickly. Harshita. Yeah, you wonder what's going through her mind after dropping that chance, but definitely did well. It's a fast outfield here at Premadasa. Yeah, there you are. A lot more people than the previous encounters. Obviously, Sri Lanka in the final, it helps, and what a gesture by Sri Lanka Cricket for opening the doors for everyone to come and witness the final. Incidentally, the first time that Sri Lanka has made into a 50-over final since 2009, when three teams have involved. 7 for no loss after 3.
Devi Vihanga. All good for Stu. Oh, just straight down the leg side that time to begin the second over. Devi Vihanga. Devi Vihanga was actually bowled in the middle phase, Gamini. That's something that Sri Lanka actually lacked in the last few years. A bowler who can take wickets between the 15th over to the 40th over. But they have changed things around here, shifted things around, probably to put some pressure on India because she's someone coming into this game with a lot of good form, taking 5 wickets in the previous game.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with tactically. Conditions also will help tick that box up, obviously, but yeah, left-hand, right-hand combination, and India rely heavily on this opening partnership. Pratika Raval, well, she has been a revelation since she made her debut, and she's put the writings on the wall, scoring in every match really, and she has vindicated the decision taken by the selectors to select her over Shafali Varma, and yeah, one of the significant points that the Sri Lankan Brain Trust would have discussed. Their team meetings would have been to get one of these batters out early, stop the momentum that India top team gets through this partnership.
She's bowling really well here. Good start from Devi Vihanga, except for that one delivery which went down the leg side. Bowling with a lot of control, Devi. Smriti Mandana and Pratika Raval, both of them. This time, Smriti trying to use her feet. So far, Gami, they have failed to find the gaps here, Pratika Raval and Smriti Mandana. So this is actually something that Sri Lanka can actually pounce on, because they will start to feel the pressure a bit, because the run rate it's around 2.5, I believe, at the moment.
Yeah, this has been a good over so far. Apart from the wide, that's the end of the over, isn't it? 9 for no loss after 4.
The head-to-head numbers not very good when it comes to Sri Lanka. Just 3 wins in 34 games against India. India with 30 wins. That's a lot. That's a lot. Sri Lanka win that first game against India in the World Cup 12 years ago, and then in 2017, and then the last encounter between the two sides in this try series. Flicked away, but straight to the fielder once again. Failing to find those gaps, Pratika Raval and Mandana at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of support for the locals. Yeah, another important aspect of this white ball format is to find a good opening partnership when it comes to bowling, not only batting. So right now, these two are doing a good job. Yep. I'll definitely tell you, this pitch is a lot slower than the ones we've had so far. You can see the batter is checking, and because of the bounce, it's hitting the top part of the bat. So this is not the surface that you might just come in and get used to straight away. So, yep. I mean, average score for the 6 games at Premadasa Stadium for this Servo Cup, 275. I reckon 275 will be a mammoth one on this pitch.
Malki Madara will be interesting to see when she decides to bring that leg cutter up. So they're taking their time, as you mentioned, trying to settle in Pratika Raval and Smriti Mandana. Yes, she did bring out the leg cutter in that previous debut, Malki Madara.
Yeah, right throughout this competition, all the pitches have been good. We've seen the paces have, it's proven that slow balls are far more effective than pace on, so you will see plenty of that from Maliki Madara, especially at the death overs. Attempted Yorker, the quicker one, just swing down the leg side. Not a bad tactic. Slow ball followed up by the full bunger, the Yorker in swing. Just have to get it right. Yeah, both these batters are free-flowing from the start. Sri Lankans have done a good job so far. We haven't seen a boundary yet. Both these batters are... similar delivery. Maybe swinging a bit more than the bowler is expecting.
Now, Malcolm just losing a shape a little bit in the last two deliveries. I can't afford to give away free runs when India are under pressure at the moment without finding the gaps, without finding the boundaries. So the bowlers, they need to make sure they keep their lines right here. And once again,
The head coach in the middle there, Rumesh Ratnayaka, along with Kaman Mapatuna, who's in charge of the fielding department.
once again, we have to remind all of our viewers, if you're around the vicinity, make sure that you come to the Arbrahimada Stadium. It's a free entry to watch this Silver Cup final. And just across, there's another encounter which will happen later in the day, which you will be very, very interested in coming. So if you're coming to watch that encounter, make sure you come a little early. Maybe come here and support the girls as well.
Sure. Just had to check it because of the slowness of the pitch. But nothing wrong with that. Couple of runs. The first confident shot from Rawal. Yeah, you mentioned, no, it's a beautiful day. Maharoof was planning for a picnic, taking his mother on the Mother's Day. But yeah, if your mother is into cricket, you can bring her along. A sports day.
Pratika Rawal in this series, 50, 78, 35, and a rare failure for her against South Africa. She's scoring just one run in that last game, but a watchful start so far from both the Indian openers. 5 overs done, 14 runs on the board for India.
$14 for no loss after 6 overs. So far the fast and spin combination for Sri Lanka have been on song. Haven't given freebies as they usually do. Mind you, you don't have to bowl loose to these two batters. That's in the gap, at least one. Yeah, to keep these two batters quiet is a task. You got to understand the fact that, you know, India are a very strong batting lineup, and the scale of task at hand for the Sri Lankan bowlers is, you know, it's big, and you got to bring your A game against these quality batters. That's a shot and a half. 6 all the way, beautifully timed. See the rotation of the upper body to bring the hands from inside out with the turn. It's all class.
Smriti Mandana deciding that okay, maybe it's time to just have a little go at it.
Yeah, just on a technical point, we'll have a look at that shot again. See how her back leg moves towards that leg side. The front leg coming towards the ball, the line of the ball. The back leg moves slightly away towards that leg stump. Allow her to rotate the upper body and get that hands in the correct position. Everything right about that's out of the top draw.
Twenty-one runs on the board now for India. Short delivery again. This time straight to the fielder. Sri Lanka, as you mentioned, Gamni, yes, they have managed to keep the openers a bit quiet to start things off, but against this Indian lineup, is that just enough? They need to take wickets here. Otherwise, you all know what these batters can do for India. Even if they score just 30-35 runs in the first 10 overs, then they can just absolutely dismantle the Sri Lankan bowlers. Last delivery of this over, Yomihanga is giving her just 12 runs in 2.5. Not a bad start for her. Last delivery of the 6th over. Pratika Rawal. Brilliant execution from Pratika Rawal. It will be another boundary in this over, an expensive one. India So he's starting to make a move here. 6 overs done, 26 for no loss, and it's time to make a change in the com box.
So India 26 for no loss after 6. It's been a good start from the visitors. Pratika Rawal 11 of 19. Smriti Mandhana just getting going. 12 of 17 so far. Maki Madara has looked good but not able to produce that wicket-taking delivery in her 3-over spell. That's beautifully played by Mandhana. Right through point, she finds the gap. And it's another boundary. So she's following up from the boundary of the last over extra cover. This time all along the ground. Through point. Looking dangerous out there for Sri Lanka, Parviz.
Hello Estelle, hello all our viewers. First of all, would like to wish a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers around the world. And Smriti Mandhana this morning has been superb. Defensively she's been solid. Any width outside the yaw stump, she's been elegant. A wonderful start to India.
Straighter this time. Madara does well. Madara does well to stop that delivery from getting past her. Smriti Mandhana has now gone to 500 ODI runs against Sri Lanka. Does enjoy her time playing this opposition.
Certainly prefers the bowling lineup, isn't it? Very elegant. Hardly put a foot wrong when it comes to batting against the new ball. Smriti Mandhana enjoys the pace off the pitch to the bat. And most importantly, she's always tried to hit straight as possible. That's been her strength, and that's why I think she has been one of the most successful openers going around, and probably the best, one of the best in the top 3.
Yeah, she had a massive 2024 as well. Lots of runs, particularly against South Africa, the other country in this Tri-Nation series. Here she's looked really good but hasn't been able to get those big scores. So today is the opportunity for her.
Yeah, very strong Indian batting lineup. All what they want is a good start, a foundation being laid top of the order for the strong middle order to come and play their natural game. And at the pitch report, Estelle, I did mention it's a 275 pitch, and the pitch looking really solid. I reckon if Sri Lanka don't make any inroads, probably in the 10 to 15 overs, they're looking for a big score, especially with the experience of the Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, you spoke about them wanting a foundation. I'm sure they would love to have one, but the last game they were 3 for 50 and still managed 337. So that goes to show, as you said, that middle order, how strong it is. They've got a deep batting order as well. Deepti Sharma, Risha Ghosh, Amarjot Kaur, all can bat. So they'll be looking for that foundation, but even if they don't get too much of it, they've got the batting to get a big total on the board. Nicely bowled by Maki Madara right in the block hole. So a dot ball to end the 7th over. India 31 for no loss. Rana leading the wickets charts with 11 wickets in 4 innings. She's been a revelation. Hasn't played ODI cricket for India since 2023. So her comeback has certainly been a successful one. Devmi Vihanga also making her debut in this series, picking up 5 wickets in the last game. 9 wickets in 3 innings. Chloe Tryon, that hat-trick in the last game pushes her up to 3rd position with 6 wickets. So a change in the bowling for Sri Lanka. Sugantika Kumari, who's opened the bowling in the last 3 games, getting an opportunity as first changed here. Nicely fielded. Piyumi Vatsala, another one coming into this side with after a bit of a break. Played the first game, made her debut in the first game, didn't get too many opportunities with bat or ball. Comes back into the side. That's Kumari's record, 36 wickets in 42 games, averaging 39, economy of 5.01. Not a great record on paper, but has been one of Sri Lanka's stalwarts with that new ball, particularly when they've gone with that one pace bowler.
The way Sugandhika Kumari bowling and bowls generally, she likes to bowl quick, flat, and she doesn't rely much on turn. I reckon on a good pitch with the ball is getting on to the bat. If it becomes predictable when it comes to pace, it's going to be quite easy for the batters. Pratika Rao at the moment playing second fiddle, giving the support to Smriti Mandhana. And Smriti Mandhana, the ominous signs with the field. Won't be surprised if she uses her feet, come down the track and try hit straight as possible.
Full toss. But Raval misses out, goes straight to that fielder at deep cover. Yeah, Mandhana has played the lead role for India in this opening partnership, has looked to take on the bowlers. Raval, on the other hand, looking to play that long innings. Completed 5 consecutive 50s in this series, but has had a couple of failures in the last couple of games. Decent over from Sugantika Kumari to start, just 2 runs off it. India 33 for no loss after 8. So India 33 for no loss, going at just over 4 runs and over. So it's been good bowling from Sri Lanka, disciplined bowling. They want to add to that wickets column. Still at 0. It's nicely played. Pratika Raval can't quite find the gap, but she gets the single. Again, rotating the strike, giving Smriti Mandhana as much strike as possible in this first power play.
Yeah, beautiful shot, deserved much more. And good to see a decent crowd gathering in. Reminding all our viewers, it's a free entry for the big final. I'm pretty sure, being a Sunday, it's a family day out, by afternoon there'll be a substantial crowd watching Sri Lanka try and chase down whatever this strong Indian side puts up. Coming down the track, Smriti Mandhana trying to upset the rhythm of Madara when it comes to the lengths. She has been looking really good. Most important, not trying to hit too hard, playing the ball on its merit. And early signs about this pitch, this looks a belter.
Yeah, certainly looks like it would be good for batting. We've already seen plenty of big scores on the board. Just misses her length and line with that leg cutter. Called a wide by umpire Anna Harris.
Here's the decision. Smriti Mandhana for a second thought of going through extra cover, but it was so far away. She just let it go, and Anna Harris gets some exercises.
Much straighter on that occasion. Sri Lanka have been disciplined so far, haven't given too many boundary deliveries away. That's helped them keep that run rate down to around that 4.5 run mark. Oh, misfield by Captain Chamari Atapattu. Just dives over the ball. 2 runs to India. Fabrice, you mentioned the crowds coming in. Papare band also in the stands. So good atmosphere to watch some cricket. I'm sure there'll be quality cricket to be witnessed today, particularly with this Indian batting lineup and how well Sri Lanka have chased in this competition so far.
Sri Lanka was always going to chase. At the toss, even Chamari Atapattu said if she had won the toss, she would have definitely chased. Probably the best way forward. And all what Sri Lanka needs is try and restrict for a manageable score rather than giving away more than 300 runs in a final. That's added pressure. And to achieve that sort of a goal, picking up wickets in regular intervals is going to be important. With the top order of India all firing the last few games, the game plan is quite simple for India. Try and get the foundation laid and get the big hitters like Richa Ghosh, Deepti Sharma in the latter part and come and destroy the attack. So far, I think two sides at the end of the 8.5 overs, India will be the happier side.
Beautifully played by Smriti Mandana, but that's great fielding. Nice stop by Vishmi Gunaratne. It's what you want to see from Sri Lanka, who've had a torrid run in the field in this competition. That brings to the end the 9th over, so India 39 for no loss. So if you're just joining us, India winning the toss and batting first in this final of the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series. 39 for no loss. They are after 9.
Sugandhika Kumari bowling to Smriti Mandana with a mid-on, mid-off, both in the circle. This was the last ball of the previous over. Nicely stopped at extra cover. Certainly had 4 written all over it. With mid-on, mid-off in the circle, Smriti Mandana, she'll be itching, I feel as though, to go down the track and pump it over. Just like that, she comes down. But Sugandhika Kumari was equal to the task. Saw her coming down and bowled way outside the yaw stump.
Yeah, nicely done by Kumari. Probably also expecting Smriti Mandana to use her feet and try to go over the top. Just bowls it a bit wider. Pritika Raval, 17 of 29, has been a bit of a slow starter in this competition. But when she gets runs, she does tend to go past that 50 to 60 run mark.
What a shot. Played it late. And Sugandhika Kumari just pulled the length back by probably about a couple of feet. And Pritika Raval, who has been in superb form, uses the depth of the crease for very good effect. And she made sure deliberately open the face of the bat and take it behind square. That's a high quality stroke by a high quality player. Wonderful.
Yeah, brilliant placement from Raval. Fielder in the deep couldn't get close to it. Immediately Sri Lanka bring that extra fielder onto the offside.
A psychological win for Pritika Raval. Slip disappears. As I said, Sugandhika Kumari got to make sure 1 or 2 balls turn. If not, she'll be in trouble. On field umpire Nimali Pera, very well experienced, joined by Anna Harris, who has been officiating in all the matches. Ends the 10th over with a dot delivery. India 45 for no loss.
So the first power play done in this Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Series final. India 45 for no loss after 10. And we've got a change of bowling. Chamari Athapattu coming into the attack. That's Anna Harris on screen, all the way from the UK, has officiated, as Farviz mentioned, in all of the games of this series.
The comfort of the AC box, Lyndon Hannibal. There he goes. Gives us a wave. Good to see you, Lyndon. He calls himself a striker in football. Does not run much, stays near the goal and taps it inside the goal to score.
Scoring goals, the most important thing about football, isn't it, Farvi? So
we do the hard yards, Estel Vasudevan. We keep on running. He remains near the post and taps it and gets the name.
So Chamari Athapattu not bowling this over. Did seem like she would be coming on into the attack. Instead, Inoka Ranavira being given the ball. Did dismiss Smriti Mandana in the first game that Sri Lanka played.
Inoka Ranavira into the attack. Two experienced players in the middle for India, and Inoka Ranavira have been in the setup for such a long time. She'll be up against two quality players. Slight misfield at short fine leg, resulting in a single. She'll play a big role as far as I'm concerned, especially with so many right-handers to come in the middle order for India. Inoka Ranavira got to get it right in this game.
Yeah, she is Sri Lanka's big hope for wickets, isn't she? She's been the attacking option that Chamari Athapattu has used throughout. Had a couple of breaks in the last couple of years. Not really found a steady place in the 11. But with the World Cup coming in, Sri Lanka have opted for that experience. Bring her into the side.
Attacking mindset of Chamari Athapattu in display. She can have four fielders outside the circle, and she has only two at deep mid-wicket and deep square leg for the right-handed Pratika Raval. Inoka Ranavira. I think that's the way forward for Sri Lanka. Try and attack with your main spinner. To do that, you've got to have fielders in the circle. Again for Smriti Mandana on the deep mid, deep square leg. No one saving the boundary in the offside. Mid-on, mid-off in the circle. The challenge has been offered to Smriti Mandana. If she's gutsy enough, come down the track and take Inoka.
And that's exactly what she does. But it's put down at mid-off by Piyumi Vatsala. So another opportunity goes a-begging from the Sri Lankan fielding side.
I know it's a drop catch, but hats off to Chamari Athapattu and Inoka Ranavira to planning it out. It should have been taken at this level. Got to be set. Piyumi Vatsala. Oh, what a chance. Prize wicket of Smriti Mandana. It would have been a nice story of building some pressure with the risk-taking captaincy. But unfortunate for Sri Lanka, massive opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. Vatsala, good fielder, youngster in the side. Got her head down, but nice to see the experienced campaigner Inoka Ranavira straight away. Goes to her, gives her a pat on the back. Got another opportunity now to build that pressure. As you said, great captaincy from Athapattu. We've been critical a little bit about the defensive captaincy. This time she attacks and almost creates the opportunity for a wicket.
Sri Lankans will be hoping it won't be costly, the drop chance. Plenty of experience. Economy rate of 4.5. Those are good numbers. 79 games. She has been the go-to bowler in the spin department for a long period of time. Down the leg side. Pratika Raval finds the lone fielder behind square and exchanges for a single. 49 for no loss.
So India 49 for no loss after 11. Massive opportunity for Sri Lanka in the last over. Smriti Mandhana coming down the track, hitting it to that mid-off field. Unfortunately, unable to take the opportunity given. Just on Mandhana's numbers from 2024, 13 games, 747 runs, averaging 57 and striking at 95, 400s and 350s included there. So it's not the type of player you want to give too many opportunities to, because she can make you hurt.
Michelle Pereira, the match referee, keeping a close eye on the proceedings. Just on Smriti Mandhana, what a wonderful player. I just enjoy watching her bat. So pleasing to watch her play through the offside, especially. High quality talent and generational talent. And Sri Lanka will be hoping, as I said, the top chance. She won't count it big. Took the risk. I thought the risk was there to be taken, mid-off, mid-on, both in the circle for a left-arm spinner. I probably got too close to this ball and couldn't get the elevation.
Raval, another dangerous batter, I think has been so consistent since making her debut. Five consecutive 50-plus scores she completed in that game against South Africa. But since then, she's had a 35 and a 1. So, by her standards, bit of a failure. She'll want to keep on here. This is the opportunity. These are the games, the big games, where you want to stand up and be counted.
Two is the call by Smriti. They'll have to settle down just for a single. I mean, you have a batting order of the names like Harleen Diol, Harmanpreet Kaur, Jemima Rodrigues, Diti Sharma, Richa Ghosh. The top 7 is just looking fantastic. Fourth umpire, former Sri Lankan national cap, Dedunu De Silva. Experienced and well respected in women's cricket. It's good to see the former players getting involved in umpiring. Definitely, as they say, still, once you retire, the game probably will retire, but the game will not let you go. You somehow want to stay in some sort and remain. 12 overs gone, 53 for no loss.
Good morning all, and it's a solid looking start for India. Sri Lanka has had their moments, at least 2 possible chances going a begging. Not easy ones, but should have been taken. Ranavira continues, and this is running off an outside edge and should run away to the boundary. This is Smriti Mandhana. She hasn't really got a big one as yet, Gamini. But is this going to be the day?
Yeah, good morning, Roshan. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you're right. You know, she doesn't go through a tournament without putting up a big one. But I'll tell you what, there have been some glimpses of brilliance from her. I don't think a bowler has got her out yet. In one game, she got run out. Another game, long hop, she planted a deep mid-wicket's throat. But when she give her half a chance, that's been hit with some power. Oh, just inches short of the boundary. Yeah, when you have a batter like Mandhana, you get a half a chance, and if you don't hold on to it, well, yeah, like you said, she might, who knows? A lot of height and distance, but
Just inside, I think. Linda Hannibal won't take any chances. But now, why does he want to see it another time? I think I saw it very clearly, didn't you? Come on, Hanny. That's well inside. Third umpire taking no chances. Just making sure, yes, he confirms it's a boundary 4, not a boundary 6. She's starting to move, I'll tell you. Now that run rate, slowly but surely in the 5-run mark or getting close to that 5-run mark. Left armour from around the wicket. She's got 5 on the leg side with 2 on the boundary, or 3 on the boundary, I must say. Straight to the fielder for a quick single.
Yeah, what he does, Roshan, once these batters starting to go over the top and clear the infield, a lot of gaps appear inside the ring, and these two are pretty good in rotating the strike. Start a bit slowly, first 5 overs, only 14 runs. You could understand that the pitch is a bit on the slower side, so now that they've got used to the pace and the bounce, just had to check her shot. Just exactly what I just mentioned. I think this is a bit on the slower side compared to the ones that we've had.
Well, India had a fairly decent power play. That was that first possible chance. Few of, at that time Lucky in fact, was looking to go over the top. That spun away from the fielder at backward point. Always you have that. Couple of runs to Kritika Rawal, mid-on inside the circle. So end of the over. 64 without loss at the end of 13.
As we look at those highlights from the first 10 overs, you can say eventful 10 overs, couple of chances. That was the shot of the match so far from Mandana, inside out extra cover. That wasn't too shabby at all. Bravo. The 45 for no loss, Roshan, after winning the toss. They'll take that, wouldn't you?
They will, for sure, because they won the toss. See, the thing about the Indian side is, Gamini, that they got enough power hitters going deep into that batting lineup. Now this is very encouraging, I'll tell you. Good to see people turning up. Still plenty of open spaces, but it's a much better crowd. Studded, those stands are studded with spectators. I hope there are many more that will come in. Maybe they want to come in when Sri Lanka bats. Let's hope.
Well, the way things are going, Sri Lanka will have a lot of runs to chase. So, Kumari, left arm orthodox over the wicket. Just a tick under 5 runs per over. 6 fours and a 6 so far. Nicely played. Just opening her bottom hand to pierce the gap between point and extra cover. Incidentally, this is the first time Sri Lankans have reached a final since 2009, where 3 or more teams are involved. So it's been a long time between drinks.
Yeah, it's a long time. But well done to them for coming over. And in fact, they've defeated a team that is higher in ranks, in team ranking. South Africa is 1 point or 1 place ahead of them. India are 2 places ahead of them. This is good bowling. This is really good bowling. I think that's the area to bowl to Kritika Rawal, because she likes to play away from her body. Yeah, dragged her foot as well. Managed to get back. Wicket keeper did take a little bit of time.
Yeah, good ones knows how to time it. Let's have a look at that stumping chance again, Roshan, if we can. From the side on. How important your skills. You need to time your hands to go forward as the ball comes in. As you saw, her hands go backwards. So by the time, so you take your hands backwards, and the momentum for you to come forward again, it takes half a second. Is about a foot and a half in cricket.
Well, Carmen, you're talking of milliseconds. Half a second is a luxury.
Now have a look at this. Look at her hands. There she gathers it now. See, it goes backwards. You need to go forwards to catch it, and then in one motion try and see whether you can take the bails off. Well, you know, that's what the good keepers do, but you know, don't forget that, you know, nicely played once again. A couple of balls ago, that particular ball as well, Roshan, that ball gripped. It was quicker through there, so the pace will be also a factor on this surface. And single off the last, 68 for no loss.
Solid looking start for India. But Sri Lanka will take heart of the fact that it's a good surface to bat. So if they can keep India to a manageable score. Now the question, Garmini, is what is manageable on the surface? Considering the Indian bowling lineup. Hinoka Ranavira has gone for 15 in her 2 overs. She's bowling with a slip. See, that's not the line to bowl to Kritika Rawal. She likes to work the ball around. I still feel with the slip in, look to bowl slightly outside the off stump, get her to play a bit away from her body. She's been dismissed. I remember she was dismissed in that game against South Africa, doing exactly that when she was caught at point. Played a long way, of course, with the new ball. Played a long way from her body. Now mid off inside the circle. Long on, mid-wicket and square leg out. Nobody on the boundary on the offside. Well, Smriti Mandhana is giving me the impression that she's in for the long haul.
Yeah, she's due for a big one. When I say big one, you know, triple figures. Well weighted once again on the onside. Now there's very little margin for error when you bowl at batters in this caliber. The offside field where you cannot give any room or width, but when suddenly you're on leg stump and they've got these hands to work into a gap somewhere and pick up an easy single.
Bit too straight. Kritika Rawal will enjoy it. So important because the length is important. That was a bit too full and bit too straight. Now cover goes out to the boundary. Backward point still remains. Slip is there. Little chip in the air, taken at mid-on. That's a good catch. Really good catch. The fielder there making amends. I think she was the one who dropped Mandhana. But she's made more than amends for that drop chance with an outstanding catch to dismiss Kritika Rawal.
Yeah, good delivery around that middle stump. There you are. Mistimed. Prumi Vatsala. So Rawal goes for 30 or 49. Sri Lankans make the breakthrough. India 70 for 1 and drinks on the field. Indians won the toss and decided to take the first release of the wicket this morning. Rawal, well, another start for her. She'll be very disappointed with that. 30 off 49. Mandana was dropped on 21. She's on 36. Harleen Diol, the new batter. They've looked pretty strong, India, when it comes to the batting card. Cole, Rodriguez, Ghosh, Sharma batting at 8. Yeah, they look pretty strong, don't they?
They do. That's an experienced side, Gamini, and that's we understand why India is one of the top-notch teams in the world. You talk of Kaur, you talk of Rodriguez, you talk of Ghosh. Sri Lankan bowling, it's been a spin out of the 4 bowlers. Malki Madara has done a bit with her 5 overs, but it's been Inoka Ranavira into her 3rd over, going at 6 runs and over, but she's struck by getting that wicket. She should have had 2. Both openers dismissed, but the bowlers will have a lot more to do here. 70 for 1 into the 15th over.
Plenty of batting highlights, a couple of drop chances so far. Very first over, Arthur Samarikrama. I think that's half a chance. That's been the shot of the match so far from Mandana. Inside out. She's starting to look comfortable, Mandana. Oh, that was that other chance. Kumi Vatsala. She'll be very happy. After dropping that catch, she had another opportunity. And this is what she did. There we are. Yeah, he's a lot more active now after Sri Lanka getting that wicket.
Spare a thought for the mascot, Gamini, in this heat. I think it will take a lot out of him to be in that outfit. It's not just that covering of the head, but also the entire body. But this is good captaincy on the part of Chamariyatapattu, having the fielder at mid-on inside the 30-yard circle and inviting the batter to go over mid-on, which made Pratika Rawal miscue, and very good catch by Vatsala. So Diol is the new batter, didn't get much against the South Africans, was done by a delivery that jagged back from outside the off stump. Why are they looking at the mobile phones? I mean, they should be looking at the match.
Maybe studying all the statistics. 22 matches, just under 34 runs the average. Harleen Diol. 15 overs completed. India 70 for 1.
Sri Lanka striking, that's very good from their point of view. They just can't let a partnership. Change of bowling. Chamariyatapattu has enjoyed herself as a bowler, has come in and bowled at vital times, have got wickets. She's coming on with the left-hander on strike. Right a field, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, but she's got mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. Now she's sending the extra cover out. I think the pace that she bowls to Mandana matters here, because it's how she varies it. She just can't afford to bowl it too slow. Mandana loves to use her feet.
Yeah, it's an important period for her to come on. We all know that she's a go-getter, Chamari, and 45 wickets. Obviously didn't do a lot of bowling in the early part of her career, but now she's more like a front liner, isn't she? Looking to bowl that full quarter of overs. Why I say this is an important period is like Roshan, the most vulnerable time for a batter is when you lose a wicket, when you lose your partner, as you come in after a break, after a milestone, you tend to relax. So whether she can keep the pressure on and support Ranavira.
Yeah, you're right. And also the other thing is the non-striker is a new batter. So Sri Lanka should be looking to try and make it too quickly. I'm not in any way suggesting that Atapattu can't do it, but she's got a role to play. That's so yeah, Ranavira is doing a job at the other end, so Atapattu has a role to play. Let's see how she does it here. Ball. Possibly they all looking for some turn. That ball just straightening down the line. And definitely there's a bit of grip on the surface. The odd ball has turned. Oh, very nearly. Very nearly. There wasn't excitement on the part of the Sri Lankans, but I thought it was slightly uppish.
If you've already seen a batter getting out in that manner, I told how slow his pitch, that slow the pitch is, and you might have to drop your shoulder in order to work that ball against a spinner in particular. If you are upright, you might find yourself in trouble. 16 over 71 for 1.
It's a gorgeous day at the R. Premadasa Stadium. It's a lovely morning. Blue sky, sun is shining. Perfect weather for cricket, though the comfort level of the players is great because humidity is high, obviously. And it's a very hot day, I'll tell you. It's burning. You need to go out there to understand how hot it is. Ranavira continues. That's a poor delivery. That is a poor delivery from Ranavira. She needs to be tighter as the experienced pro here.
Yeah, typical Colombo day, Roshan. Only thing that will keep Maharoof out of the away from the picnic bucket and the picnic rug basket is cricket, and otherwise you could see him somewhere down the beach with the on a day like this.
Yep, true. He'll be enjoying himself with his feet up, having a cozy afternoon. I don't want, I mean, with some extra options.
Yeah, he did say off air that he misses his glass and the mug.
I think it's more the glass than the mug. It's definitely more the glass than the mug.
Yeah, it just shows once again, Roshan, once you pitch that ball up, if you're too upright, you're not going to get the timing, and you'll have to probably stay low and press the front foot forward just a touch more than the other surface that we've seen in, at this venue.
I think Smithy is an upright player. You're right. I think you picked a very important and an interesting aspect of her technique. She's not someone who tends to lean a lot. She likes the ball coming onto the bat. She seemed to be a player who likes to hit on the up a little bit, like a bit of pace on the ball. This is a good over. Started with a wide, but she's conceded just a single. Needs to finish well. Gets a top edge, little paddle. think they'll get 2. The all gets off the mark with a couple. 75 for 1 at the end of 17.
Dirksen, well, she's not a part of this game today, but 276 runs. Tamima Rodriguez, 201 runs. She can add a few more today. Try on 194. Brits right up there. Well, that batting chart for this competition, I'll come back to that. That's been hit with some power, and it's a maximum.
And a bit too easy as well for Mandana. That was just looped and a bit too full as well. Look at where it pitches. She really didn't need to go forward or take that stride. She just cleared that front foot. And easy as you like, went the distance. She's certainly threatening. That's ominous from a Sri Lankan point of view. 44-49. That's better. That is much better for Matapattu.
Yeah, one of the important skills that you need to have in modern day batting, Roshan. I've seen Indians swinging the golf club, their pre-routines, the warm-ups. So that came into effect in that shot. The full circle. Hands high and finish high. In golfing terms, that's a 3-wood.
What I would like to ask you as a coach is how important is the bat lift when it comes to the women's game? Why I say that is in the men's game, you get a lot of extra pace. So batters would struggle to use a high bat lift. But in this format, the women's game, they seem to be enjoying that high bat lift.
And the other important thing, you mentioned about bringing into the power, and batters with high back lift are more likely to adjust even if it doesn't bounce or even if it bounces, because their hands are already high. It's easier to come down than go up. Batters with high back lift, they generally adjust a lot better than the guys who have got low back lifts.
I'm also talking about the time available with that high bat lift. I know that batters tend to sort of adjust that bat lift depending on whom they face in terms of pace. But that's something we can talk about it. 45 not out for Smriti Mandana. She remains on 45 at the end of the over. 18 done. India looking solid at 83 for 1.
Karanavira bowling her 5th over. Just 2 fielders outside the 25-yard circle SL. Sri Lanka doesn't want to give easy singles to India, which is good in my opinion. Just to keep bowling some dot deliveries, just to build that pressure.
Yeah, and they've done that on previous occasions as well. Come back to that over that Inoka Ranavira ball to Smriti Mandana, where a catch was offered as a result of the pressure she was able to build. That's one of the shots that India have used throughout this competition against Sri Lanka. Just that premeditated sweep that goes fine. We saw them use it in the previous game as well. I don't think Ranavira will be too disappointed with that. She wants the right-hander to be playing against the spin.
There was 2 fielders outside the circle for Harleen Diol, but there's 3 for Mandana. Beautifully played by Smriti Mandana, but good bit of fielding from Sri Lanka. This is what you want to see. Malki Madara. It's always a great pleasure to see a fast bowler throwing yourself around in the field. What an effort. She saved 3 runs.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding from Madara. She's been a breath of fresh air, I should say, with the ball and in the field. As that fast bowler has come in, bowled hard, and then done a lot of hard yards in the deep as well.
Just 2 runs off Inoka's 5th over. India 85 for 1. These two have added 15 runs of 25 deliveries. That's going to be a half century for Smriti Mandana. Second 50 plus score in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series to the Indian vice captain. There you go, she's celebrating, showing off to the dressing room. She can sweep well. 5 fours and 2 sixes to Mandana's innings.
Yeah, found the placement so well on that occasion. Adapattu disappointed with the fielder, but should say Harshita Samaravikrama did as much as she could in the deep. Just too much on that from Mandana. So back-to-back 50s from Smriti Mandana, but given how she's gone over the last couple of years, she would be disappointed if she doesn't get to 100 here.
Yeah, perfect placement. This time, Chamari adjusts the line and length. She saw Diol coming out of her crease. It's a perfect Sunday for cricket here in Colombo. Slowly, the crowds have gathered on top of the A stand. Harleen Diol, she has consumed 14 deliveries, yet to get a boundary. Sri Lanka has done well to restrict the new batter.
Yeah, Diol has looked good in this competition, but he's not someone who starts really quickly. She does take a time out in the middle.
End of 20 overs, India scoring at 4.5 runs per over, 90 for 1. Back-to-back half centuries for the stylish left-hander from India. That was the pick of the strokes for me throughout this innings. She's been timing beautifully this morning. players stand up on big occasions, Estelle. This is a massive occasion, the final of this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series, and no better player than Smriti Mandhana to get India off to a flyer. She got some bat on it, and Harleen Diol will get 2 more runs. Not the best of lines to attack by Karanavira.
Yeah, just to get back to Harleen Diol, I think India have had their struggles with finding the number 3 batter over the past. Diol has come in and got a few good scores under her belt over the last couple of series. But if there's one thing that maybe they can work on is her starts. She does start off slowly. We saw that in that game where she put on a big partnership with Pratika Rawal as well. There were questions as to the intent to score.
There's free entry for crowds. So if you're around Colombo, you can definitely come and enjoy here at Kettarama.
Yeah, they expect more of a crowd to build up in the evening. As you mentioned, very hot out there.
Good bit of fielding once again from Malki Madara. Straight away, Karanavira pushing Malki Madara back to the boundary rope. And she strays down the leg side. It's not good bowling.
I thought good captaincy to push that fielder back out to the deep for the last delivery of the over, ensuring that he tried to restrict the boundaries that could come. But Karanavira just wavered with her line.
Nilakshi Silva probably saved a couple of runs. End of the 21st. India 96 for 1. Bowling change for Sri Lanka. Devumi Vihanga, who opened the bowling for Sri Lanka, who picked up 5 wickets a couple of days ago. She'll be brought back into the attack. This is that same phase in the game where she ran through the South African middle order, Estelle, a couple of days ago. Here are young aspired cricketers of Sri Lankan cricket system coming down to see their heroes in action. For some of them, they played with some of these colleagues also. Smriti Mandhana just a little struggling with the heat in Colombo. It's never easy. It's hot and humid, Estelle.
Yeah, hottest time of the year, isn't it? So, understandably, finding it a bit difficult. I know the umpires also have given the players a bit of leeway with the breaks. Get as much hydration as possible in.
if there's any thing Devmi Vihanga should work on, is bowling that first delivery of an over. She tends to bowl short in most of her overs, Estelle, which I've noticed throughout that spell against South Africa, and in the 3.1 overs she has bowled this game as well. She needs to work on that accuracy, especially in that first delivery.
Yeah, in just her 4th international game, so I'm sure that will come. As you said, the control of her lines and lengths. It's nicely played by Harleen Deol for just a single. But I've been impressed with her attacking instinct. I think generally you are used to seeing a lot of defensive bowlers coming out of the Sri Lankan system bowl a lot flatter and quicker, the likes of Athapattu, even Kavisha Dilhari. Devmi, on the other hand, not afraid to toss the ball up, just give that little bit of air and tempt the batters to go after her.
This time, Smriti Mandhana finds the gap. Good bit of fielding once again. That's Nilakshi De Silva. That couple of runs brings up India's 100. Nilakshi Silva still. She's feeling from mid-on to long off. That's very good commitment as a fielder. Taking on those hot spots in the field. Smriti Mandhana quick to rock back.
Yeah, Malki Madara once again in the covers makes a good stop. Nilakshi De Silva, as you mentioned, one of Sri Lanka's best fielders. We saw her take an insanely good catch in a previous game in the deep. So Athapattu will want to move her to those hot spots, as you mentioned, because opportunities can't be given away if they do come her way.
India 101 for 1. India took 68 deliveries for their first 50 and 62 deliveries for the second 50. So far they've used 5 bowlers, and now Chamari Athapattu has turned to her 6th bowling option, which is Pumi Vatsala, right arm medium fast bowler. She's replacing Manudinana Ekkara, who does the same role for Sri Lanka. Off air, Estelle, we were discussing the Sri Lankan bowling options also, and we expected Pumi Vatsala to come onto the attack at any time, and now she's got all her 4 options of having around the boundary rope. She's got Anushka Sanjeevani up to the stumps as well. Pumi Vatsala.
Single to start the over. Pumi Vatsala, of course, that dropped catch of the bat of Smriti Mandhana about an hour ago. So we'll want to make amends. As you said, the 6th bowling option for Sri Lanka. I'm quite curious actually why she's replaced Manuti Nanayakkara. That's her record so far. Just 3 overs on debut, first game of this tournament. Coming back to that point, Nanayakkara, very exciting young batter who can bowl a bit of medium pace. So obviously the coaching staff have seen something in Vatsala's bowling to bring her back into this side.
She too made her debut in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. Had a very good domestic season with the bat, especially for Panudura Sports Club. Pimi Vatsala. What Sri Lanka requires from her is to bowl some quiet overs, Estelle. Each and every over, if Sri Lanka can target to have 2-3 dot deliveries, that will come in handy just to build that pressure back to India.
That's not good fielding from Sri Lanka. I think one of those players could have got a hand on that, restricted the single. Yes, you're right, Damit. I think Vatsala's role here is to keep the runs down, not give away too many singles or boundaries. Just create that pressure for the spinner on the other end, who will be looking to pick up the wickets.
Yeah, that's the coaching staff of Sri Lanka women's team. Gumesh Ratnayaka, Taridu Pereira, Kaman Mahapatuna, Physio Ranjit. Yeah, with Smriti struggling with the heat, you won't find them running that first one hard, especially in this middle phase. Sri Lanka needs to attack, get some dot deliveries. She goes one high up. Chamari Athapattu goes behind. Just a couple of runs only.
Yeah, the big shot comes out from Smriti Mandana. Lucky on that occasion that she got just enough on the bat that it carried over the fielder. Doesn't get all of it. We've seen her hit a 6 with that same shot. This time doesn't really get the middle of the bat. Just 2 runs. Dot ball to finish the over. So just 6 of that first over from Piyumi Vatsala. India 107 for 1 after 23. Those are the results of this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. India 3 wins out of 4 games. Sri Lanka 2 wins. South Africa just that solitary win in the dead rubber against Sri Lanka in the last game. It's been a close competition between the 3 sides, Damit, and really good cricket on display.
Yeah, I thought India dominated that first game, which was hampered by rain. South Africa, they were on the ropes for that first half in their batting innings, and then recovered well and made sure they registered a massive win. But a part of those 2 games, all of the other 4 games have been very, very close. Especially that 5th game, Estelle, it finished off well past 6 p.m. Local time. Kudos to Sri Lanka Cricket for organising this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. It has been a very competitive tournament between 3 very good teams. And there's a slight delay with the Indian vice captain struggling with maybe cramps also. Couple of overs back she had a drink, and I can tell you it's not easy. It's hot and humid. They've been playing This is going to be her 5th game in just 2 weeks. Not easy. Crowds are slowly coming in to our Premadas International Cricket Stadium. It's a free entrance for the fans. Sri Lanka, I'm sure, will do everything possible to chase whatever India post. Sri Lanka Cricket have done massive development work. This is the Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. There's plenty of facilities for the players for their rehab work. The high performance centre at Dambulla. You see the Sri Lankan trainer Dilshan Fonseca with the men's team and the women's team. That's Darshana Veerasinghe, the women's trainer, and Smriti is back up on her feet, which is what all of India would want to see today. She's got a start. It's about converting this start into a big one. It's not going to be easy. Devumi Vihanga will continue. As the game progress, Estelle, I'm sure the Sri Lankan death bowling skills, their fielding intensity will be tested that part of this innings.
Yeah, will certainly be tested today. 23 overs done and India's still 1 wicket down, and as we've discussed before, they've got plenty of batting in the hut, so it'll be a big challenge for Sri Lanka. They'll be looking to keep them under 300, I feel. Anything under 300, I think Sri Lanka would back themselves to chase because of that last performance. But as you know, in the women's game, 300 is not chased often. So if India can get beyond that mark, that will be a huge psychological advantage.
This is a much better over so far from Devumi Vihanga. Just a single of 3 deliveries. She needs to end this over well. Good bit of fielding. That's Hasini Pereira.
Sri Lanka's ground fielding, I think, has been really good in this game. They've had that intensity, lots of noise from the fielders in that inner circle. Just that one catch that went down, the only blemish in the fielding effort. Unfortunately, that looks like it's going to cost Sri Lanka because Mandana has now moved to 62.
Just 2 runs off Vihanga's 5th over. 24 overs completed. India 109 for 1.
Run rate of 4.54 being maintained by India. Sri Lanka pulling things back. Last boundary, 29 deliveries to go. Smriti Mandana will hold the key along with Harleen Diol, who usually likes to take her time to rebuild these innings. When it comes to Smriti Mandana, she has to play her natural game, which she's been doing for a while now. Down the leg side, easy pickings. Fine leg, very square. Boundary. 29 deliveries straight away in the first ball of the 25th over, Roshan.
Very well done. Beautifully done, in fact. Had the presence of mind, knowing that the wicketkeeper was standing up, nobody behind square on the leg side. Just a help. Well, it's been a long time coming, I must say. Sri Lanka had pulled it back, but now in the 25th over, 113 for 1. That's the key here, because India has power hitters.
Poor start. Straight away, pressure on the bowler. Shot again. Is it in the gap? A massive effort. Very well fielded. Certainly saved a couple of runs. Piyumi Vatsala, the way she bowls, when she drags it down, almost becomes a free hit.
Yeah, at her pace, I think she needs to be tighter with her line and length. And for the likes of Smriti Mandhana, who's looking good at the moment, that's good fielding, really good commitment on the boundary. Definitely saved a couple of runs. But yeah, it's important that Vatsala gets her length right, because it's all to do with length at this pace.
And Malki Madara, the opening bowler for Sri Lanka, saving a couple of runs in the effort. Changing angle, Vatsala coming round the wicket. Much better. Much better. The length when it comes to Smriti Mandhana, who's quite tall. You pull it down, you're asking for trouble.
And also somebody who seemed to like to hit the ball on the up. Mandhana, rather than leaning into it. Loves pace on the ball, loves to hit on the up. That time I thought pace off a little bit, the length was good.
Shot. Oh, extra cover, a freebie, and dealt very nice by Mandhana.
I'm afraid the length was wrong, the line was quite easy. Mid-off inside the circle, that's asking for trouble at that pace. Yeah, quite easy. Had plenty of width. Went with her hands. Again, just take a look at it, how she goes with her hands. It was wide and full, mid-off in the circle. That became a very, very easy option. Now she's got 2 boundaries in the over, so she's making up for lost time at the moment.
Changes in the field, straight after that boundary. Mid-off drop back, long on, comes to mid-on. And Smriti Mandhana, this is the highest score in this tri-series, Servo IOC Cup. She has certainly saved the best to the last. Remember, she was dropped on 21. The same bowler spilled a rather easy chance at mid-off. More changes. Short 5 leg being put in place from mid-wicket. Certainly Sri Lanka needs wickets to stay in the hunt. As you correctly said, Prashant, the middle order of India is definitely the best in this tri-nation, and they're quite powerful. Plenty of hitters, and somehow Sri Lanka is looking for a breakthrough.
Well, the 50-run partnership, that's up in very good time of just 60 balls. See, I think this is perfect for India. They're just setting the foundation brilliantly. They'll try and bat deep if they can. This pair maybe bat as long as you can, because there is Ghosh, there is Deepti Sharma, there is Harmanpreet Kaur. So all of them, the big strikers of the ball who can take that long handle. So they're looking for that pace, and this pair providing it at the moment.
Also Jemima Rodriguez, fresh from 100. The last game, 123 of 101 deliveries. Due to come at number 5. Expensive over comes to an end. At the halfway mark, India 120 for 1. Partnership unbeaten in 61 deliveries. First this was Pratika Rawal and Smriti Mandhana with a brilliant 7-run partnership, laying the foundation now. Diol and Mandhana continuing the good work. And The last few overs, Mandana is trying to up the ante. She's being more aggressive. Rightly so, with plenty of good batters to come. I think India will be quite disappointed if they don't get somewhere close to 300, in my opinion.
Well, the second wicket, they're starting to blossom. They batted well, played some lovely delicate shots, not afraid to go the top. So Devmi Vihanga continues with her off breaks, and they've played her well. They have looked to play even length deliveries off the back foot. That could be because the pace she bowls. She's a little bit slow through the air, allows the batters to play length balls off the back foot, just push it into gaps, just like that.
Also, I feel the South African batters against Demi Vihanga, they were trying to force themselves with the front foot, and they're getting bogged down and goes no man's land. And when it comes to Indian batters, they are using the depth of the crease much better, and the slowness of the pitch may be one reason why also. And Vihanga, don't think she has been the best today. One or two deliveries have bounced and turned, but consistently I thought she's not at the best, considering from the last game against South Africa where she picked up 5 wickets. Shot again. This occasion just set up slow, and the bounce was the undone. As the wicketkeeper says, get the batsman to gets the batter to the front foot.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I think Mandana is deliberately looking to play her off the back foot. And even deliveries that are marginally short, that's a wide, by that back foot play is kind of exaggerated in terms of the length.
8 wickets against South Africa. Clearly she prefers to play South Africa, but in India, naturally very good players of spin bowling. Given a inside out, long off in place, one bounce to the boundary. That's a fantastic shot, probably the hardest shot in the cricketing manual. Made it look so easy by Smriti.
Yeah, I think she picked her spot inside out, opened herself up a little bit. There you are, you could see that. Deliberately turning the face, and beautifully done. And to an advantage, she was a little bit slow through the air, so I love the adjustment. And long off is quite wide as well, so she had a little bit of real estate to work with.
Any young girl, boy watching that stroke, that's how you play a perfect inside out. Change the field again. Sweeper cover being put in place, and long on comes into the circle. Will Smriti Mandana target the long on boundary? Certainly she does. Not the best of timings, but good enough. Couple of bouncers and trickles away. Smriti Mandana cutting herself loose with back-to-back boundaries against Vihanga.
Yeah, she's making her intentions quite clear. I think she's spent enough time settling in, assessing the surface, assessing how these starting to react, but now she's trusting herself. She's not afraid to go against the turn. Well, we don't field it deliberately inside the circle because there is an element of risk with the off-spinner bowling playing across, but there was no risk there because she understands how the surface is playing. Now she's going at better than a runner ball, 81 of 77.
Coming over the wicket now, Vihanga. This is good batting. Boundary followed by a single and another expensive over as far as Sri Lanka is concerned. 132 for 1. The 8 runs per over, 324. I think India will be unhappy if they don't get close to 300. The way things have been in the last overs, in the last few overs, Vatsala and Vihanga in the last couple of overs have been very expensive. Looks like Chamari Athapattu bringing herself back, the captain. Previously bowled 3 overs, 14 runs. Deep mid, deep square leg, long on and long off. The 4 fielders outside the circle. No fielder behind square in the offside. Sri Lankans will be targeting just to get a single to Smriti Mandhana. Bowl more at the all.
And also Shamari will look to push the ball a little bit through quicker. Vihanga in the last over was flighting the ball, allowed Smriti Mandhana to play those shots over the top, going over the infield, but Ratapattu will definitely look to push it through. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, just push through a little bit. Didn't let Mandhana get on the front foot, had to defend, and that's a good length as well.
Perfect length. Right in between, not full, not that short, skidding on. Width. Lucky Sri Lanka there. Smriti Mandhana could not find the gap behind square. Chamari Ratapattu, it's an interesting choice when it comes to bringing herself in interesting situations. As a skipper, she's backing 43, 36, 18 and 51 the previous scores for Mandhana. And certainly game that matters the most, she has come good. 82 of 81 and looking ominous.
She certainly has the right idea. Bowling to Mandhana, she's not that time slightly full, but the pace she bowls, not letting Mandhana come down the pitch, just pushing it a little bit through. And now with the right hand at Yol on strike, long off, long on, both out. She's got to be careful with the width because there's nobody behind the offside fielders. Well, that's much better, tighter.
Tighter and straighter. Cannot afford to give any width outside the off stump, especially considering no one behind square for the bound, as well as third man is quite square, not even fine. Previous 2 overs, plenty of runs, and Chamari Ratapattu in this over, just a couple of singles. Can she finish strong? Certainly she does. Just the 3 runs. Just what Sri Lanka needed to change the momentum of the game. 135 for 1. Current run rate exactly at 5. 135 for 1 in 27 overs. Drinks been bought to the Indian batters. It's hot, it's humid, it's muggy. Seen the players getting cramped up in the previous game, so keeping your hydration level is going to be very important. 35 for 1. 300's definitely looking on the cards for India, Roshan.
For sure, because last 23 overs, what are we talking about? 138 deliveries. So even if you go at a runner ball, you're looking at 273. So that's at a runner ball. So obviously with the boundaries and 4s and 6s that get studded, it's going to be more than a runner ball if you have wickets in hand. So it's very clear that this pair is on a mission, and the mission is have a base, have a solid base where the Indian batters could come in and build.
Yeah, certainly. With Harmanpreet Kaur, Jemima Rodriguez, Richa Ghosh, Deepti Sharma, these are quality players, quality strikers. Mandhana was quite lucky to be still remaining at the crease when she was dropped on 21. Now 84 of 83 deliveries. She has made sure that makes the maximum of that drops chance. Change the ball, the left arm spinner. Sugandhika Kumari from the far end. width. Cut protection at sweeper cover. Chamariyatapattu.
Quite a decent crowd in Maha, which is good for the final on a Sunday. And why not? It's important that you come and support women's cricket. Sri Lanka are doing well at this level. They're starting to do well. They've reached the final after 2009, comprising of 3 teams, a minimum. So that's a massive achievement as far as this team is concerned. Good to see that Romesh Ratnayaka and co are working really hard behind the scenes. So much that goes into it. Swift behind square leg. That's 4. You speak a lot about the players when they perform, but the forgotten group are the backroom staff, the support staff that gets rarely mentioned.
The poor delivery down the leg side almost becomes a free hit with the LBW is out of the equation, pitching outside the leg stump. The deep square leg fielder was quite square. Boundary early on in the over straight away puts the bowler in a negative mindset. Much straighter. Pushing it through Sugandha Kumari. That has been her strength. Not comfortable bowling a little bit slower, just how Inoka Ranavira does. Comes with experience as well. Beautifully played. Nice high elbow for a single towards long on.
She had a good return against India in the previous game, 3 for 44. Lots of experience for her. She's been all right into a 5th over, going at less than 5 runs an over. Team rate of scoring is 5.1. Sugandhika going at less than that. Left-hander on strike.
Close to be a wide. Umpire is happy. Smriti Mandana. Left hand wanted a wide. Touch and go. On this occasion, benefit of the doubt goes to the bowler, and I think the umpire was right. Good decision. Short width in the gap. Not much timing. But certainly just a single. That's good fielding. 2 fielders converging and making sure just a single was given away. 142 for 1. Current run rate of 5.07 in the last 4 overs, 33 runs. Just more than 8 runs per over being scored. India would love to keep that consistency going forward. Try and reach the 35th over around a score of 180, I would say, from the Indian coach message out, and the last 15 overs and get 9 runs, 8 runs per over and get to that 300 mark. Atapattu just gave 3 runs away in her last over. Continues. Pushing it through, not comfortable giving just what she did in the last over, isn't it? And I think that's the way forward, especially with Mandana. Quicker, slightly short, skidding on to the batter.
I think what Sri Lanka needs to do is they need to wrest control, at least by building dots, pushing that rate of scoring back under 5 runs and over to start with. Wickets will always be a bonus, and you do that, you might induce a few false shots from the Indian batters. And also it's a good time to try and do it. Mandana closing in on 100. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky on the part of the bowler, because that wasn't a bad delivery at all, and Diol gets a boundary.
Not too sure about the field setting though. A massive gap at third man. Short third man was very square, and the line what Chamariyatapattu is bowling, you're playing with risk. The other reason is the pace what she bowls at. I thought Halin Diol wanted to get square, but not that fine though. Under edge, India will not care how it comes as long as it comes. Field remains the same. Third man quite square. Beautiful over. Beautifully played. Sweeper cover is inside the circle, but the timing wasn't great. But definitely Chamaria Tafatu's line got to be straighter. When you have 3 fielders in the leg side, same in the boundary, that's not the line to bowl.
Yeah, you expected to bowl wicket to wicket, you expected to bowl straight, don't bowl wide. Actually, she's lucky that Diol didn't get hold of it. That was 4. There were no fielders behind that ring on the offside, those 3 fielders. So she's got to be careful with her line. Again, lucky. Diol will be very, very annoyed with herself that she couldn't put it away.
Change the field. Long off comes to the circle. Now sweeper cover drops back. No timing, no placement by Diol. It's been a struggle for Harleen Diol under the circumstances. Taken 36 deliveries to score 25, whereas Mandana on the other end just creaming everything. 29th over comes to an end and India's 150 comes up, just losing 1 wicket. Contribution of 26 only by Harleen Diol, and understandably Smriti Mandana. Bulk of the runs being scored by the batter who has been batting so well. And certainly as she has saved the best for the last, the highest score in this competition. I just hope that the Sri Lankans have got their tactics right, especially against Harleen Diol. Sugandhika will continue the left arm spinner. Beautifully played in the gap. It was too full. Valiant attempt by the extra cover fielder, just not good enough. And again, a new over, first ball goes to a boundary.
See, India has done that quite regularly, haven't they? They have managed to immediately start pressure, at least transfer pressure to the bowler with that kind of approach. Boundary of the first ball, pushes the bowler back. Now deep extra cover on the boundary. Mid-off still inside the circle. Now what would be Diol's approach for the next 5 deliveries? Singles? Will she look to get more boundaries? I would think singles at least.
A good batting. Boundary followed by a single. I think it's when it comes to the areas, Harleen Diol will play the ball on its merit. Smriti Mandana will enjoy being that natural flowing batter. Maybe one reason she's slowing down because she's nearing 100. This is where Sri Lanka can capitalize a little bit, try and squeeze in some dot deliveries, especially against Mandana. Giving herself room, but no timing. Bottom of the bat.
Well, I've been told that India have managed to hit a boundary of the first ball of an over 5 times so far. So obviously they know what they're doing. They got a good plan that has been worked out. Well, it's a Mother's Day, Maha. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. But I believe for us, every day is a Mother's Day and a Father's Day. It's so important that you honor your parents, not just one day a year, but every day. So to me, personally, every day is a Mother's Day for me. But a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers celebrating.
Rushing through the over, Sugandhika Kumari. Back-to-back dot deliveries to end the 30th over. India 156 for 1.
96 for 1. 44 deliveries. That's all it took for the third 50, and they've certainly upped the ante, these two. Oh, that's in the gap. One. Yeah, that's all. One bounce into the fence. Well, she's going great guns at the moment, Mandana, and you cannot stray in line. Suddenly, she's looking in ominous touch. She has been also Laksmi. I think not many bowlers have had the wood over her. It's just that her downfall has been herself. There was one in there she got run out when she was going nicely, and then another one she hit a long hop and play that again, Sam. Same result.
Smriti Mandana started this over in a phenomenal manner. 2 boundaries to begin. A boundary in the first delivery, a boundary in the second delivery. The exact same area as well, Gamini, as you mentioned. So she has moved to 96 with those 2 boundaries.
Now the Squallock fielder has gone to the fence. A cover comes inside the ring. She's 1 hit away from another 100. Oh, yes! Through the hands, and that will be it. You can't keep a good player out from the game for a very long time, and 11th one-day international 100. Don't forget 30-50s to go along with that one. She was pressing on the door, like I said. She was in terrific touch, although after a few starts, 3 4s on the bounce for Mandana to get to the 100. 92 balls, 12 4s, and 3 of them had come in the last 3 deliveries.
I bring up a century, 92 deliveries, Smriti Mandana. A lot of starts this tri-series, as you mentioned earlier, Gamini, but got dismissed mainly due to the mistakes that she did, not because the bowlers got the better of her. 11 centuries, 31 half centuries. What a batter she is, Smriti Mandana. Certainly one of the best going around. Sri Lanka at the moment, unable to find a way. And that's once again a loose delivery. Just a faint little tickle down the leg side, and Mandana gets another boundary to her name. 3rd boundary in this over.
Yeah, you cannot afford to bowl that line. 4 4s. She hasn't got the feel to back that kind of bowling, Chamariyatapattu. Bowling outside the leg stump. It's a free hit, really. No feeler on the onside inside the ring, apart from that short fine leg, which is at the 45. What a over this has been. 16 runs so far. Once again, punch. A rare dot ball. There's not a lot of margin for error when you come to this Indian batting lineup. Laksmi, they are a well-oiled machine, you could say.
Last delivery of the 31st over. I just plays it away on the leg side quite easily. An expensive over. Good one for India. 31 done. India 173 for 1.
So India 173 for 1 after 31 overs. Smriti Mandana, she's promised a lot during this competition. Finally kicks on, gets to 100. Just 95 deliveries, she's got 105. Harleen Deol 31 of 42. It's been a fluent batting performance by the Indians after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Pratika Rawal 30 of 49. She'll be disappointed she couldn't go to a 50. But the work's cut out for Sri Lanka. They know India's got a deep batting lineup. They've got batters in form. How much can they restrict India to after this start they've got?
Yeah, Madara was pretty good. 5 overs 21. Vihanga, who had the responsibility, I should say. 6 overs 35. Ranavir has been the best. 6 overs 1 for 29. Things are looking ominous for the Sri Lankan attack here. With Mandana over 100 and Khalid Diol has got to start as well. So ST first 10 overs produce first 20 overs these 90 runs. And she likes that area, Mandana, inside out over extra cover. Anything pitched up, she's not afraid to go through the line. Very similar that one. She's got a beautiful swing. And anything around that leg stump, she's quite deadly as well. Once again inside out. Another terrific shot. That's the second shot in that previous over. This was the third consecutive balls that brought the 100. 4 forced that last over, ST. It's hotting up, I'll tell you, but as far as the Sri Lankans are concerned, they've got a task ahead.
Yeah, massive task for the Sri Lankans, particularly as they'll have to chase here. Smriti Mandana has struggled with the heat a bit, having another break. It's not easy out there, as we've mentioned before. The heat really gets to you. And you have to think about the Sri Lankan fielders as well. They're going to have to field for 50 overs and then come in and chase what is looking like is going to be a really big target.
After 10 overs, India were only 45. 1 wicket down. 20th over, they were 90 for 1. And what a productive last 10 overs we've seen. From 20th to 31st over, they've scored, what, 83 runs off 11 overs. So they are going at a click, you can say that.
And that's their plan, isn't it? Keep wickets intact and go hard in those middle and latter overs. Decent crowd building at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. Free entry, of course. It's nice to see young boys and girls coming in to witness the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation Series final. Lot to learn for anyone who's watching, particularly if you're watching Smriti Mandana, one of the best players in the world right now. Plays so many good shots. The way she's paced this innings also something to learn from if you're an aspiring cricketer.
Yeah, she's been well recognized out around the world. She was picked as one of the 5 cricketers from the Wisdom magazine last year. And you know, when the big moments come, ST, big players step in and step up, and she likes big moments. Smriti, another 100 in a final. Diol has played a good supporting role as well, 31 or 42. It's very important when you have a class player like Mandana going haywire from one end that you need to get her back on strike as much as possible. Ranavir from the far end.
Sri Lanka attacked early on with the spinners, had the fielders in. Now they pull back a little bit, trying to keep out the boundaries. As you mentioned, 4 boundaries in that last over. That's not something they can afford in this situation. They don't want to get India so far ahead in the run rate that they're looking at chasing 320, 330. Want to keep them below that 300 run mark.
That's in the gap. They are dealing in boundaries, these Indian batters. What is more frightening also, ST, you got 2 set batters and 9 wickets in the shed, and you know, in that last hour, the happy hour that you call it, and then you have these explosive batters coming in, and they've got the stage and the platform set. So yeah, like you said, 320, who knows, even more.
And we've seen the form from that middle order. India, I think Harmanpreet Kaur has not got any big runs in this competition, but apart from that, Shamima's got runs, Visha Ghosh has got runs, and so has Deepti Sharma. So it's going to be a tough ask for Sri Lanka if they want to restrict this lineup. India, on the other hand, will want to maximize this as much as possible. 337 was the total they got against South Africa. Surely they'll be looking beyond that in this game.
Yeah, it took a bit of time, Mandana, to settle in. Once she got used to the pitch, well, she has displayed all the shots that she possesses in her repertoire, and it's like driving a bus up the hill. Now she has got used to it. She's coming down hard. Sri Lanka needs to break this partnership.
So 18 overs left after this one. India 180. We're looking to at least get 300, 320 of this lineup. Smriti Mandana will be the key. If they are going to go to a big total, she'll want to make a really big one here.
Yeah, even this overruns of every delivery. 1 4 1 1 1. Suddenly Sri Lankans are going through the motion and waiting for a batter to make a mistake. It's a dangerous position to be in. When she was beaten by the flight, still adjusted her hands, covering the line towards the onside. 5 singles and a 4, another productive one for India. 9 off, 182 for 1.
So this is the partnership between Smriti Mandana and Harleen Deol. Good start by the openers, but after Raval's dismissal, Mandana has attacked a lot more. Those shots over extra, Ramini, so great to watch. Such a classy player. Harleen Deol has played a good supporting role, has tried to rotate the strike as much as possible. Slow to start off, but since the field has dropped back, has kicked in, played a good knock so far. 37 of 45. She's got a couple of starts in this competition. 48 against Sri Lanka in that opening game. 29 and 29 in the following games, and then a low score. So she'll want to kick on as well, just as Mandana has done.
Pitch round leg stump. 1 bounce to long on boundary. Sri Lanka needs to work on something to stop these flourish of boundaries. Our stats guru Reshwan says 7th time that ball had disappeared to the boundary, the first 2 balls of the over.
Yeah, and this is something that Damit spoke about as well with Devmi Vihanga. Just getting the beginning of her spell right. She's gone for runs today. Remember, took a 5-wicket haul in the last game. 5 for 9 she was at one point. It's been a completely different story for the youngster in this game.
Yeah, Sri Lankan's body language, they look rattled, don't they? ST. They had a golden opportunity to dismiss Mandana when she was on 21. Shot. What was good about that was the placement. Just pivoting off the front foot, swiveling with the shot.
Yeah, that's loose bowling from Devmi Vihanga. Just drops it short. And Mandana, now well beyond 100. She's not going to miss out on deliveries like that. Wide open spaces on the leg side as well. She finds the gap quite comfortably.
A lot of worried faces in the dugout. Got the pen and paper out. ST out! Yes! Crowd up on their feet. Once again pitched up, looking to go extra cover. Outside part of the bat. Well, this will give some hope for the Sri Lankans, and certainly the crowd appreciated that one. Demi Vihanga picking up Smriti Mandana. What a glorious knock that was. Exactly 100 deliveries for her knock. 116, India 190 for 2.
So Smriti Mandana falls after a well-made century. It's funny, even with the century, I'm sure she'll be disappointed she didn't kick on, because she looked like $1 million. Last couple of deliveries going for 4s, then the dismissal. Deomi Vihanga. I wonder, there was a bit of a message coming from Malki Madara after the second boundary she hit to square leg. Wonder if it was to pitch it outside the off stump. Harmanpreet Kaur, the new batter for India, Indian captain, nearly 4,000 runs in 125 games. Wide delivery by Deomi Vihanga. Just on Harmanpreet, such a destructive batter. Gamini can take apart any bowling lineup she comes up against.
That was the first ball of that over. This was the second and the third. 2 4s and a wicket. Oh. Just shows a new batter getting a loose delivery. Just could not put it away.
Nicely played by Harmanpreet Kaur, finds the gap on the offside. Gets her off the mark. So 2 runs to finish. That's successful over for Sri Lanka. Deomi Vihanga striking. India 193 for 2 after 33.
So Cup Women's Tri-Nations ODI Series. This is the grand final, the summit of all. Talk about class players, ST. Towards the cow corner, at least one. That will be all here. Talk about class players. Mandana getting a 50 in that last game. So there was a glimpse of her brilliance, and then she comes to the final like good players do. She took the opportunity, 100. So Sri Lankan camp will be looking for very similar performance from Atapattu, who has not made a contribution up to her standards really. Getting a 50 in that last game, will that be a that might signify a return to form? Well, Sri Lanka will be hoping for.
Yeah, definitely, given what type of target they're looking at here, they will need a big contribution from Atapattu. But just on Mandana, I thought even from the first game, in every game, she's looked really good out in the middle. She's looked really fluent, but has kind of thrown her wicket away. The big final comes up with that type of innings. Could turn out to be a match-winning one.
Yeah, after some fireworks in the last 3 or 4 overs, suddenly with the dismissal of Smriti Mandana, we haven't seen a boundary yet. Oh, miss hit. As you can hear from the stump mic, Manpreet. She's a bit disappointed with that one.
Yeah, Harmanpreet, I like what I'm seeing. She's looking to attack the bowlers right from the word go. Not trying to spend too much time settling in. And that's the cushion that middle order gives you, isn't it? When you've got players like Deepti Sharma, Jemima Rodriguez, Richa Ghosh to come and they've been in form, it gives that little bit of cushion for these batters to really go after the bowling early.
Yeah, that's what the fielding sides look for these days. Once you take a wicket, try and put the screws on. But like you said, like I mentioned before, these Indians, they're a well-oiled machine really when it comes to batting. So you got batters, some great potential to keep that run rate. They've got the full package. They've got batters who are pretty efficient, taking single. That's the first wicket. Pratika Rawal caught by Piyumi, and this was the last one, that last over. But that was after 116 runs came off the bat.
Yeah, Vatsala, the big reaction after taking Pratika Rawal's catch was because she put down an easier one off the bat of Smriti Mandana, obviously costing Sri Lanka plenty, but she'll want to put that out of her head now. Can't be changed. Sri Lanka now will look to restrict India to as low a total as they can. Vihanga, having got the wicket of Smriti Mandana in the previous over, will be confident troubling these two batters.
Long hop. Just the one though. Interesting field set by Samariyatapattu. She's feeling a deep extra cover at the minute. ST. So she's watching everything unfolding from the boundary line.
Yeah, that's not that unusual for Atapattu. She does field in the deep during the latter parts of the innings.
Yeah, Devmi is bowling from around the wicket, looking to angle it across the right hander. Just one fielder inside the ring, that's at 45 on the leg side, so 3 on the boundary. So your customary off spin, you play with the spin every time. So they have conceded a single every ball, just like that. If you're going to maintain that line, might be a good idea to bring another fielder onto the onside and try and see whether you can keep some doubt on the batter's mind somewhere around that short mid-wicket area.
Yeah, that's good batting from the Indian pair as well. Just trying to work the singles when boundaries are not available to them. This occasion, she does stray outside the off stump. Harmanpreet will be a bit disappointed she couldn't pierce that gap. Has had a couple of starts in the competition so far. Once again on the offside. That's poor fielding for Maki Madara. Just goes right through her.
Yeah, time and time again we've spoken about this fielding effort from the Sri Lankans. Some of these batters putting the good balls away as well, so you need to be on your toes when it comes to fielding. Two was the call. Gunaratna does well, keep it down to 1.
Yeah, that's the end of the 35th over. So 15 overs to go for India. 204 for 2.
So at this rate they will go to 291, 5.83 that is. Well, I'll say 8 runs per over. He's just around par, 324 ST. So far, these batters have controlled the proceedings from the time they walked in. It's hot and steamy conditions. So let's see. That was in the first over. And when Mandana was on 21. How costly that was already.
Yeah, disappointing from the Sri Lankans. But I thought the ground feeling has been much better in this game than we saw in the previous games. They fielded a lot better in the inner ring as well. I think some of the youngsters, Vishmi Gunaratna, Hasini Pereira, likes of Harshita Samaravikram, are really adding to the fielding effort in the inner ring.
Pace on this time. Maliki Madara is going to come from the far end. Three fielders inside the ring on the offside. One at 45, one at point, one at cover. Direct hit, she wouldn't have been in the picture. The wicketkeeper hesitated as well, not only the batters.
Yeah, lots of hesitation out in the middle. Vishmi Gunaratna, direct hit, and there was a wicket to be taken. Quick onto the ball, that's what I was talking about earlier. They've been good in the inner circle, just not able to take those opportunities when they're on offer.
You can put that to another missed opportunity, ST.
It's those little things that separate the good teams from the great teams, isn't it? And we've seen, to be honest, from all three teams, a lot of lapses in the field over the last 2 weeks. Sri Lanka probably have been the worst.
Another wayward delivery. Sri Lanka cannot afford to give any freebies. ST, being the Mother's Day today, so after the grand final, you're dining and wining tonight with your beloved.
Yeah, of course. Any excuse to treat your mom, right?
Last wicket, 116 off 101. Smriti Mandana. The glorious knock that was. It's far from over for the Sri Lankans. They've got another 14 overs and 3 deliveries and try and minimize the damage. It's very strong. Wow, that's been hit with some power. It went like a tracer bullet. Luckily there was a field there at deep extra cover.
Yeah, Sri Lanka have seen plenty of Harmanpreet Kaur, and that's why they got that fielder out at deep extra cover instead of the usual sweeper that you would see. Really got some bat on ball, didn't she?
So 4 singles and a wide with 1 ball to come. So what do you reckon, ST? What's your prediction? 300 what? Let's come to within 10.
Shot. That's a brilliant strike by Harmanpreet Kaur. It's gone all the way for 6. Umpires probably will have a look. It looked like it was 6 from here. Harmanpreet Kaur. She looks like she's looking for a total over 320.
So maximum to bring up 215 for 2 after 36.
Devmi Vihanga have bowled 8 overs, 2 overs remaining in a spell, 14 overs remaining, 215 for 2. Now it's a huge challenge for Sri Lanka. Make sure that they restrict India as low as possible. They're staring at something above 300. They were tested against South Africa also, their death bowling skills. More than the skills, just like that fielding, intensity. Very poor cricket from Devmi Vihanga. Fielding off your own bowling should be a primary role.
Harmanpreet Kaur has started very aggressively. 16 of 13 deliveries. And she's probably targeting Devmi Vihanga to the leg side, which is the right way to go. Vihanga coming around the wicket, trying to short the angles. But Harmanpreet Kaur using all her experience by walking across the off stump and try and target long on mid-wicket areas.
Very unfortunate from a Sri Lankan point of view, but fortunate for Harleen Diol. She gets another couple of runs. They say the fortune favours the brave. She was brave enough to come down the track, outside edge. Usually at this time of the innings, you won't have a slip field in place. Already 4 runs off 3 deliveries in this over. Gone. This time Devmi Vihanga does the role very well of her own bowling. Straightforward chance, and Harleen Diol misses out on a well-deserved half century. Chipped straight to the bowler. Timely wicket. This partnership was looking ominous. Harleen Diol, she departs for 47. India 219 for 3. The new batter, Jemima Rodrigues. She's in very good form, coming off a second century this year and in her career. Best score of 123. She's a very good player, Farwez, and She'll run between the wickets very hard, and she'll use the sweep to great effect. Straight away, couple of changes in the field. Sri Lanka still not using the maximum fielders allowed outside the circle for Jemima. Straight away, she starts off timing the ball really well. Here's how Harleen Diol departed. She tried to close the face of the bat too early. A single to end Devmi's 9th over. 221 for 3. The number of balls have slowly and gradually come down to reach the respective 50 runs. First 50, it took 68 deliveries, and the last one just 32 deliveries. As soon as Jemima Rodriguez is in the middle, change of bowling for Sri Lanka. Malki Madara will be bowling from the far end.
Expensive today, Malki Madara. 32 of her first 6 overs. She'll be up against Harmanpreet Kaur and Jemima Rodriguez, who's in good form, especially Rodriguez, fresh from the 100 in the last game. Plenty of slow deliveries into the pitch will be the way forward for the India batters. It's going to be, especially Jemima Rodriguez, it will take a little while to get adjusted to the pace of the pitch, as it's not that skidding on once the ball loses the hardness and the shine. So the initial period, Sri Lanka got to make sure they squeeze in some dot deliveries. At the moment has the option of 4 fielders outside the circle, 3 in the leg side, and as we speak, the sweeper cover put in place.
Key overs remaining for India. Still have plenty of firepower left in their ranks. Still have Richa Ghosh, Deepthi Sharma. Both of them are very well known for their power hitting.
Down the leg side, missed out Harmanpreet Kaur. Yeah, situation is tailor-made for Richa Ghosh and Deepthi Sharma to get out there and play with freedom. The bulk of the work has been done by the top order. Ritika Raval, Diol, Mandana, wonderful 100. Sri Lanka staring down the barrel. They need to pick up wickets to stay in the competition as far as I'm concerned. So is the call. Probably have more than 2 runs here. Yeah, certainly that's good placement and timing by Harmanpreet Kaur. A slower delivery by Malki. Set up nicely. It was a drag down. And what a beautiful shot. Bisected that gap perfectly. Valiant attempt by the fielder at sweeper cover. She does a bit of a Sydney Harbour bridge for it to reach the boundary though.
As I said in my previous stint also, Farviz, Sri Lanka's death bowling skills, their intensity in the field, the body language, everything will be tested in this final. Harmanpreet Kaur, she's made 41 of against South Africa. Plenty of changes to the field now. The keeper has gone back to a usual place. A deep point in place. That's the Server Cup in display. Winner of this game will win that trophy presented by Servo. Just a single. End of 38, India 2-9 for 3. After 6 games in the group stage, Annery Dirksen, she was the pick of the batters. 276 runs. Jemima Rodrigues, who's out there in the middle, she scored up over 200 runs. Harshita Samarawickrana, she was the highest run scorer for Sri Lanka in that group stage. Out of 5 batters, Farvis, 3 players from South Africa. But this will definitely change after the final. Devmi Vihanga will be bowling her last over. Flighted, got the treatment. She gave a lot of width to Jemima Rodrigues. She had to just play it aerial and easy pickings for a batter of class of Jemima Rodrigues.
Against the turn, a fantastic shot. The poor delivery by Vihanga. Many a times in this game, Sri Lanka has conceded a boundary in the first ball or the second. And straight away when that happens, the bowler will have the mindset of being negative. The class of Jemima Rodrigues was in display with that stroke, and more importantly, using experience. Boundary followed by a single. The conversation between the captain and the senior player would be, if there's another boundary option, take it, but milk those singles, try and get to 10 to 12 runs per over without much risk being taken.
Devmi Vihanga playing her first ODI series. She's still 20. She'll learn. She's picked up 11 wickets so far in this series, Farvis. She'll need to work on her accuracy, especially the first delivery of the over.
Certainly player for the future. Definitely has the attributes to be a very good off spinner. She can turn the ball with the height. She can turn it as well, get that bounce. And certainly one area that she can work on is the fielding in the air and evading that gap at mid-off. Slightly risky. As they say, fortune favours the brave, and second boundary in this over.
This is not good bowling from Devmi Vihanga. She has to bowl to her field. She's got plenty of protection in the onside, so you cannot give room on the offside. Need to be bowling wicket to wicket. She ends her spell with a single. 10 overs, 69 for 2 for Devmi Vihanga, India. 240 for 3. If India continues to score in this run rate, they'll reach to 307. But I'm sure they'll be targeting somewhere around 320, 330 Farvis with 7 wickets remaining. With Harmanpreet well set and Jemima Rodrigues also timing the ball really well. They'll be definitely looking for somewhere around 320, 330. Chamariyatapattu now coming from the Maligavat end. Jemima looking for the second, but Harmanpreet was not interested at all.
Yeah, not interested at all. Probably conserving her energy. Harmanpreet Kaur thought it was a sensible option. The field that mid-wicket was like a flash to the ball. Certainly Sri Lanka to win this game, they've got to play out of their skin. Tactical change in the batting order with Chamariyatapattu batting at number 4. That's up for debate. Something that she's best at. She's dangerous at opening the batting. But probably the think tank thinks that Chamariyatapattu's experience is much more needed at number 4. India straight down the ground. Just a ship shot. And couple of boundary bouncers goes to boundary. This is good batting. Long on in place, and Jemima made sure that went straight over the bowler's head.
And the best place to hit is down the ground. Went straight as an arrow. Very good batting from Jemima Rodrigues. Seems like Harmanpreet Kaur has taken a little back step and has asked Jemima to go and do her thing. This is very good batting, very sensible batting. You get a boundary and you rotate the strike. 4 deliveries and already they've got 7 runs.
Without much risk being taken. Making sure that whatever is taken, it's taken by Jemima Rodrigues. Bad delivery. Set up nicely, and the deep mid-wicket field was quite straight. And Harmanpreet Kaur made sure that he found that gap by using the depth of the crease. Pushing it quick. Pays the price for Harmanpreet Kaur. It's easy pickings.
Yeah, without taking much risk. These two have scored 11 runs of 5 deliveries. This is very good batting. Sri Lanka now 2 times in 3 days struggling to end the innings on a high with the ball. 12 runs of Chamari's 7th over. Sri Lanka 252 for 3. They've scored 96 runs in this 30 to 40 over mark. None of these two teams, when playing against each other, have reached that magical 300 run mark. India well set to do that. This series, India, the last time these two teams met, India made 275. Sri Lanka chased it down. Still have 10 overs remaining. 252 for 3. Definitely Farviz. India looking very strong to breach that 300 run mark. They've never done that against Sri Lanka, but so far looks like they can do so.
If the two Indian batters and Richa Ghosh and Deepthi Sharma to follow strikes goal, goes big, even 350 is a possibility. 40 overs, India have paced themselves really well. Smriti Mandana, what a wonderful under. She started with Pratika Rawal. She was quite dangerous. Initially played the ball and minute in the power play, not much risk been taken. Ever since she got herself in, she was wonderful. That was the occasion that she got dismissed. Apart from that, she was wonderful. And the striking continues with the captain. And Jemima Rodriguez from the word said that was the dismissal of Harlin Diol. Ever since then, these two batters in the middle, without much risk being taken, they have been quite effective, playing proper cricketing strokes, and most importantly, communication in the middle. Which batter is going aggressive against which bowlers?
Overs remaining, and familiar face in the stands, Farviz. Indika Diseram, member of the National Cricket Selection Committee. Out there with his family to enjoy some good cricket. Very unfortunate to see this. Devumi Vihanga has injured herself. She's bowled her 10 overs, but this is never a good thing.
That's something you don't want to see in a sporting field. A player being carried out or stretched out. Hopefully it's not that bad. She'll recover. Probably a hitting in the late middle order is something Sri Lanka will bank on. So hoping and praying that it's not too serious for Devumi Vihanga, and there's a medical attention being given to her. Last 10 overs. India looking strong. 252 for 3. 9 runs per over from here onwards will get them to 342. I reckon if these two batters continue for the next 5 overs, 350 is definitely gettable.
Karanavira starting off with a very poor delivery, but the subfielder Hansima Karunaratne did a very good job in saving it. Harmanpreet will not be pleased with how she managed to put it away. Playing the field very well, Harmanpreet Kaur. Umpire Anna Harris, she will check for it, but she has not signalled it.
I think the field at Deep Square knows about it. Even I saw, watching it from the commentary box, that it did touch the rope. There you go, confirmation. Anna Harris making the signal now. That was a wonderful shot. Walking towards the offside and trying to pepper that gap between deep mid wicket. Inoka has square leg and fine leg in the circle. And I think Harmanpreet Kaur is targeting over square leg if it's straighter. And if it's outside the yaw stump, she'll target the boundary between long on and mid wicket with the slog sweep.
They've got the early boundary now. It's about making sure that they get to 8 or 9 runs in the over. Already 5 runs, 3 more balls remaining of Inoka Ranavira's 9th over. Good delivery from Inoka Ranavira. Saw that Jemima Rodriguez was across the stumps.
Yeah, both the batters have one thing in common. That is, they are very good sweepers. And square leg in the circle becomes almost like a freebie. The length was right. And the line just outside the off stump. There you go. Tries again. This is a good shot. Quality batting. High quality batting. Not a bad delivery at all by Inoka Ranavira. Just pure class by Harmanpreet Kaur.
I think Sri Lanka have failed to identify the strengths and weaknesses of these two batters. Definitely a strength has been their sweep. The conventional sweep. They've not been able to protect it. 2 boundaries in this over so far. End of the 41st, 262 for 3. Pratika Rawal, she was the first to be dismissed. Then it was the Centurion, Smriti Mandana. Hal Indiol is the last to be dismissed. These two players, Harmanpreet Kaur and Jemima Rodriguez, they've added 43 runs of 26 deliveries. These two are looking ominous for Sri Lanka. Harmanpreet on 40, Jemima on 20, and Sugandhika Kumari will come from the Maligav at the end. Much better crowd today for the final. It's a free entrance. Played straight to Hasini Pereira.
Looking at the field, Jemima Rodriguez will be targeting 2 areas. One, go over mid off, or the second, walk across to the offside and try and go over square leg. With Sugandhika Kumari bowling from over the wicket, it becomes an easy option since most of the time the ball might be pitching outside the leg stump, so the equation of LBW goes out of the window. Same applies to Harmanpreet Kaur. She's quite good at striking over mid off as well as playing over square leg.
Just a single for Harmanpreet Kaur. Yeah, with the angle, the line length, both should be perfect for Sugandhika Kumari. They're running the first one hard. Jemima Rodriguez and taken on the arm of Vishpi Gunaratne. Couple of runs added. Some high quality batting from India.
Harmanpreet Kaur got her skates out. She was pushed by Jemima. This is high quality batting as well as good communication in the middle. Needed a powerful throw from the cover point area but wasn't there. Running the first one hard. Communication in the middle just before they crossed each other. In the end, made it with ease.
Good bit of fielding from Piyumi Vatsala. So far, Sugandhika Kumari has given away only 5 runs of 5 deliveries. Can she end the over on a positive note? Yes, she does. That's the wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur. A very good over from Sugandhika Kumari. Ends with a wicket.
The option was right by Harmanpreet. I thought Sugandhika Kumari was equal to the task. She bowled it slightly slower. Gets the top edge, Harmanpreet. And certainly Sri Lanka needed that wicket to break the partnership and try and slow down the scoring. Nevertheless, a good contribution by Harmanpreet Kaur, 41 of 30. India 267 for 4.
The new batter for India, Richa Ghosh. Ideal player to have in a situation like this. 8 overs remaining for Team India. They've started off really well. Can Richa Ghosh provide that late impetus to the Indian innings? 34 innings, average of nearly 30. She's striking at over 96. Jemima Rodrigues brings out the reverse sweep. She'll get 2 runs.
Inoko Ranavir will bowl out after this over. 55 runs in the 9 overs that she has bowled. Straight away trying to get a bound in the first ball of the over. That's been the ploy which has been used by India today for good effect. Straight away when that happens, the bowler definitely goes to a negative mindset. Toe is the call. And comes back. Richa Ghosh got to hurry up. A better throw would have had her. But Jemima Rodrigues, she is pushing the partner.
Jemima is very quick between the wickets, but Richa Ghosh is not the quickest among this Indian batting lineup. Yeah, better throw. They have given the 5th wicket for Sri Lanka. She struck it well, just a single for Jemima Rodrigues.
Inoko Ranavira using all experience, slowing it down. Jemima Rodrigues is thriving on bowler, giving pace. Richa Ghosh, I've been very impressed with the striking skills. Hitting sixes for fun, having a good pace and swinging through the line. Situation tailor-made for Richa Ghosh. Onslaught, I would say.
Slight misfield, but no harm done for Sri Lanka. Jemima Rodrigues, 29 of 19 deliveries. Beautifully placed once again. She's pushing Richa Ghosh. Again, not the best of throws. They ran the second, taking on the arm of Hansima Karunaratne, the reserve fielder. This time they settle down for a single. 276 for 4.
For India at the moment after 43 overs. Isha Ghosh and Jemima Rodrigues in the middle at the moment. And joining me in the com box is Roshan Abe Singh. So Sugandhika Kumari, 1 for 35 after 7 overs on Jemima Rodrigues. Now, she has been very busy making Richa Ghosh push herself as well. A lot of twos, a lot of singles in the last few overs. As I mentioned earlier as well, joining me in the com box, Roshan Abe Singh. Good afternoon, Roshan.
Afternoon, Laksisi. Yeah, it's looking a bit ominous, isn't it? 28 fours and 3 sixes and counting, not finished. So they got 41 legal deliveries left. Will that be called a wide? It's not. Well, she's not happy. Let's see. I mean, it's worth looking at. Bandula Disanayaka, the newly elected secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket, watching in sunglasses. Chintakendri Manna next to him, and this is big! Big enough for 6. Richa Ghosh, you need to, it's not easy to restrict her. Sri Lanka will need to see the back of her very quickly.
Yeah, just in the third delivery that she faced, Richa Ghosh connecting it to a maximum is exactly what India needed. 252 at the 40th over mark, and they'll definitely be looking at somewhere around 100. We saw South Africa scoring 114 against Sri Lanka in the last 10 in that previous game. 283 runs on the board. Started on 252 as I mentioned. Roshan, 350, 360 maybe?
I don't know. I can't put in a number. Anything is possible. Slower into the gap. Yeah, skill of Sri Lankan bowlers will now have to be displayed because you can't get predictable here. Sugandhika Kumari has already gone for what? 8 runs in the over. So that's the backroom staff, the support staff. Rumesh Ratnayaka, Harman Mahapatuna, Darshana Veerasinghe, and then Dominga Pereira. Well, she manages to get through. Now you cannot create a wide, but you can destroy a wide. I don't know whether she was looking to create a wide because she gave herself room. I thought Sugandhika Kumari was very smart. She went wider. Well, over the top. Runs for India. And they're doing it in style. Finishes the over with the boundary. 6 to go, Laksisi. 288 for 4.
Jemima Rodrigues continuing from where she left off in that last encounter, scored a century, and she has come out here all guns blazing in this all important final. Almost shown here, the Sri Lankan bowlers struggling big time. 288 India after 44. 48 runs in the last 5 overs for India. Richa Ghosh and Jaima Rodriguez out there in the middle. It's not looking that good for Sri Lanka. They need some wickets here. They need to see the back of both these batters going into the last 6 overs. Malki Madara. Good change of pace, Malki Madara. Oh, that's a full toss, and Richa Ghosh missed out. And that's a no ball. For the height, Malki Madara not the best of starts. You can't afford to do this at the death, Roshan.
Yeah, you can't. That's a gift. It was a call from the leg umpire. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's take a look. Let's see. Was it dipping or... Oh no. It's way up, definitely over the waist. Right, so let's see. This is the free hit. And she manages to salvage it. This is good bowling. Really good bowling by Malki Madara.
A good comeback by Malki Madara after that no ball. Richa Ghosh should be disappointed that she missed out on that opportunity. It's good to see a good crowd here in this final. It's entrance free. I have to remind all of you once again. Once again, brilliant. 2 brilliant deliveries from Malki Madara. After that full toss to begin with, a good comeback from the young pacer.
Yeah, at this stage, this is what you will expect, or this is what you want from the Sri Lankan bowling unit. Bowl dots. We have seen the surfaces hold, and these are good pitches. If Sri Lankan batting can back themselves, it's not beyond them, but there is a certain bar that they can manage. This is another good delivery, full. So you got to make sure that they don't go above that bar. Now, what is that bar? So at the moment, it looks like 325, 330. That would be a very good score for India, but Sri Lanka needs to tell themselves this is a good surface to bat. And they got the firepower in terms of quality in the batting. So I still want it to be a well-contested final, Laksisi. I want a close encounter.
We did see some good batting performances from Sri Lanka in this try series, so certainly you can expect them to be up for the task. This time, not the best of deliveries. 5 runs added to the total with the extra delivery. So all the hard work she did by bowling those last 3 deliveries, I think that really doesn't matter now, Roshan, after that wayward delivery.
Yeah, I think she was trying to bowl the slower delivery. Just turn her wrist on that and got it all wrong. And you're right. I'm not sure whether this is the stage to experiment. And she did do a lot of hard work, as you said, bowl those dots. Just started building dots, and then you go down the leg side and you give 5 runs, and you also bowl. Now you got to bowl that extra delivery.
Malki Madara. This time, Richa Ghosh was on the offside, and that has been taken. Exactly what Sri Lanka needed. Richa Ghosh, she has to depart. Malki Madara gets the prize wicket of the hard-hitting Richa Ghosh. Hansima Karunaratne with a brilliant take. Very well judged as well, Hansima Karunaratne. That's a catch that Sri Lanka couldn't afford to miss. She made sure she got the job done.
Well, these are the dents that you want Sri Lankan bowlers to try and create with Indian batting. Richa Ghosh walks back 8 of 9. She was just starting to warm herself up. But Sri Lanka will be happy that they have seen the back of her. India 294 for 5. For 5, half of the side out, but India at this stage they'll be looking at the number of deliveries, balls, legal deliveries left, Laksisi. Now she's got a role here, and that role, amongst hitting boundaries, 4s and 6s if she can, to give Jemima Rodriguez as much strike as she could.
Jemima Rodriguez still out there, 37 of 24. Going into the last 5 overs after this delivery. 5 wickets in hand. Full toss, but Jemima decides to go for the single. So that's the end of that over. Eventful one. 5 wides, no ball, free hit. And the wicket of Richa goes for Sri Lanka. 296 for 5. India after 45 overs.
Well, would you believe it? At the current rate, they'll get to 326 at 10 and over 346. 44 runs in the last 5 overs. Now that's threatening. Well, they're starting to enjoy themselves. That's nice. The spectators. Lovely use of the feet. One thing about Jemima Rodriguez is that she's a busy player. And oh no. How do you do that? Not at this stage. You can't be sloppy. This pair are very good runners, and Rodriguez is absolutely quick. She's a panther. She's so quick between wickets.
Jemima Rodriguez, it's not always about the boundaries when it comes to her batting. As Roshan clearly mentioned, she's really good when it comes to the running between the wickets aspect. This time, sends for that single. So Amanjit Kaur. So Amanjit Kaur set up the order over Deepti Sharma. Amanjit Kaur was brilliant in that last game against South Africa. Has to do a job here with the bat, needs to provide that support to Jemima Rodriguez.
The other thing about his batting is, now just keep an eye as to where the fielder is. They're hugging that 30-yard or 25-yard circle. There goes the improvisation. Really pushing hard, they're coming for 2. This is brilliant running. But you got to wait and see whether that's out or not, but they were taking on the fielder, taking on her arm. The umpire will go upstairs. If that is a run, that's brilliant. The 300 is up.
We'll give it the best side on
Jemima Rodriguez.
It's at the bowler's end. Yeah, roll it. Yeah, roll it back one more time, please. Just roll it back. Yeah, the batsman has clearly made a ground before the wickets have been put down. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out.
Tell you what, Laksisi, that is brilliant running. For a moment, I thought that was 50-50 and I thought it was more Sri Lanka. And they are starting to pick their spots and they're doing it easily. So the point I was trying to make is, you push those fielders that are waiting for that, stopping the single to the 25-yard circle, almost hugging it. So it gives you the option to drop and run. So this is really clever cricket by India.
Yes, Rodriguez, will this be taken? Yes, it will be taken. Good catch from Nilakshika. And Jemima Rodriguez, she has to depart for 44. Sri Lanka removing both the dangerous batters out there. Richa Ghosh in the previous over, Jemima Rodriguez in this over. 2 good overs for Sri Lanka going into the last 5. Sugandhika Kumari taking the wicket for Sri Lanka. Lakshya Isula, one of the better fielders for Sri Lanka, making sure there was no mistake. So going into the last 4 overs, India, they lose Jemima Rodrigues. 44 of 29, a brilliant knock from her. 304 for 6. India after 46 overs.
Atapattu is back. She's gone for 54 in her 7. Fires the ball in. She needs to do that. If she's bowling at the death, she's got to be different, Laksisi. You can't afford to look for wickets here. You've got to bowl a defensive line. Because we all know that bowling in different phases of the game, this is Deepti Sharma. What a knock she had in that last game, that 90 she got. I thought it was unfortunate to see her miss 100, but you're talking about a depth in the Indian women's team. But very quickly, you talk about different phases of the game, and especially the last 10 overs, you got to be a specialist to do that. So you got to have a different style of bowling those last 10 overs. Precious dot, really precious dot.
And Deepti Sharma, as Roshan mentioned, we all saw what she can do. 7.2 overs down for 55 for the Sri Lankan skipper. Deepti Sharma goes for the sweep. Will be given her a count with that single. So 54 runs in the last 6.3 overs. 34s, 4 sixes in this Indian innings. There's a Manjot Kaur now. Oh, that's another juicy full toss. Very, very lucky. Chamari Atapattu do not concede a boundary there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Amanjit Kaur will be kicking herself. That was friendly. And you're right, Chamari Atapattu would have had a heart in her mouth. Would have thought 4 on a 6. Just a single. But she seemed to be wanting wickets here because she's bowling slower, deliberately. With Deepti Sharma on strike. Just trying to tempt the batter to do something different. 4. That's the problem. You're offline. Given the opportunity, the Indian batters will pounce on it. 47 done with that boundary. 311 now for 6.
India at the moment 311 for 6. So look at the last 350s. 32 deliveries, 33 deliveries, and then 35 deliveries. Very consistent when it comes to scoring the 50s, Roshan.
And also that's where the momentum is. I mean, if you look at the previous 50s, they've taken up to 62 deliveries. And look at how they dropped those number of deliveries they take for the 50. So, and also very consistent, isn't it? Over a period of 350s, they're doing it, just utilizing little over 30 deliveries, and this is ideal. This is exactly what you want going into the final phase of an innings.
And actually shows the class of this Indian batting lineup, doesn't it, Roshan? They can do it in 62 deliveries. They'll take their time according to the situation, and when it's needed, they can do it in 32 deliveries as well.
You talk about changing gears. I mean, they've now hit the top gear, and they've been on that top gear now for a period of time. See, this is the versatility of an Indian side, and this is exactly what you're looking for in whatever, whether it's men's or women's, when it comes to these formats of cricket.
So Malki Madara pulled a good last over, but this time it's Deepti Sharma. Loose delivery, and she pounces on it. Deepti Sharma, Sri Lanka needs to take this wicket as well, otherwise the last 3 overs it won't be easy. They're not the right line at all from Malki Madara. You can't afford to bowl like that for a player in the caliber of Deepti Sharma.
Yeah, I think the line was the problem, because see, that's the awareness that we are talking about. Deepti Sharma knew exactly where the fielders are being placed, and look how she picks that length around midland leg in that perfect length to play the slog or the slog sweep with 2 fielders inside the 25-yard circle on the leg side. That was asking for trouble. Wide. This is what the previous boundary did. You went onto your leg stump and then you're looking to go wide. And look at where Deepti Sharma is batting. She was batting on her off stump because she certainly knew that Malki Madara going round the wicket will be looking to bowl that channel.
Malki Madara in that previous over pulled 3 brilliant Yorkers and then tried to go for that slower delivery. Conceded 5 wides, and once again going for the slower delivery again, Malki Madara. And very, very lucky in that instance is the replay. Very lucky, Malki Madara. She needs to get her act right here. Can't afford to bowl like this to Deepti Sharma. She's a class act. 15 deliveries remaining in this Indian innings. Where will India end up, Roshan? That's the big question. Will we see another 50 in that balls for 50 chart?
Well, Chamari Athapattu came in from deep third. Good running again, couple of runs. Really good pressure. They are really putting a lot of pressure on the fielders. So they pushed the square leg onto the boundary. Third came in. So full and wide is thrown out of the window. They're not going there. They're looking to bowl more straighter. So she's got some cover on the leg side. She's going round the wicket. She knows that Deepti Sharma might look to work the angle. So she's got this protection. So this is a better field for her.
Sam drives it away. Deepti Sharma. 68 runs the last 7.5 overs. So if we compare a little bit with the last encounter, Roshan, as an improvement from Sri Lanka's perspective. In that game against South Africa, they were unable to take wickets in the last end, but in here they took the wicket of Jemima Rodrigues and then Richa Ghosh as well. Malki Madara. Says Amanjot Kaur. Good fielding out there from the skipper Chamari Athapattu, but looked a bit close. And the umpires are happy with it. So 2 more overs to go. Here's the replay. Malki Madara once again not the right line. Amanjot Kaur. We thought she got the boundary. Yeah, good effort from the skipper. So 48 overs done. India 322 for 6. These are the wickets for Pratika Rawal. The first one brilliantly taken by Pimi Vatsala after missing out on an opportunity of Smriti Mandana. And then the centurion, Smriti Mandana, departed. Devi Vihanga taking the wicket of Harley Diol. Sugandhika Kumari, not the best way to start. The Sri Lankan bowlers at the moment, with some luck going their way. Harmanpreet Kaur's dismissal. Then Richa Ghosh. This was a big one going into the last few overs for Sri Lanka. Ansima Karnaratne with a good catch. Then Jemima Rodrigues. Lakshika Silva taking that catch. Gives it away again. Deepti Sharma. Last 10 deliveries of this Indian innings. 23 runs on the board. So once again, big chase for Sri Lanka, and it's in the finals.
Come on.
Sugandhika Kumari 2 for 55 in 9.2. Manjot Kaur shuffles across a little bit, plays it away on the leg side again. Be just a single, so Deepti Sharma, she'll be back on strike against the left arm spinner.
Well, I think Sugandhika Kumari is perfect to bowl at this stage because she has so much of experience. You could just look at the field. They got 3 on the leg side and 1 at long off. So you got to be tight with your line. You can't afford width outside the off stump, but don't bowl outside the leg stump. Nice little chip over the top. Should keep it down to a single. It's only a single. Oh, very wise indeed. I think Deepti Sharma was extremely wise. She dropped the bat and quickly got out of the way of the flight of the ball.
Yeah, Deepti Sharma got out of the way right on time there. Lakshika Silva going for that throw. Sugandhika Kumari, after that who's able to begin. Oh, that's a full toss. Lakshika Silva should probably be able to carry it off. Yes. So once again only a single. So this is a good penalty went over from Sugandhika Kumari. Just 4 runs so far.
Yeah, 4 runs. She's done brilliantly. Now she needs to finish off well, Lakshmi. Can she concede only a single? A dot would be gold dust. If she could do it with a single, she's still done very well. Square leg. Oh, very nearly. Very nearly. So no boundaries in the last 10 deliveries and only 5 runs in the over. We got 1 over to go, 327 for 6. Well, this strike rate is not frightening if you look at the 2 batters. So Sri Lanka wouldn't mind it. Malki Madara from round the wicket. She's got to be careful. Now that is 4 of the very first delivery. Now that angle, if you go down the leg side, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, Malki Madara started off the previous over in the same manner as well. And a boundary to begin the last over for India. Vishnu Gururatne tried the level best but couldn't cut it off. 331 runs on the board, 79 runs since the 40th over for India. Oh, that will be a wide. After that brilliant last over from Sugandhika Kumari, it's certainly not the way to follow it up.
See, this is again the result of that previous delivery, because that from wide of the crease, she was angling it onto the pads, and the problem was Vishmi was too square. So now they have moved her a little bit, so she could still afford to bowl only a single. She could still afford to bowl that length and line because she's got protection. The previous one, I thought Vishmi was a little bit too square. So with the angle, if Deepti Sharma beat the short fine leg fielder, it was 4. Right now to the right-hander. She's got a third on the boundary. She's got an extra cover. Oh, you'll have to bring in... No, there is no third. I'm sorry. Third goes into short third. 3 on the leg side. Oh, what a shot that is. That is really good batting. Not great bowling, but fantastic batting by Kaur, where she gets a boundary.
Yeah, Manjot Kaur knew exactly what she was doing. Yeah, Malki Madara, it's like a gift to Amanjot Kaur. As I mentioned, she knew exactly what she was doing. There was no long off, and she made sure she got it over the mid-off field. Good batting, thoughtful batting from Amanjot Kaur here. So 2 boundaries in the first 3 deliveries of this last over. And this time finds the edge, but it will go away from that field. Another boundary, 3rd boundary in the last over. Yeah, things just not going according to the plan for Sri Lanka at the moment. 13 runs in this last over with 2 deliveries to go.
Well, that's unlucky. I mean, Kaur will take it, but then you got to look at the line she was bowling. The previous one was the length. With mid-off inside the circle, you bowl a length delivery. And Amarjit Kaur had kind of given herself room looking to go over the top, and it was perfectly in line with the stumps. And this time she went wider and fuller. With short 3rd in the circle, pace on, edge. You're asking for trouble.
This time it's a full toss. Oh, that has been taken. Good catch from Hansima Karunaratne. Second catch of the match for her. Took the catch of Richa Ghosh earlier. Hansima Karunaratne. So something to celebrate for Malki Madara finally after conceding 3 boundaries.
See, you could see that she took pace off. So the batter really didn't have much to work with. Eventually holding out to deep mid-wicket. But Kaur gone for 18 of just 12 deliveries. Manjot Kaur striking at 150, and India has now breached the 340 mark. So they still got 1 ball left.
Kranti out on debut. Facing the last delivery is Malki Madara. Oh, that will be a wide, so it won't be the last delivery. Malki Madara just losing the plot here in this final low, unfortunately. They're probably trying to do too many things in this last over, Malki Madara. So Kranti out, she'll get another opportunity. The last delivery, and she misses it. So 16 runs in that 15 runs in the last over, 5 in the previous one, just 5 in the penultimate over, but 15 in this last over from Malki Madara. So India, they end up on 342, a good total from India, Roshan, after 50 overs, a target of 343 in the finals.
Yeah, very commanding score. 342 for 7. They would have taken it at the toss if they were given the option. Well, Sri Lanka will have to bat well. It's not beyond them because this surface is good. We have seen them chase scores in the region of about 270. So I don't want to put it beyond Sri Lanka, but still, it's a mountain to climb. 342 for 7, and if they achieve that, it is going to be a record chase. So, well, that could be a motivation for Sri Lanka to try and aim, but they know that India will be the happier of the two teams going into this break.
Actually, the current highest successful chase actually belongs to Sri Lanka. So, we want to renew that today. They are to win this final against India. So 343, a lot of work to do.
Let's take a look at the batting card. Well, look at Mandana. She made 116 starts for Raval, Diol and Kaur, and even Rodriguez. They didn't go on, and a good finish towards the end by Deepti Sharma, 20 of 14. So it's been a very good blend as far as the Indian batting was concerned, with lovely changes of gears and scoring 90 runs in the last 10 overs. 342 for 7.
18 extras in this innings, a lot of wides in the last few overs by Malki Madara. So Sugandhika Kumar, the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 59, was very good in the death as well. Won that penultimate over for just 5 runs. Devami Vihanga, once again, decent in patches, we can say, 2 for 69. Malki Madara also 2 for 74, but nothing much to talk about from the rest. Karanavir chipping in with a wicket, and that 120 run stand for the second wicket, Roshan. How good that was. Brilliant for India, and they kept on piling up the partnerships. So India, they end up on 342. Great effort from the Indians in this final. Now the big question is, can Sri Lanka chase this down? So Pratika Rawal and Smriti Mandhana started off brilliantly for India in this encounter. There were some opportunities that came Sri Lanka's way. Smriti Mandhana got dropped when she was in the 20s, just like in that previous game where Andrew Dirksen was dropped. Pratika Rawal was dropped before she got off the mark. It was a half chance, we can say, but these two classy batters for India, providing them with a good partnership. That's the missed opportunity I was talking about. Smriti Mandhana, after that missed opportunity, she didn't give away a single opportunity for Sri Lanka. And Pratika Rawal, this is how she perished. Bhumi after missing out that opportunity, this time took a brilliant catch to remove Pratika Rawal, but unfortunately for Sri Lanka, they didn't have any answer to remove Smriti Mandhana. She continued while the Sri Lankan bowlers didn't have any answer whatsoever. The spinners, the pacers, everyone tried really hard, but Smriti Mandhana was just too classy, too good for the Sri Lankan bowlers. And Harleen Deol chipped in as well, scoring 47 of 56 deliveries. Phenomenal hitting from Smriti Mandhana. Century, she deserved big time. Got a lot of starts in this try series, some more fielding here and there from Sri Lanka as well. She scored 116 of 101 deliveries. This line, that leg stump line, is something that Sri Lanka really needs to work on. Some place where they conceded a lot of runs. Deomi Vihanga, 5-wicket haul in that previous game, as I mentioned earlier as well, was good, but in patches this time around. Took the wicket of Smriti Mandhana, but probably a bit too late for Sri Lanka, because India have already laid a good foundation. And then skipper Harmanpreet Kaur also departed. That was Harleen Deol and Harmanpreet Kaur along with Jemimah Rodrigues. Made them a good partnership. Jemimah Rodrigues, how good she was, scoring a century in that last game, scoring 44 here today as well, and skipper Harmanpreet Kaur also chipping in with 41 of 30. Some brilliant stroke play on display. Some glorious sweeps from the Indian skipper, but that was also the downfall as well. Richa Ghosh did hit a 6 just in her third delivery, but luckily for Sri Lanka, it was the only real big hit that she was able to put away. Hansima Karunaratne came in as that subfield, some good catches. Lakshya Silva with a good catch as well. Deepti Sharma did hit some boundaries just at the end. And once again, that wrong line, bowling the wrong line, India getting that opportunity. Some lucky boundaries as well, but Amanjot Kaur is that second take for Hansima Karunaratne. So that's how the first half of this Silver Cup final unfolded. India won the toss, decided to bat first, and they ended up on 342. So Sri Lanka, now they need 343 in 50 overs. They need to produce a record-breaking chase here to win the Silver Cup finals against India. Required rate 6.86. Can Sri Lanka get the job done, or will Indian bowlers be too good for Sri Lanka to handle? We have a lot of questions to find answers, and before that, we'll head to a commercial break and we'll be back with the second innings of this Silver Cup Women's Tri Nations Series final. Stay tuned.
the action from the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, where Sri Lanka will need 343 runs to win this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series final. India putting on 342. The fantastic batting performance by Smriti Mandhana, 116 of 101. A lot of other contributions from the middle order, as we've seen right throughout this competition. Harleen Deol, 47 of 56. 40s also for Harmanpreet Kaur, Jemima Rodrigues, and that finish once again from Deepti Sharma. Sri Lanka 18 extras in that total, 13 wides and 1 no ball. So not a pleasant viewing if you're a Sri Lankan cricket fan, but if you enjoy good cricket, it was good cricket right throughout that first session. Joined in the commentary box by Gamini Pereira. Gamini, what a performance it was by India.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans played into their hands somewhat to me, ST. Those couple of important opportunities went down and that was it. Madara had the difficult task of bowling at the death overs, 74, 2 wickets, Vyanga 2 for 69, Kumari 2 for 59. Latabat took up a bit of stick, didn't she? Well, like you said, 18 extras, 13 wides, staggering 35 fours and 4 sixers in the innings.
Tough 50 overs for Sri Lanka. They struggled, particularly early on, to pick up those wickets. Here's the first one, Pratika Rawal just chipping it to Piyumi Vatsala at mid-on. They took a good catch after she put down Smriti Mandhana, and then the big breakthrough, but it came 100 runs too late. Mandhana with 116. Devumi Vihanga picked up a couple of wickets later in the innings to give Sri Lanka a little bit of hope that they can come back into the game. Richa Ghosh caught in the deep. Hansima Karunaratne had a busy couple of overs after coming in as the 12th. Jemima Rodrigues, Amanjot Kaur, also few good big shots for them, but they were dismissed.
The 2 umpires out there. Sri Lanka need 343 runs to win in 50 overs at a rate of 6.86, and yeah, they're up against it, no doubt, but what the Sri Lankan batters need to do is trust their skills, and from the word go, from the very first ball, they need to be productive and think out of the box and put these Indian bowlers under pressure. You can't just be one-dimensional when you chase a total like this. You've got to use those first 10 overs where only 2 fielders outside the circle, ST, and I actually was talking to Maharoof off here, and we were all predicting that the skipper Atapattu, whether she should take the responsibility and see whether they can take control of this match from very first over, but not to be. Vishmi Gunaratne along with Hasini Pereira. 50th match, 46 her best score. She has a knack of getting starts, ST, but and also she just gives it away, and today, if you need a big one, it's today.
Yeah, just on Atapattu, Gamini. So very, very surprised not to see her out there opening the batting today. Sri Lanka 343 to win. They need a good start. They need a quick start. There's no one better than her who can provide that, particularly after she came into a bit of form in the last game. But nevertheless, we've got Vishmi, Gunaratne and Hasini Pereira to open for Sri Lanka. Amanjot Kaur will open the bowling for India. Another surprise for me in that Arundhati Reddy is not playing today. She was given a rest in the previous game. I thought unless there's an injury, it's a very surprising exclusion from the side. Amanjot though was very good in the last game, so you've got to give her props. She took the opportunity she was given.
Replace the call. Amanjot from right arm round. Bringing into the left-handed Pereira. Slip. Short third point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg and a deep square leg. Yeah, takes nothing for granted. As far as Harmanpreet is concerned, she's got a conventional feel. Knows that Pereira likes those onside ST. So that's why she's starting with two fielders on the onside.
Yeah, they've seen a lot of Hasini Pereira, so Harmanpreet will know what type of fields would suit her best. Does play really well outside the off stump as well, can play some classical cover drives, but you're right, he's very good off her legs as well.
Bowler absolutely beaten. Well, Amanjot has breached Pereira's defense. Yeah, still on the move. That's the beauty about having a good base as a batter. The back leg was up. As the ball came back in, she didn't have the base to adjust. ST while 343 to win, and that's not the side that you wanted. First over, after 3 balls, Pereira gone for a duck. Sri Lanka, 1 down already.
Yeah, that's exactly the start India would have wanted. A wicket in the first over, and guess what? Athapattu is out there now.
Well, a player who can turn the game on his head, and she's got big shoes today as the captain's shoes. 343. Well, I'll tell you what, they would have definitely spoken about that. Having deep square leg and a long leg. Starts with a bouncer. That's how Pereira got out. Yeah, just look at her feet. Nowhere. No balance. I will not be surprised that Athapattu will be given few short ones here. ST. We saw South Africa dismiss her once. That short ball caught a deep square leg.
Yeah, I love the use of it from someone like Amanjot in particular. Not the tallest bowler out there, but we saw her use that short delivery against South Africa as well. So Athapattu, as you rightly said, has had a bit of trouble, particularly when she's been caught by surprise. So should be expecting that kind of line of attack from the Indians today.
Last time when Sri Lanka chased and won a total over 300, Athapattu got 195, didn't she? Against South Africa not long ago. Well, went for a glory ball, trying to swing it from leg stump across the off stump. Our co-commentator Maruf will tell you, sometimes when you have this ability to swing it away and you go for that glory ball from leg stump, it just, your wrist goes all over and can hold its line and end up on the leg side. Much better line and length. As far as Indians are concerned, very good over to start with. Already got a wicket. Score on 2.
So Sri Lanka 2 for 1 after that first over. Amanjot Kaur getting the early breakthrough for the Indians. Hasini Pereira just playing around. A straight one from her. Now we have the debutant Kranti Gaud coming in from the media centre end into Chamariyatapattu. Hails from the Madhya Pradesh. To wait a long time between debutants from the Madhya Pradesh, but in the last 2 games we've seen 2 of them. Suchi Upadhyay debuted in the last game, not playing today. Today Kranti Gaud comes into the Indian lineup in her place.
Yeah, nice start. Why did you run for that? That was an easy single on offer. Both batters, lack of communication. Yeah, what a journey this has been also for Kranti. Only a few months ago she was a net bowler for Mumbai Indians, the WPL. ST, 12 months later, she's representing India and in a final too.
Yeah, youngster wasn't originally in the squad for this Tri-Nation series, but with the injury to Kashvi Gautam, she was flown in from India. So massive opportunity for the young girl. She comes into this Indian lineup. It's been a good start too, 3 dot balls to start.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she's playing her first game and we have not seen her, but the way she's bowling, she's got a good rhythm. Nice bump here. Rhythmic run up. Yeah. Comedy of errors then. The opportunity for an easy single. She's on the dot. This time Chamari gets off the mark with a single. Oh, that's a second run.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Gamini, I think the Indians will also have an eye on the running because Punaratna has had some issues with calling in this series so far. Lots of miscommunications out there. Other part to another who's had a couple of run-outs in the recent past, so they'll want to be on their toes. We know they've got a really good inner ring. Jemima Rodriguez in particular, so sharp. Pratika Rabal, another one. Difficult to get runs off, and of course Smriti Vandana.
I'll tell you what, she's quicker than you think. Very quick arm speed. Well, she will remember this day, getting her cap off Smriti Mandana. We can see why she's been picked, ST. Yeah, like I said, lovely approach. Short steps, accelerating. All the movements going towards the direction. There's a sweeper cover in place. Raval gets the body behind, and it's a dot ball to finish the second over. Sri Lanka 3 for 1.
So another short delivery from Amanjot Kaur to Chamari Atapattu. Certainly looks to be using that as a means to attack. Atapattu in particular.
Definitely this is a ploy to try and unsettle Atapattu. Nicely timed, not a lot of feet. Yeah, this is a good contest between two promising fast bowlers from India, Manjot and Kranti, up against a classy batter in Atapattu. Will she give in another short one? Yeah, nice battle brewing here, ST.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Amanjot in the last two games. We know how good she is in the field, but as a bowler, the type of discipline she's shown in both games, I think really impressive. Sri Lanka's point of view, they can't afford really to let go of too many dot deliveries. They're chasing mammoth total of 343.
Stand and deliver. Just leant forward. Extension of her hands and magnificent square drive. That's the first boundary for the innings. Like I said, ST, Sri Lankans need to use this first power play, the 10 overs, where only two fielders are outside the 25-yard ring. And short third comes to a cover position. Officially.
Yeah, Atapattu came into a bit of form in the last game, middled a couple of deliveries. She went to a half century, her first in this competition. So carrying a little bit of confidence coming into this game. Her scores 7, 6, 23, and then that 52, I'm sure, will give her a little bit of confidence. But she's going to need a lot more if she is to get Sri Lanka across the line. That's gone fine. Atapattu gets bat on it. Another short delivery, but not short enough on this occasion. Doesn't get big on it. Atapattu, she just guides it along the way. With that boundary, brings to a close the third over. Sri Lanka 13 for 1. So Kranti Gaud will continue from the media center end for India. Impressive first over, just one run off it. I mean, interesting stat, Gamini, as we go into this over. In the lead up to the Cricket World Cup coming later this year, there's a nice shot by Bhishmi Gunaratne. She's timed it well. Will it go all the way? No, it's stuck right at the boundary. And Sri Lanka, unfortunately, only pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, I could call it. Not good running. Mind you, Atapattu is not the quickest runner between wickets, and that will calm her nerves. Bhishmi Gunaratne, that was nicely played. Used her wrist, used her speed.
Just to get back to the point I was making at the beginning of the over, Gamini. So it's a World Cup year, as we know. Cricket World Cup to be held later this year in India. Since January 2024, India have debuted 15 players, including Kranti today. And most of them have been fast bowling all-rounders or bowlers. So definitely roles that they are looking to fill going into that World Cup.
Yeah, it's been held in India, so India needs to get everything right. Get all the boxers tick. They'll be warm favourites along with the Australians for this World Cup. India right up there because it's playing at home, so they don't want to leave any gaps going into that. So trying to get the best possible squad available for this home World Cup. That is why it's important for Sri Lanka, ST. As of now, this will be their last match before the World Cup, so we're 5 months away from it. Just struggling against the left hand, right hand combination coming round the wicket. Yeah, 15 players, you know, it just shows that they're trying to exploit as much as they can. They've got another two tours after this. And of course, we've seen 3 fast bowlers featuring for India in this Servo Cup ST, because they are frontline 4. There are 3 frontline fast bowlers, all out for different reasons, and so opportunity for some of these youngsters, and I think selectors will be very happy for what they have seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that one loss against Sri Lanka, they've been good right throughout this competition. I thought even against South Africa, though they leaked runs in some situations, generally they've been decent when put under pressure.
Nicely bowled. The features you are looking at as a fast bowler in wide ball format is the ability to bowl in the first 10 overs with only 2 fielders outside. You need to have variety in terms of pace, the angles, and the ability to be a weapon with the older ball, to bowl at the depth. Ability to bowl the Yorkers, slower balls. Played too early, Vatapatto. What I like about these 2 young fast bowlers, they are not afraid to give that short one. After 4 overs, 17 for 1.
So 326 is what Sri Lanka needs in the next 46 overs. Chamari Athavattu unbeaten on 12 at the moment. Vishmi Gunaratne hasn't had much of the strike. 3 off 7. Amanjot Kaur continues. What I've liked about this Indian fielding unit is that there's so much chatter when they're out there. You don't really see that with Sri Lanka, or to be honest, not even South Africa. But apart from the wicket keeper, there's a lot of chatter around the bat from the fielders. Nicely played by Vishmi Gunaratne. This time she finds the boundary on the leg side. Amanjot just straying down the leg side. Gunaratne up to the task. Fielder at fine leg, can't get round.
Yeah, skimming down the pitch. Got the length she wanted and had the ability to use the speed as well. That went quickly. Well, it's only 5 yards away from that field, long leg. Nice to see that Vishnu Gunaratne is to bat positively. That's what they need to do. They need to trust the skills, and because of that shot, she was presented a ball with length and width. This is what you need to do, ST, playing with the bowler's mind. Now, if you look at the last two deliveries, the last two boundaries, the previous one, she moved towards the off stump and played it on the leg side. This time she stayed on her crease, and bowler was trying to compensate the line because the previous one, there you are, short and wide. Still had to put it away, so it was nicely played.
Really nice shot by Vishmi Gunaratne. That should give her plenty of confidence. Amanjot Kaur now going for 4 boundaries in her 2.3 overs. Has been expensive despite picking up the wicket. And now we see Richa Ghosh coming up to the stumps, ensuring that Gunaratne now has to bat back in her crease.
And also a few changes being made to the field. Sweeper on the offside. A lot more protection on the leg side now. Square leg mid wicket and a mid on and a long leg. So 5-4 field. Often when you chase a big total like that, ST, as a batter, once you get used to the pitch, once you get used to the pace and the bounce, you need to target a bowler or two. So out of the two fast bowlers, both these batters have gone after Amanjot. Final delivery. Nicely driven straight to extra cover. Yeah, you need a better shot than that to build that field there. Jamima at extra cover. 5 overs completed, 25 for 1.
These are the highest successful run chases for Sri Lanka. As Gamini mentioned before, 305 for 4. A record chase in the women's ODI game, coming just a couple of tours ago for Sri Lanka. 278 for 7. Just a couple of games ago for them against India in this very competition. And another one in the top 5 also coming in this competition. So they've been in good form chasing over the last couple of months.
Yeah, that was a terrific run chase at 278. Like I mentioned, 305 to beat South Africa. Chamariya got 195 in that game. Yeah, friendly batting conditions here at R. Premadasa Stadium, so you always give yourself a chance. If you bat well, you are in with a chance. Nicely driven. Oh, a bit lazy, you could say, from Amanpreet. That will not please the fielding coach.
Nicely played by Vishmi Gunaratne. Now, this knock, she started off really well. No edges with those boundaries, fluent shots that's coming off the middle of her bat. Yeah, a bit disappointing, that effort from the skipper. Nevertheless, a positive for Sri Lanka. That's the first boundary Cloud has conceded in this spell. So she's been good so far. Just 9 runs in 2.2 overs.
Change of length. Yeah, even this morning, when India, the two openers walked in, Mandana and Rawal. The first 5 overs, they were 14 for no loss, so they took a bit of time to get used to the pitch. It's very similar here. Gunaratna now has faced 15 deliveries. Atapattu, same. She's got an idea about the way the pitch is behaving. Coming down the track. Good bowling. Well, she doesn't look like she's playing her first game. Saw the batter charging and changed the length straight away.
That's nice bowling from the youngster. Knew that Atapattu is on the charge, made the adjustment late. Nicely played by Atapattu. Straight to the fielder in the deep, so good positioning by Harmanpreet Kaur.
It's definitely a plan. So far, Chamari has got a boundary that was an inside edge, but this time that came off the middle of the bat. One bounce. Amanjot, one of the better fielders in this Indian lineup, fielding at deep square leg. Single to finish the 6th over. 33 for 1.
For 1. Sri Lanka trying to get a good partnership in Atapattu and Gunaratna. Steady start. Only been the two seamers been bowling in tandem, Amarjit Kaur and Kranti Good. For the first time in this innings, it's going to be some spin. Deepti Sharma, the off spinner, coming from the far end, Maligavathen. Slip in place for Vishmi Gunaratna, one that slides away from the right-hander. Nice field. For a second thought there's going to be single and a miscommunication, and straight away apologise to Vishmi.
Well, I think Sri Lanka needs to be sharper in their running. Every run matters here. Yeah, you can't afford a run out. Now this is Deepti Sharma's numbers. They're very impressive. And if you look at her, I think she's very canny as a spinner. She just does those subtle changes with flight, not a really big spinner, but plays a lot with the pace of the ball she bowls.
More than 100 odd ODIs, plenty of experience. And against Chamari Atapattu, she will fancy her chances. The two fielders outside the circles at deep mid and deep square leg, still persisting with the field at slips. Harmanpreet Kaur getting the offside field settled. No one behind square at the moment. The field at behind square been moved in front of square. The control what Deepti Sharma gives and shows, Harmanpreet Kaur can afford to have most of the fielders in front of square. Have the option of coming round the wicket, bringing the LPW and the outside edge into play, but for some reason Deepti Sharma is quite comfortable bowling over the wicket and midland leg line, not give any weight which Chamari Atapattu is craving for outside your stump.
This is sensible. This is really good cricket by Atapattu. That's what she needs to do. Atapattu generally likes to go over extra cover, long off. Anything short she will pull. Doesn't favour long on a lot, so can understand that Deepti Sharma will look to bowl midland leg. Now with the right-hander on strike, she still persists with that slip. That's because she gets one to slide across. She can find an outside edge. This is really good captaincy by Harmanpreet, creating that pressure.
really impressive crowd as well for the finals. Hats off to Sri Lanka Cricket to opening up the gates free of charge for the general public. Certainly, the interest in women's cricket over the years have improved. Numbers for Chamari Athapattu yet to make a big one, only 52 in the last game. But apart from that, it's quite mediocre for her levels. There was a chance for second run. Chamari Athapattu, not for the first time, says no. 36 for 1. Server Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025 is the big final. Sri Lanka versus India. Sri Lanka needs another 307 runs in 43 overs. It's a huge task, a mountain to climb. I think it's Athapattu, Gunaratne, Harshita. Those three players have to come good. At least one of them to bat deep into the innings and get the latter part of the players to come good with the bat as well. Spin from both ends now. Deep Sharma bowled the first over from the Maligaon 10. We're going to have some left arm spin in Sri Charuni from the media box. A slip in place, 4 fielders in the offside, all trying to save the single. 2 fielders outside circle, is that deep square and deep mid. Width in the gap. That's a good shot all around the ground, classy looking. And first ball of Charuni been dealt with force by Gunaratne.
Good start to the over for Sri Lanka. That's a statement. Taking on the left arm spinner through extra cover. She knows there is a slip. Was thrown up a little bit wide. She took the challenge. Went hard. Lovely drive in the gap. That was 4.
Those what you have just before you go out to bat, that throwdowns. Right in the arc. Beautiful extension of the arms. Sri Charuni been welcomed to the crease with a boundary. Change the field, deep square leg comes into the circle, and exactly where the boundary went, sweeper cover in place. Outside edge or more than off the top edge. Back-to-back boundary, slightly shorter by Charuni. And Gunaratne made sure she got enough bat. And she moves to 27.
Well, Sri Lanka needs a bit of luck running their way. And that luck was coming in to at least favouring Vishmi Gunaratne. That was pushed through quicker. Just looking for a bit of looking to play it behind point. I think the bounce defeated her, but still it went quite quickly. So catching and slip wasn't going to be easy.
I don't think Vishmi Gunaratne wanted to go that fine. Much better length. Pulling the length back. Nevertheless, found the gap perfectly. A couple of deliveries before. Just the 3 games. Still a long way to go for Sri Charuni. Those average, those economy will improve. More she plays. She got all the attributes to be a good left down spinner. Nice, easy action. Gives a bit of a rip. And a surface which offers a turn a little bit. And she'll be a handful. Especially once the ball gets a bit older. I reckon she'll be a force to reckon with.
A left arm orthodox finger spin. Bowls at a good pace, I thought, for a spinner. There is a field on the boundary, but I like what I see in Vishmi Gunaratne. Very different to the innings she played before. In the previous 2 games, she took her time. I also felt that the rhythm in her innings wasn't really seen. It was dots and boundaries only, but now she's also getting those singles. So there is a nice tone to her innings so far.
Yeah, scored 24 of 41 deliveries in the last game against South Africa. Nine runs from Charuni's first over comes to an end. 45 for 1. Mascot is busy getting the crowd busy as well. Some pictures been taken. That sort of a day. It's a long weekend with Vesak coming up on Monday, Tuesday. It's a party atmosphere. And can the Sri Lankan girls provide the extra bit of a kick, giggy up for the spectators?
Again, very well done by Gunratna, just waiting for the ball, rolling her wrists, opening up those areas on the leg side.
Mid on, mid off, both in the circle. I just have this feeling, Roshan, Chamariyatapattu. Anything, a little bit of air, she's coming down the track. All fielders in front of square, quite straight. Mid wicket, extra cover. Certainly, she wanted to give it the full Monty, but it was Yorker Leonard could not find the gap. Smriti Mandana quite tall.
Well, I don't want to be that.
Can you ready? Huh? Be ready.
Well, in that outfit, in this hot weather, and that's a great achievement.
We'd rather have you here, Roshana Bisinga, not in the stands. We know that you like the attention being in the stands, but we want you here.
I'm not talking about attention, I'm talking about that poor man in that kit. Even if I'm there in that kit, there is no attention. Nobody will know. But it's so hot, isn't it? The mascot, I mean, how does he do it?
We all know you love your selfies, Roshana. Your memory is full. There's no surprises there. Memory is full on your head as well as in your phone, isn't it?
Let's not talk about what we love. I can come out with a long list that you love, that we know. Beautifully bowled. Deepti Sharma, she's teasing you with flight.
I thought Deepti Sharma anticipating the spirit, the right hand would go for the sweep shot and bowl it fuller. Changing the angle now for the last delivery, coming round the wicket. Yes, says Vishmi. No, says Chamari. And sends her back. 47 for 1. Beautiful day. It's hot, it's muggy. Sri Lankan run chase needs more, I would say, a giddy up. Needs some pushovers. Sri Charani bowling to Chamariyatapattu to the left arm spinner. Mid off in the circle again. The chances of Chamariyatapattu using the long handle is much more than the off spinner. Most important, Charan is not giving the length what Chaman is looking for. Pulling it back and asking the batter, if you wanna go over the top, come towards me. I will not give you any flight.
Yeah, that's right. And also she's pushing it through a little bit quicker. She's not throwing it up. She's got those two fielders at square leg and mid-wicket. So mid-on or long on is the place to go. That's very well bowled. That's the bounce. Bounced. But there you are, you could see the length you were talking about and push through quicker, not letting Atapattu get forward.
And this turn, certainly the bounce was the undoing for the left arm spinner, but caught by surprise Chamariyatapattu. She did not expect the ball to deviate that much. A perfect delivery would have been to the right-hander. Flat again, and certainly not giving the that Atapattu is waiting for.
It's quite clear that the Indian fielders and the Indian camp knows Chamariyatapattu's game. She loves to come down the pitch, loves to take the spinners on, go over the top. Now to the right-hander, Charani will bowl differently for sure. She'll look to bowl it a little bit slower, I guess. Surprised that she's removed the slip.
I would have been tempted to have the square leg fielder, I think it's Smriti Mandana, to have in the slips. Looking how the last delivery and the second delivery to Chamari Athapattu with grip. Last thing you need as an Indian supporter is an edge going past the slip fielders for a boundary. Beautifully bowled again. Some good bowling, using all experience, Sri Charani, when it comes to playing probably in the WIPL, in those tough conditions against tough opponents, and understand each other's the strengths, especially Chamari Athapattu's. She's been quite good, using all her tactics to a great effect. Last ball in the power play. And finishes strong. That's a very good over. End of the first power play. Sri Lanka 49 for 1. At the same stage, India were 45 for no loss, Sri Lanka 49 for 1. And most importantly, huge score to chase down, 343. Deepthi Sharma will continue. Down the leg side, missed by the wicket keeper. Got to come back for the second run, and Vishmi does. And the umpire calls it wide, rightly so.
Wondering whether he turned. Certainly didn't see it, so that's not a good sign if you're a Sri Lankan batter, because we've seen Charani getting a few balls to grip, and now this delivery turning as well and bouncing.
Roshan, the difference between the spinners of Sri Lanka and India. Indian spinners trying to turn the ball. The Sri Lankan spinners, apart from Demi Vihanga, rest of them are more like dart bowlers. They want to fire it in. This is the biggest difference I see when it comes to the Indian spinners.
I think you're right, and they were looking to slide it or roll it rather than really look to impart that revs on the ball. Deepthi Sharma is doing that, and she's adjusting her pace. Even Charani is looking for that grip turn, though she's pushing it a little bit quicker.
Certainly talking about Demi Vihanga, still young, 20 years old, playing her first series. Definitely got most of our eyes. First power play, the first batter to go. Hasani Pera, clean bowl without scoring. In walks Chamari Athapattu at number 4. Big part number 3 was batting number 4 before. Some beautiful shots by Vishmi Gunaratne, especially through the offside. Just what Sri Lanka needed, a steady base. Sri Lanka to win this game, I have this feeling one of these two players, Harshita Samaravikrama, one of them, or probably both of them, have to go and get a big one. Chamari Athapattu is looking more responsible, not playing any rash strokes. She's trying to be the anchor. It's been tough work against an off spinner, the quality of Deepthi Sharma. Still challenging with mid-off in the circle. Comes down the track and yorked herself.
See, that's the bait they're throwing at her. Take me on. Go over mid-off and mid-on if you can. Well, now long off goes back. I don't mind Chamari looking to go over mid-off, but not now. I mean previously, but not over mid-on. Because oh, that's the thing. See, there is a bit of turn. She bowled it slower, bit of grip, turn and bounce. 11 overs done, 53 for 1.
Slowly but surely, the required run rate creeping up. Now it's 7.44. Sri Lanka batters in the top order cannot afford it to go over 8.5 in my opinion. Once it goes there, there's more pressure on the batters in the pavilion.
See, the worry is it's still the 11th over, just 11 overs. At this stage, with the power play gone, 7.44, so Sri Lanka will have to be consistent with the rate of scoring. So they need to be looking at 5s and 6 per over from here, or compensate with big overs. Because as you say, if it gets out of hand, that's going to be a real challenge. Because that's where pressure starts to build, batters look to do different things, and they can succumb. So it's a long walk. It's a very long walk for Sri Lanka.
Sri Charani will continue. Half a stop at mid-on, but don't think Chamariyatapattu was ready to come back for the second run for that. It's interesting passage coming up between now on till about the 35th over. For the last 15 overs, if Sri Lanka can have a required rate about 8.5 tactically, that's something that they will fancy to chase it down if they have wickets in hand. Comes down the track. Chamariyatapattu is itching for a big one. Itching for a big one with mid-on, mid-off in the circle.
She's aiming towards mid-wicket, and Charani has a mid-wicket fielder. You see that last delivery in the previous over. That was bowled slower, cleverly bowled, but look at the turn and bounce. You know, dip, turn and also bounce. So that's what the surface is throwing up. Again finds the fielder.
Mid-on fielder dropped back and straight away the line was quite straight. That was straight. If he had hit the pad, Chamariyatapattu would have been a huge appeal for sure. Just the 7 boundaries into the 12th over. Beautiful bowled again. The angle what Charani is bowling, the one that turns and target the pads, is going to be the danger ball. This occasion goes with the arm, but most importantly, the length is perfect. Shot, and Chamariyatapattu crashes it behind square. That was a rare loose delivery, and Chamariyatapattu gives the treatment.
Well, Sri Lanka needed it because it was a little phase where the Indian spinners were building dots, and then straight away Charani just releasing the pressure with the delivery that stood up, hit with a lot of power. Sri Lanka will need a few like that, at least to release the pressure here.
Charani to Chamari. The moment Chamari came on top the last delivery. Dot delivery to end the 12th over. 58 for 1.
Runs is what Sri Lanka require in the next 38 overs. Going decently well this pair, Chamariyatapattu on 20 of 34, Vishnu Gururatne 32 of 35, but that run rate 4.83, they need to pick it up now. They're going to get close to the target. I'm joined in the commentary box by Laksisi De Silva. Laksisi, tough ask for Sri Lanka.
Exactly 58 for 1 after 12 overs, Sri Lanka. Chamariyatapattu 20 of 34 at the moment, struggling a bit. Vishnu Gururatne did manage to get some boundaries, but once again, same problem with too many dot deliveries, although she just scored those boundaries in the first 10 overs. Now Sneha Rana what a bowler she has been in this tri-series, Snehana. And she's just starting, so that will be a huge problem for Sri Lanka. India using the options really well here, and Vishnu Gururatne straight away trying to put some pressure on Snehana. 2 runs to begin this first Snehana over.
Yeah, Gururatne has looked really confident today, coming out, opening the batting. As we mentioned, have been a bit of a surprise at Snehana's numbers so far. 31 games, 40 wickets, 11 of those coming in this series so far, played uppishly by Gururatne. Rana has been the pick of the bowlers quite comfortably, I think, across the competition from all 3 countries. Been so difficult to get away with, and mostly she's been such a big wicket taking option for India.
Exactly, whenever India needed a wicket, she did put her hand up and got the job done for the team. So can she do that here as well? Because Chamri Atapattu, we all know what she can do. Vishnu Gururatne, as Chamri mentioned, really well out there. Probably the most fluent we have seen her. Oh, that was hit hard, but Snehana, what a stop!
Oh, that's incredible bit of reflexes from Rana. Getting a couple of pats on her back from the fielders as well. Blasted away by Atapattu. I'm not sure she got 100% of it, but it was still travelling. Rana just sticks out her left leg. Managed to get between the ball. Gururatne also would have had her heart in the mouth, trying to get back into her crease.
Once again, going back to that point, Vishnu Gururatne, yes, she did get some starts, but what we talked about during that South Africa game as well, as the she didn't look fluent, but today we are seeing some fluency in Vishnu Gururatne's batting. Now this is Chamri Atapattu. Oh, that's a misfield. Something we see very rarely from the Indians. Poor effort in the deep there. Chamri Atapattu being gifted a boundary. Snehana won't be happy. I think that's the substitute field. Tejal Hazabnis.
Yeah, and immediately a change. She's been brought in. Yeah, she's been brought into the ring. Change of plans from India.
So no one outside the circle on the off for Chamri Atapattu. So end of the over, 13 overs done. Sri Lanka 65 for 1. Sri Lanka taking 60 deliveries to score that first 50. Now India also scored at a very similar rate when they began, but it was after that they just shifted gears completely.
Yeah, this is one thing we've discussed even in the previous game, Laksisi. The middle order of Sri Lanka, whether they have the capability to kick on like the teams like India and South Africa do.
Especially without Kavisha Dilhari, who has actually been the main influencer, we can say, in the middle order for Sri Lanka to get those important runs, to make sure that there are not dot deliveries in the middle phases. The 1 for 20, Amuljeet Kaur taking that wicket of Hasni Pereira very early. Hasni Pereira got starts throughout the tri-series, and unfortunately in the finals didn't bother the scorers.
Yeah, disappointing from her. She would have wanted to make at least a 50 in this game after those starts that she got. Looked fluent right throughout, you've got to say. Decision that was questioned, I think. But she came out with the goods in this competition. Just that inability to kick on probably would be the one thing that the management will look at.
Has to be a wide, yes it is. The required run rate is 7.58. Ashita Samaravikrama, Nilakshika Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Deumi Vihanga, Pumi Vatsala, all of them will have a huge job on their hands when they come out to bat today. Using a feet this time, Vishnu Gururatne, good single, very good running.
Yeah, that's good running. An early call from Vishmi Gunaratne, and she was off straight away. It's good to see. Just on the Sri Lankan batting, I think if you look at the previous game as well, I felt like they left themselves a little too much to do in the latter half of the innings. Good crowd building in the A stand at this R. Premadasa International Stadium. Game's not over. If you're watching this and you're in the vicinity, you can drop in, free entry, get to see some good cricket, some world-class players in action.
Exactly. If you're around the vicinity, make sure that you visit R. Premadasa Stadium. Chamariyatapattu is still batting out there in the middle, so we all know how much the Sri Lankans, the whole world of cricket, loves to watch Chamariyatapattu bat. Partnership 68 at the moment. Azripera, of course, being dismissed when Sri Lanka yet to begin their account today. Manjeet Kaur, impressive try series for her. Oh, Vishmi Gunaratne shuffling across a bit too much there. And Manjeet Kaur gets that breakthrough. She breaks the partnership. Vishnu Gunaratne once again gets the start, but unable to convert that into a 50. India, they get their second wicket. Here's the replay.
You just got too far across the stumps. Misses the leg glance, and Amanjot, she's continued to strike right throughout this competition in the opportunities she's got. It's been that wicket-taking option for Harmanpreet. So 36 is all that Vishmi can get. Sri Lanka 68 for 2, 13.5, and the players will now have drinks.
Batting card, Hasni Vera, parting without troubling the scorers. Vishnu Gunaratne are out in that previous delivery, the last delivery before the drinks break. 36 of 41. Chamariyatapattu 25 of 39 at the moment, and Nilakshika Silva coming at number 4. Promotion for her. Sri Lanka need to keep that effort combination out there in the middle. Hashida Samaravikrama will probably come out at number 5. The next 4 batters, as I mentioned earlier as well, Hashida Samaravikrama, Anushka Sanjeevani, Pumi Vatsala, Deumi Vihanga, all those names, they'll have a huge job to do. And Chamariyatapattu and Nilakshika Silva, what can they do here? Nilakshika Silva, of course, with that phenomenal knock, that knock which gave Sri Lanka the victory in the previous game. Just the 3rd win for Sri Lanka, so that shows the importance of that knock. Amanjot Kaur, 2 for 23 at the moment. No wickets for the rest of the bowlers so far. Going back to Nilakshika Silva, that was a phenomenal knock, but I don't think Sri Lanka should rely on the same person in this game as well. The others, they need to put their hands up here.
Yeah, 50 off 28 is what she got in the previous game against India in that chase. 278. It's the partnership between Vishmi Gunaratne and Chamari Athapattu. Gunaratne, I should say, looked the more fluent of the two. A few good boundaries, that cover drive in particular. She'll find a lot of joy from one or two lucky boundaries, but apart from that, they were good. If anything, the only flaw you could say is that they weren't rotating the strike as much as they needed to. But India have been tight, their inner ring has been good, not given away easy singles or twos. Just saying about Nilakshi De Silva, she did get 50 of just 28 deliveries in the previous encounter between these two sides, but it was a special innings and you can't expect a player to keep producing that game after game. It could happen, but it's not something you can depend on. So that's the end of the 14th over. Sri Lanka 68 for 2. So Chamari Athapattu 25 of 39. Kranti out into the attack and she produces the edge. Under edge from Chamari Athapattu. It's gone past Richa Ghosh for 4. Unlucky for the youngster.
Yeah, diving Richa Ghosh unable to hold on to it. Probably to even to get a glove on it. Very tough chance, never easy for wicketkeeper to come on to those under edges. Because it's always going down when the batter gets that under edge.
Yeah, tough chance for Richa Ghosh. She'll be disappointed because it's Chamari Athapattu, and we saw what a batter in form can do to you in that first innings. Smriti Mandana dropped in the 20s, went on to make 116 and set that platform for India.
Also the fact she's searching for her first international wicket as well, and how great would have been for her. Chamari Athapattu has her first international wicket. Sri Lanka just going along the lines of around 5 runs per over at the moment. Exactly sure whether the right intention is still there. Decides to let him go, and that will be a wide.
Lots of chat from Harmanpreet Kaur, who's fielding at mid-off constantly alongside a fast bowler, just talking her through their plans.
Seven and a half the required rate. As mentioned earlier as well, it's really great to see some crowd in. It's a Sunday. I said this at the start as well. A super weekend when it comes to sports in Sri Lanka, I see. Because the rugby fans had a great outing yesterday at the race course grounds. Not a great outing for Sri Lanka, but it was a great experience for everyone. Oh, that was a good delivery from God. Finding out impressive so far. It's been a decent spell for her.
Yeah, she's looked good. I thought very disciplined with her lines and lengths. Apart from that wide that she bowled, 17 of 3.4 overs. Sri Lanka now just under 5 runs and over. They're going at that required rate, steadily rising 7.64. Not easy to sustain that across 30 to 35 overs. Another wide by Kanti Gaud. Atapattu reaches for that. Just too wide to get bat on ball.
Kanti Gaud probably trying to hold those Yorkers, the wide Yorkers at the moment, and just getting it wrong. We saw Malki Mada trying to do something similar and getting the lines wrong earlier. This time somebody trying to advance down the ground, but a shorter delivery from Kanti Gaud. So at the moment, the gap between the number of runs required and the balls remaining is 57. Now that's a lot to catch up with for Sri Lanka. That's a huge margin, SG. Now we all always come back to that same question, the same problem that Sri Lanka has. Can Sri Lanka match up with that? Can Sri Lanka get to that level where they can actually match up and catch up with a gap of 57 in a crunch situation like this?
That's certainly a question to be answered, and it's in games like this where they're really tested. That's a good over from Kanti Gaud. Produced that edge from Chamari Athapattu. Sri Lanka going at exactly 5 and over, 75 for 2.
Exactly 5, the current run rate for Sri Lanka. Dilakshya Silva yet to get off the mark. Skipper Chamari Athapattu on 30. Amanjit Kaur will continue. Amanjit Kaur 2 for 23. Oh, almost chopped on there, Chamari Athapattu.
Tricky customer, isn't she, Amanjot? Does her basics right. That was really close. Athapattu almost hedging it back onto the stumps. That time gets it off the middle of the bat, works it away for a single. She's now hit 30. Dilakshya Silva yet to get off the mark. We're talking about the knock that she played in the previous encounter. She went right from the word go, didn't she? Hit that first 6 over mid wicket, and there was no looking back from that point onwards.
Dilakshya Silva getting off the mark with that single. So things have slowed down a lot for Sri Lanka now. They're chasing 343, and we are yet to see that needed intensity. That's the biggest problem at the moment. Chamari Athapattu trying to settle down. We all know she was not in the best of forms during this series. Scored a 50 in that last encounter. Probably got some confidence back, but still not the best version that we normally see from Chamari. Now that was a good stroke, but still will only be a single.
Yeah, no, looking at the score right now, it's not ideal. They're going at 5 runs and over, required rate at 7.7. But I think they can take inspiration from some of the performances from other teams in this competition. South Africa 85 for 5 in the last game, ended up making 316. India 50 for 3 in the game previous to that, ended up with 337. They just need one big partnership, I feel, to put them back in contention. Amanjot Kaur has picked up 2 wickets in this innings so far. In the first over, striking to remove Hasini Pereira and then bowled Bhishmi Gunaratne around her leg. So she's had the success for India so far.
Amanjot Kaur. Oh, and Lakshya Silva trying to go down the ground and it actually hits Chamarata Pattu.
Didn't really time that one, did she? But still sting. 16 overs done, Sri Lanka 78 for 2.
Sri Lanka 78 for 2. A lot of extra runs were given away, especially during the latter parts of the Sri Lankan bowling effort. No, Statsman here mentions that there have been 25 runs given away by wides, I think. 17 from Sri Lanka and 8 from India at the moment.
Yeah, not ideal. Particularly those short deliveries, I think, have been wavered at times, or the attempted short deliveries I should say. Deepti Sharma into the attack now. For 3 overs for 9 runs so far. Has been good right throughout this competition as well, despite not having that many wickets. Bowled in difficult phases of the game for India. Be interesting to see what kind of tactics are used against Nilakshi De Silva in this innings after that onslaught in the previous game. Surely India would have had a good look at what she did right there and where they went wrong.
Lakshya Silva 1 of 6 at the moment. This is Lakshya Silva using a fade. 1 bounce over the ropes for a boundary. A first 4. Welcome boundary. Sri Lanka needed that. Sri Lanka was slowing down, as I mentioned in the last few overs. Look at the placement. This Lakshya Silva, the glorious hit, bisecting the 2 fielders really well. Lakshya Silva, I think these sort of shots actually prove the fact that she has improved quite a lot over the last few years.
And it goes to show how important confidence is, isn't it, Laksisi? I'm sure that knock she played that day would have made her believe that she's capable of so much more than what the numbers would tell you.
Yeah, all these Sri Lankan batters especially, they have managed to turn a new page when it comes to their whole cricketing journeys. Harshida Samaravikramani, Lakshya Silva, Kavisha Dilhari. What you mentioned, that confidence, the confidence given by the management, the confidence given by the skipper, the confidence they have in themselves, all of those factors contributing towards this new look Sri Lankan batting lineup in the last year we have seen. And Lakshya Silva probably needs to be a little bit careful. Don't want to throw her wicket away in that manner. So 17 done. Sri Lanka 83 for 2. India still with the upper hand in this final encounter.
83 for 2 Sri Lanka. Chamari Atapattu's got another star, 33 of 48. Sri Lanka going at 4.88 runs and over. Shimmies down the track, looking to take on Amanjot Kaur, but bowler makes the adjustment well. Just a single. Eleven fours so far for Sri Lanka in this innings, yet to clear the boundary. They will need a few of those big shots. They're going to get close to the total. We saw India, how well they were able to time the ball today.
The gap is 62 now between the number of runs required and the balls remaining for Sri Lanka. Now India, they realize a mistake will come soon, but this is Nilaksha Silva. A short delivery, bounces on in big time. Another boundary for her.
Yes, short delivery from Amanjot Kaur. Nilakshi just pounces on that loose delivery, finds the gap between the two fielders in the deep. That's not a good delivery from Amanjot. She'd want to be fuller, or if she's pitching it short, will need to be getting it around that shoulder to head height of De Silva.
Nilaksha Silva slowly getting a move on here. Sri Lanka really wants her to get going the same manner she did in that previous game against India. So that's a wide. So that's what a stroke like that can do to a bowler. Can create a bit of doubt, and these sort of deliveries will come eventually. So that's what Sri Lanka needs to do. That's what India did really well as well. They got boundaries very early in the last few overs. Probably in the first or the second delivery they got a boundary. They did manage to put the Sri Lankan bowlers under pressure. Once again a good stroke, brilliant stroke, well timed from Nilaksha Silva. That's another boundary, second in this over. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Nilaksha Silva.
Yeah, the timing on that, absolutely perfect. Once again, just helping it along its way, and that races across the turf. No chance for the fielder in the deep. So now more discussions between the captain and Amanjot, sending another fielder back into the deep on the onside, bringing in the deep cover. So De Silva, exactly what you want. Play with the fielders, get them to change their plans. That square leg fielder moves just that little bit finer. That's really good cricket. Saw the gap on the onside. Wide open spaces, enough space to work that single. So that's exactly what she does, Nilakshi De Silva. That's her value for this team. When she's on song, she can hit those boundaries, but she's also a very good runner between the wickets, very quick between the wickets. Work the ball well in spaces. Full toss by Amanjot, just over adjusting her length after those two short deliveries to De Silva. Unfortunately for Sri Lanka, Atapattu can't capitalise.
Chamari Atapattu, 34 of 50 deliveries now, strike rate of 68. We all know she can catch up with that, but she needs to make sure that she's not consuming a lot of deliveries here. Nilaksha Silva is starting to make a move, so Chamari Atapattu needs to provide that support. Oh, it's out again, Chamari Atapattu. So, end of an eventful over. 18 overs done. Sri Lanka 94 for 2.
94 for 2. Deepti Sharma from the far end. Nilakshi Silva came in at number 4. The ploy must be to keep that right hand left hand combination going. Harita Samavikram has been batting at number 4. President's box. Yeah, a few people have turned up today to watch this grand final. Yeah, she prefers the onside. Oh, that's brilliantly done. She's just about one of the best fielders in the world in women's cricket, and she's fielding at a important position too. Off spinner bowling to right hander against a player like Nilakshi Silva, who prefers that onside. Yeah, that's one area that she will need to improve. She's very one-dimensional, and against a classy bowler like Sharma, you got your work cut out. Good afternoon, Roshana Basing.
Good afternoon, Gamini, and good afternoon all. Yeah, Sri Lanka has their work cut out for sure, because into the 19th over, they're going at around 5 runs an over. The asking rate is now getting close to 8. Just can't let it get out of hand. Oh, this time not great fielding. May not go all the way. I think a certain amount of pace was taken off. Couple of runs, but I like the approach of Nilakshi Silva, because she's looking to show some intent. The way she's moving, she's looking for runs from round the wicket, created the angle.
Nicely bowled. Bit quicker from Sharma. Yeah, Indians have done their homework. They know that Silva is a very strong player on the onside. Apart from long off, all the 3 boundary riders are on the onside. Yeah, it has come to that stage, Roshan. You know, run a ball, it really does not matter. Sri Lanka needs to do a bit more than that. 96 for 2 after 19, 97 for 2. Krantika, 4 overs, 19. Yeah, the supporters, 90% of the crowd are Sri Lankans, and anxiously they are waiting. Incidentally, Roshan, India at this stage were 85 for 1, so Sri Lankans, in terms of runs, they are ahead, but I think right throughout this competition we've spoken about this, where the Sri Lankans have the firepower to be explosive enough to chase a total in this nature.
Yeah, you got to look at what transpired after that for India. We'll talk about it after this ball from Goud. Oh, very lucky. Very lucky. How did she miss it? Face off. And I think Nilakshi checked her shot.
Yeah, leading edge. There you are. Came slower than she thought. Nearly had her first international wicket. Kranti. Nice to see that smile on her face even after that.
Yeah, that's a wide. But see, we compared the current stage where India were 89 for 1, Sri Lanka 9 runs ahead at this stage, but got to understand how India progressed from there on, what transpired, how India got into the game with the way they attacked the bowling. And as you said, that's the area that Sri Lanka needs to try and match India in this game. Chamari Athapattu can do it, Nilakshi Silva can do it, but they need to be there. Good fielding, that's another. Oh, trouble, trouble. Utter confusion there. What was going on?
That's what happens when you don't call I don't think she's watching the ball. Atapattu is not looking at the partner either. There is no communication. Yeah, very often the both batters will end up on one side, and luckily the throw came into the wrong end. Yeah, coming back to the run chase, Roshan, 35 fours and 4 sixers in the Indian innings. Sri Lankans 13 fours at this stage. Once again, the amount of runs that the fielders have given the side is already Indians of, there are a couple of furlongs ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't have agreed more with you, Gamini. The fielding has been outstanding. They have stopped, they have thrown themselves around. They have been brilliant on the field. And that also conveys a message to the opponents that, you cannot take any chances. And how many twos were prevented by India? How many boundaries were stopped? Sri Lankan running. This time again, she doesn't time it. For some reason, Chamari Atapattu seemed to have lost the timing. It has deserted her.
Yeah, because she came down the track, she really got herself yoked, I reckon. As she stood in one place, would have been a nice juicy half volley. This time in front, but there is a fielder. Yeah, the point that we were talking about, Roshan, 35 fours and 4 sixers for India. Sri Lanka 13 fours. So they need to go tit for tat and try and match that boundary amount of boundaries. But even if you do that, so they'll get what? From here, 20 boundaries, 22 boundaries, 88, 4 sixers will give you 24. So that's around 120, we'll say. That's not going to be enough. They need to be a lot more efficient and look to score ones and twos, like you said. Every over has to be a lot more productive. 100 for 2 after 20. Yeah, just before that, the second 50 coming off, 59 deliveries. Yeah, the least that they could do is to go under run a ball at this stage. Obviously, boundary every second, third over to stay at it. And 100 for 2, India were 90 for 1. Roshan, this was the period where they changed those gears when Mandana and Harlin Dior, they capitalized on some very poor fielding as well as some very poor bowling from the 20th to 30th over.
Yeah, and also if you look at the way how the Indians set about accumulating their runs, there were 3 consecutive 50s that they scored with just of say 30 or 32 balls. So it clearly tells you spoke about changing gears. I think that's the key in the white ball format. So you're here so far taking it easy and driving a little bit leisurely, but you need to recognize the time that you need to get on to the next gear and the gear after. India went quite quickly and maintained it for a long period. So that's why they got to that 340 plus score.
That's gone out of here. Straight off the middle of the bat. First ball of the over. Over the cow corner. That would have been 6 in any ground.
Yeah, that's Chamari's strength. She loves to go in that direction, and that's a very good shot because the left arm spinner is turning back into her. Now will Charani go over the wicket, go round the wicket and bowls wider? Look to bowl slower with this packed offside field and invite Chamari maybe to play there, but now with the field on the boundary, I don't think Chamari would want to take the aerial route. So she still continue that same line of attack. Let's see what Chamari does here. Very sensible. That's good cricket. That's what you need to do. It's not about hitting boundaries of every delivery, isn't it, Gamini? I mean, you just keep studying it a little bit, pushing those ones and twos with those sixers and fours.
Yeah, only a moment ago we were talking about it. You can match the boundary tally, but that's not going to make the cut. You need to be a lot more efficient than that, just like that. After a six, keeping her wicket intact, single, pressure is on the bowler. Now Nilakshi will have to join the party. Try and keep the strike rotated all the time. And also because the right hand left hand combination, it takes that much out of the fielders crossing from one side to the other. All these things count in a big run chase.
She's getting some turn. Beat the outside edge. I still feel with Nilakshi just in. Have a look at that. Nilakshi just in. India should look to at least attack her. Look for wickets. Left arm spinner turning. Maybe another few overs with a slip in. Because if you can just keep knocking over Sri Lankan batters, at least at the other end, there will be pressure. See, it's easy. Chamari will just do that. So they'll want to try and open up the other end if they could. So how do they do that without fielders in the right places?
So far this has been a good over. 6-1, a bye and another single. So if you take two singles in the next two deliveries, it's suddenly 10 off. Well bowled, bounce. Good finish for her. 2 dot balls. Still 9 off. 21 completed, 109 for 2. Two, 3, 4 of 29. Certainly the batters have dominated. This is the 7th and the final game of this Tri-Nation series between these three countries, and one bowler who has stood out, Roshan, into the attack. Snehrana, surprisingly, she's been preferred to bowl a lot earlier in some of those matches, but coming for a second over. Full toss. She's got a bung arm. Remember, she had an injury in that game against Sri Lanka last time around.
Yeah, you're right when you say that she's been the pick and she stood out as a bowler. That's from all three teams. She's bowled brilliant. Yeah, like the guile she has. Nice action. And she's brings in a lot of penetration into the Indian bowling. And when you look at her story, she hadn't played for 11 months coming into this tournament. It surprises me. I mean, this can happen because it all depends on the balance of the team. Sometimes good players, they get sacrificed to ensure that the combinations, the balance of the team is maintained. So I think it's a scenario like that which has kept a player of this quality out of the team.
Yeah, she'll play a big part, no doubt. World Cup is in India, so it will be one of those spin-friendly. Play and a miss. She's got wealth of experience to go with it, and no doubt that with these kind of performances, Roshan, that her name will be dotted down in the team sheet as the #1 spinner.
Won't be surprised if she gets penciled in as one of the first few when that final 15 or 16 is decided, or 14 is decided for that World Cup, because she's done nothing wrong really, because I believe she's also a more than capable batter down the order. But what's impressed me is the way she's bowled. She's been outstanding. That's one word I can describe her with. And another thing about him, Gamini, in this over is the way she's bowled to Chamari. She's pushed it through a little bit quicker, then the immediate next delivery is different. So you could see that she's also a thinking bowler. That's the experience she carries. That was a cotton ball. Dropped it. What a catch it would have been, because it was hit with a lot of power. Snehrana, I hope she hasn't hurt her bowling hand. It's the end of the over. But that was hit like a tracer bullet by Chamari Yatapattu. That was middled. 113 for 2 at the end of 22.
There you are. Snehrana, 11 wickets. Temi Vihanga took 5 in that last outing against South Africa. Chloe Tryon, 6 wickets. Very good competition for her. Runs with bat in hand. Mlaba, 6 wickets. Deepti Sharma, another off spinner, 5 wickets. They're all spinners, Roshan. There is not a single quick bowler in that list.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to point out. You took words out of my mouth. South African spinners in it. Well, 2 Indians at number 1 and 5. And Devi Vihanga, well done to her. For someone as young as she is, made a debut in the series and really very little experience. And you come in and you rattle a South African side with her bowling. And being the go-to off spinner in the Sri Lankan camp. So that speaks very well of this young cricketer in the years ahead for Sri Lanka. But we've all focused on Snehrana. 11 wickets. I'm sure she deserved more. And the way she's bowled and how she handled situation, and especially in that game against South Africa, when India was up against it and South Africa all the way, and 5 wickets for her in that game, and how she turned it around virtually on its head. So those are quality efforts. Well, I can tell you that there is so much of opportunities for the future stars of Sri Lanka. Lots of young cricketers been given the opportunity to showcase their talent. With so many scouts, just making sure that nobody gets missed and watching carefully, recommending them to the main coaches, the senior coaches. Is that Ishar Amarasinghe, I think, played for Sri Lanka, former fast bowler. And this is truly great, giving everybody an opportunity. And how many of these will be world beaters, only time will tell. But it's great to see Sri Lanka cricket embarking on identifying talent, and especially amongst the young cricketers, young girls and boys.
Yeah, these camps, or whatever that you can call it, it never occurred before. So kudos to Sri Lanka cricket, looking for that talent, and participation improves your quality. So as you saw, there are a lot of participants in, and it goes right around the country, doesn't it? So you're going to find at least 1 or 2 from each province. You're in business. Charani from the far end against the right-hander. Right in the block hole. Yep. India at this moment. Charani's got, well, with this one, it's 6 overs to go. Rana's got 8 overs to go, so they, I don't think they'll be unhappy with this kind of a total, and that was last one. I'll tell you what, she did well not to get hit on the face.
Yeah, that was hit with a lot of power. But Charani going round the wicket, oh gosh, look at that. She did well, yes. Evasive action was taken in the very last second. She's looking to go over mid-on. Now they got her long on, they got her mid-wicket. She's got to be mindful because Charani is not going to throw it up. She's going to slide it across if you can, just like that. She's firing it in. That's four. Uses the pace, uses the angle. This is the experience that Chamariyatapattu brings to the Sri Lankan team. And how important is this innings for her? She's now on 49.
Therefore bowling. Quicker delivery. Started in outside the leg stump. Charani knew exactly what she was doing then. Just had to get some bat on it. Yeah, didn't try to over hit it. Takes a single. Back-to-back half centuries for the Sri Lankan skipper. The job is only halfway done. A long way to go.
Absolutely right, Gamini. She's got a long way to go. I mean, if Sri Lanka is to win, I think Chamariyatapattu, now there is Nilakshis De Silva, there is Harshita to come. At least two of them needs to make something substantial. One of them really big, with the others batting around that batter, whoever that may be. So, in that context, Chamariyatapattu, she has a lot more work to be done. I like this play of Nilakshi De Silva. She is quite willing to get Chamariyatapattu on against the left arm spinner, which is a good thing. Spinning back into Atapattu.
Yes, you need to think out of the box. You give Chamari to take the left arm spinner on. Nilakshi Silva having the ability to clear the boundary, will probably take a chance or two against your off spinner.
Again, only a single. Chamariyatapattu would have liked more than that. Single of the last ball. 23 overs done. 121 for 2.
Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nations ODI Series, the grand final. Roshan, choo required.
Did I hear you right? What will you say?
It's a Richie Bena moment.
Okay, all right. Richie Gamini Pereira? Or Gamini Richie Pereira?
Yeah, I only wish if I could play 10% as he was. Leg spinner. Former Australia captain and not a stalwart in the game. Yeah, Rana's got 8 overs. Roshan, leading wicket taker. You can put your bottom dollar that she's going to... right now she's equal with Deumi, but with 8 overs, she'll probably, by the end of the day, will be the leading wicket taker.
Well, she's just done that. And look at the batter she's dismissed, and that is Chamariyatapattu. The very thing that Sri Lanka could ill afford. We spoke about the importance of Atapattu going on to make something big. This is the class of Sneh Rana.
Yeah, flight at just above that eye line. Atapattu was a bit too upright. Yorked herself. That was because that ball was dipping on Atapattu. This is a massive moment, not only in terms of this match, but in terms of this championship. She goes for 51 off 66. Rana, with that wicket, becomes a leading wicket taker. 1-2-1 for 3. Samar Vikram, the new batter. Still a mountain to be climbed. She's in terrific form, Samar Vikrama. 39 games, just tick over 1,000 runs. But even for her standard, this is a massive task because you really don't have time to settle in, and you need to be positive from the first ball, and that was very good bowling. Only in the previous over that she got hit on the hand, and once again a flighted delivery, inside edge.
See, Harshita Samar Vikrama's game or batting plan is generally like that. Her game is that she will sweep, she will cut, little chips over the top. She's a busy cricketer. Oh, that's turned. What about that? It's starting to happen. This is Snehrana getting a bit of grip and turn that time.
Yeah, new batter in, and when you bowl and getting turned like that, why won't you have a slip? Once again, similar area. Not much a turn as the previous one. She's bowling a good line and length, bringing both edges into play. Yep, perfectly delivered. Successful over for Snehrana. Wicket maiden. 1-1 for 3 after 24.
This is going to be the 6th over for Sri Charani. Lakshi Silva and Harshita Samar Vikrama. Probably the last recognized pair that could win the game for Sri Lanka from this point onwards. They need to bat deep, take this game deep as much as possible. This will be a good challenge for Sri Charani. She's going to have 7 fielders inside the circle against the left-hander. Just tempting Harshita Samara Vikrama to go the aerial way. Poor bowling. Easy pickings for Harshita Samara Vikrama. She gets off the mark with the boundary.
A brilliant shot. Made sure that she rolled the wrist over it beautifully and played it fine. The deep square leg fielder was in front of square and she had absolutely no chance in stopping that. That's Pratik Rawal. Bowling round the wicket, the left arm spinner to a left hand, and the line has to be middle or slightly outside the yaw stump. Try and hit the front pad and get to an LBW. But the last delivery was way down the leg side. It's almost a freebie. That's much better. Line length.
is what Sri Lanka must avoid, the dot deliveries. They need to make sure that they get a boundary every single over and then rotate the strike and get a couple of singles, at least 3 or 4 singles in an over.
Bowling it slower and changing the angle. The last delivery, Sri Charoni coming over the wicket. I mentioned about Sri Lanka got to play out of the skin from here onwards. In the last game Sri Lanka-India played, Sri Lanka did chase down a score of 275. But that was a different scenario. This is a final, added pressure, and a pitch which is taking some turn for the so the batters who coming in new to the crease will take a little time than usual to get used to the pace. That will be the difference. At the halfway mark, 177 for 3. Quick correction, 127 for 3. Sri Lanka needs another 216 runs in 25 overs. It's going to be a tough task. Got to be said. Someone has to play a knock which is not going to be forgotten for a long time.
Going for the second one, taking on the arm. Another couple of runs to Harshita Samaravikrama. Sri Lankan fans have gathered here with the hope that they can chase this down. Smriti Mandana, she had a great game with the bat. Must be quite tired also. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Dream delivery for an off spinner. Some drift in and turn. As you correctly said, Farviz, the pitch is now taking some turn.
I'd like to see India attack a little bit more to Harshita Samaravikram against an off spinner with keeping the mid wicket open. Captain herself, if she can go to the slips, open that short mid wicket area and ask Harshita Samaravikram if you want to work towards short mid wicket for the single, go for it. If the top edge a possibility, an outside edge is a possibility. On the other hand, Harmanpreet Kaur against Harshita just had 2 fielders outside the circle. But maybe just a bit of emphasis when it comes to attacking with the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm sure India have done their homework and they know that they don't have Kavisha Dilhari in the Sri Lankan lineup. So more or less a better shot Farvi. So this is probably the last recognized pair who can win this for them. So they need to make sure that they lure them into a trap, get this wicket, and then do the rest. But Sneh Rana, what a tournament she has had, coming into the team once again. She's put her hand up and reminded the selectors that for the home World Cup she is a definite starter the way she's bowling. 26 overs completed, 131 for 3. Bowling change from Ketaram end. Deepti Sharma, she's been brought back into the attack. Swept straight by Nilakshi Silva for another single. Farviz, the required run rate is now above 8 runs per over. You know that you don't have a strong late middle order to finish off the game. So how do you go about this chase, especially these two players?
A boundary over is a must. Then work those singles, runs it to 2 sometimes, and it's almost a miraculous effort is needed by those two batters, if I'm being really honest. But it's definitely a possibility. In cricket, we've seen in the past, from the jaws of defeat, it's been the other way around. So similarly, Sri Lankan fans who would gather at the stadium will be hoping for some sort of a miracle from here on. Certainly got the quality, these two players, but probably not the power that some of the Indian players possess. But looking at how these two players are playing out and the determination in their eyes, I would not want to write them off.
From an Indian point of view, I think this tournament has been ideal preparation for that home World Cup. A good bit of fielding from Sri Charini that time. We are still persisting with 7 fielders inside the circle for Harshita, inviting her to take on the inner field.
It has been a thorough professional effort by India. With the bat initially, with the ball, with the dismissal of Hasani Pereira, dismissal without scoring, and even in the field they've been quite good. And the captaincy of Harmanpreet Kaur, she knew which bowlers to use against which batters of Sri Lanka. Shows a lot of experience, composure, and most importantly, a togetherness to somehow win this final with a solid effort so far. Turn and bounce and misses the outside edge to end the 27th over. 134 for 3.
Snehrala bowling her 5th over. She's quickly adjusting her length, and with that action she has the ability to delay her action and then the delivery rather. She saw Nilakshi coming out of her crease. Attempt of a reverse sweep by Harshita Samaravikrama. Snehrala slowed it down. Probably the reason why Harshita missed it.
Richard Ghosh, the wicket keeper, was appealing at the head umpire as well as the square leg umpire. At this occasion, the cow point umpire. So slow, there was plenty of time. And plenty of turn as well for Sneha.
Swept well from Harshita. But good bit of fielding from Deepthi Sharma to just keep it for a single.
A good powerful throw from deep mid wicket. Just for a second, the two batters thought of going for the second one, and they realized it's Deepthi Sharma, and she got a strong shoulder. Take a look at this for a throw. That went quick.
These two off-spin bowlers now are tightening the screws. Now already the required run rate has gone above 9 runs per over. It's never easy. Beautifully played from Nilakshi Silva, bisecting that field. It's going to be her 4th boundary.
Perfectly struck by Nilakshi. Came down the track like a flash. Got to the pitch of the ball, and most importantly played with the turn and found the gap between deep mid and long on. That's what you call in rugby a drop kick, right into the gap.
They're playing with the spin, Nilakshi. Straight away, slight change in the field for Nilakshi. This is very good batting. As long as these two players are in, Sri Lanka still has a chance. 28 completed, 141 for 3. The Serve Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series has been a brilliant, successful competition organised by Sri Lanka Cricket. Started off with Sri Lanka versus India, and now finishing off with the same two teams playing in the final today. India has been the best team out of the 3 teams. Won 3 in the first round, the round robin stage, and now has a great chance of winning the final and becoming the champions as well. South Africa, the 3rd team in the competition. Even though they've lost 3 games, they've been very competitive. Deepthi Sharma, another short delivery, good bit of fielding, limiting it to just a couple of runs.
Missed out Nilakshi. That set up nicely to be put away. Didn't get the timing or the placement properly. And a tag team effort at the deep square leg fielder. Has a choice of 4 fielders outside the circle for the off spinner. Needs some cramps, if I think. Fielder at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, as we continue to say, it's very hot and humid here in Colombo. Pushing for the second, Nilakshi. He'll have to be contained with just a single.
And Sri Lanka need boundaries. At least 1 or maybe 2. The biggest difference between India and Sri Lanka for me, Damit, has been the power hitting ability. Apart from 1 or 2 in the Sri Lankan side, whereas up to 7 players in the top order of the Indian side, they're quite good at it. So maybe going forward, that's something that the Sri Lankan girls should develop. There's plenty of T20 cricket also have in the calendar. Down the leg side, easy decision to the umpire. It was pitching outside the leg stump, and this is a favourite shot of Harshita Samaravikram. Missed out.
Yeah, clearly easy decision for umpire Nimali Pereira. Harshita Samaravickrama taking on the arm of Amanjot Kaur. Looks like Kampani Mali will go to the services of the TV umpire.
The bowler's in. Please give me the best side on angle of the run out. Yeah, the batsman has clearly made a ground before the wickets are broken. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
Probably the easiest decision TV umpire Lyndon Hannibal had to make throughout this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025.
Chalo, chalo. Lakka dalo.
4 fielders the onside saving the boundary for Nilakshi Silva. Well sweat. Harshita Samaravickrama bringing out the reverse sweep. It's a great asset to have as a batter. 29 overs completed, 150 for 3. Here's the Sri Lankan batting card. Hasani Pereira did not trouble the scores. Chamari Athapattu, the captain, made 51. Vishmi Gurunatha 36, and these two, Nilakshi Silva and Harshita Samaravickrama, they've started off well with a partnership of 29 and unbroken stand for the 4th wicket. 12 extras, 10 wides from the Indian bowlers. Amanjot Kaur, the pick of the bowlers. Five bowlers have been used by India. Amanjot Kaur, the pick of them. She was a little expensive but picked up 2 wickets. Both of the openers. Sneh Rana picked up the prize scalp of captain Chamari Athapattu. The debutant Kranti Gaud bowled well, 5 overs 22. Deepthi Sharma 7 overs 29. Sri Lanka lost wickets as soon as one partnership was looking to flourish. Vishmi and Shamari made 68. Here are the 3 wickets. Hasani Pereira, a gem of a delivery from Amanjot Kaur. This time she went across the wicket to Vishmi. All 3 dismissals, Farvis, were bowled.
Rewards for bowling straight. Summary so far: India winning the toss, batting first, 342 for 7. That's a mammoth score. Mandana, brilliant 100. Diol and Rodriguez, important contributions. Kumari, Vianga and Madara, 2 wickets each. In reply, Sri Lanka 150 for 3 in 29 overs. Atapattu dismissed, Gunratna dismissed, Silva batting well, remaining on 36. The 5 bowlers being used by India, Kaur and Rana, the 2 successful bowlers. Sri Lanka need 193 in 21 overs, so just less than 10 runs per over. It's going to be a mountain to climb. Can Sri Lanka do it? The crowd have gathered in. It's a Sunday evening. Sri Lanka, the 2 ladies out there fighting hard, Nilakshi and Harshita Samaravikrama, they have the quality, but probably little too much without a power hitting ability. But we're just hoping for a good close finish in these all important Tri-Nation server finals.
Straight after the drinks break, there's going to be a change in the bowling. Pratika Rawal, the 6th bowling option, has been called upon by Captain Harmanpreet Kaur. One bowler, Farvis, Nilakshi Silva and Samaravikrama will look to target.
Playing a 10th game, 21 overs, more of a part-time bowler. Has the habit of breaking partnership, economic rate of 6.09. This is where the 2 batters got to be a little busy against a part-time option. Find a boundary somehow in the first couple of deliveries. That's exactly what India did when they batted. As soon as you do find the boundary in the first couple of deliveries, straight away the bowler's mindset is not to pick up wickets, or goes to a negative mindset. That's something I hope these two Sri Lankan ladies will be having a chat about, and hopefully they can execute.
Good start from Pratika Rawal.
Last ball of the previous over, Harshita Samaravikrama played a reverse sweep. This is a good shot for many reasons. The ball was turning away from the left hand, it was turning back, and there was only one fielder behind square. Harshita Samaravikrama, that smart batting execution was perfect. Sri Lanka needs more of them, not only trying to slog, but find the right options. When you don't have the strength to be the power hitter, use the other angles, use the other options. That's the order of the day. And this is a great learning curve for Nilakshi and Harshita Samaravikrama, who has the quality to match the Indians. But these are the opportunity. You have to grab it with both hands and show the world what you can do.
She'll be quite upset, Harshita Samaravikrama. There was 4 written all over it.
Absolutely. It was a poor delivery down the leg side. Almost a freebie. Only had to evade the field at short fine leg or deep square leg. Unfortunately, Harshita couldn't do it.
Good start from Pratika Rawal. 4 deliveries. Just a single conceded. What Sri Lanka will have to work on is reducing that number of dot balls. When they are chasing, especially chasing a record score of 342. Swept well, just a single. Sri Lanka 153 for 3.
$153 for 3, 190 to win off 20 overs. India were 153 for 1, 56 for 1. Samarawickrama 16, Silva 38, probably the pair that can get Sri Lanka close to this total. But they need to go at a good click from here on in. It has become like a T20 match. Looking to give herself room, Silva. Not as strong as area. Over mid-off. Yeah, they've come to that stage where at least one boundary every over. Roshana Basinger, they're up against it.
Yeah, they need what? 190, is it? Somewhere there in 20 overs. So you need to go at around 10 runs and over. They got to play a T20 game from here. Wide. It's not about the wide, but she missed out on a boundary. She needs to latch on to those. Nilakshi. She slowed down a bit, 38 or 48. This is the stage where the Indian batters were going at better than a runner ball. So the strike rates matter. Strike rates are very important from now on. You can't afford to fall back.
Looking for 2. Nicely done. Clean pickup. Very good throw. Yeah, 10 versus India, 11 versus South Africa, 56. That was a terrific knock. That was the difference from Silva, where in Sri Lanka were looking in all sorts. She came and produced a magnificent knock of 56, over 200% strike rate. Roshan, well, she need a knock like that, maybe even a bigger one.
Yeah, see, that has been the problem. Whilst that has been the positive also, it's been the problem where nobody has gone on and made it big. We did see Prit get 100, we did see Smriti getting 100 today. Then we saw Jemima getting 100. Then there was a 90. I mean, there were scores in that region. The worry for Sri Lanka is that they've got those 50s, they've got those 30s and 40s. But where is the big one? See, that has been the reason that Sri Lanka hasn't posted those massive scores. Yes, they chased down a score, that's true, because everyone chipped in. Over the top, but finds a fielder.
When it comes to the composition of the teams, Roshan, time and time again, we've spoken about this. Yeah, Sri Lanka went on to win against India, chasing 277. Nilakshi Silva's 26 ball, 50 definitely helped that cause. But the explosiveness that India have and South Africa have, with Sri Lanka have it in their camp, well, the boundary hitters, the 6-hitters, South Africa had Dirksen, Freon, de Klerk, India, Sharma, Rodrigues, Harmanpreet can hit a ball. Yeah, that's some area that Sri Lanka obviously got to play with what you have. But then again, then you have to change tactically, try and score as many as you can in the top piece, don't you? In the gap, 4 runs.
Well, I must say that that's a very useful boundary at this stage to finish the over. Sri Lanka needs a few like that. They've got what? They've got 9 runs in the over, so they're somewhere there in terms of what they require. 161 for 3.
First 50-60 ball, second 59, third 55. There's not a lot in that, but now the run rate nearly 10 runs per over. You need 25 balls, 30 balls, couple of 50s. Just inside those blue tram lines. One thing they can be happy about, Roshani, is that some of these middle order batters are showing some consistency in making contributions, and often Sri Lanka relied on their skipper Athapattu to do the bulk of scoring, but they won 2 games without Athapattu doing anything with the bat in hand. But here Nilaksha Silva once again 41, Samara Wickremesinghe.
Well, Deepthi Sharma, well, she's got a very strong arm, I'll tell you, and great marksmanship. Just hit the bullseye. And that's another aspect of India. Their fielding has been really sharp, very good. At the moment you could see that there is good intent from both batters, but what they need to do, as you spoke about those 50s, under normal circumstances, batting first, looking to mount a score. Yeah, 50 runs or 50 balls, 55 balls to start with is okay. But when you're aiming 340 plus, you need those 50s in much fewer deliveries. Plays it with the turn. Again, only a single.
Yeah, you know, you quite often expect a lot from the batters and the bowlers, but why Sri Lanka are in this place, in this situation in the first place, is a puzzle that you need to find some pieces to fix this jigsaw. Roshani is this fielding. If they held on to those catches, maybe would have kept India to a lesser total.
See, Pratika Rawal is not a frontline bowler by any means. She comes on and bowls some useful overs, and into her second over, she's getting away with it. She's conceded very few in her bowling, just 6 runs. Sri Lanka can't afford this. Oh, that turn. I'll tell you what, she may be a part-timer, but she's looking very good at the moment. 32 done, 164 for 3.
It's hard for me only. It's turning. Yeah. Sometimes not doing, sometimes turning, and some forwards balance. Yeah. Also, it's not always a slow turn. Sometimes it's spinning around. Yeah. Hard for you.
Now that rate of the asking rate, Gamini, is closing in on 10. You know what happens is when the overs reduce, when you're down to as the overs start to diminish, that run rate tends to climb quite quickly. So Sri Lanka, we need a boundary or two from here just to maintain that momentum. It's core continuing. Amanjot Kaur, she's been very useful, 2 for 45. She's gone and better than a runner ball, but she's got wickets. Ah, that's clever. That's very clever, I'll tell you. Great improvisation. That is a fantastic shot by Nilaksha De Silva to start the over with the boundary.
What do you call that shot?
Is it a lap or what? I don't know.
I guess he was looking for more of a scoop, but because it was off stump, but she still had the hands to use the speed. Very effective shot. Back in the day, if you have played that when you're playing under 13 in cricket, you could have got a shot on your ear.
Well, I was about to tell you a similar thing, but we'll come to that in a moment. See, the game of cricket has evolved so much. I mean, you don't look for proper cricketers anymore. I still remember coaches then, my coach would say cricket is a sideways game. You bat sideways, you bowl sideways, and you field sideways. But if he's seen this, or if he knows this, he'll be turning in his grave, because see, it is completely against what cricket was to those great gentlemen then. But amazing, evolvement of the game, that it's evolved so much that it just seems to be more hand-eye coordination and what the result of a shot is, rather than how you execute it.
Another boundary to Samara Vikrama, this time on the onside. Sri Lanka need a few of these boundaries. Nice to see they're still keeping a good head and trying to get as close as possible. Yeah, going back to the point, the way the game has evolved, the equipment is number one. The bats, the protective gear, then the outfields are at least 2 runs quicker than those days. Pitches are so even and true these days. I mean, imagine without a helmet, would you even try that shot those days? You'd have had to keep a dentist in the dressing room.
Yeah, true. And also the pace of the game, as you said, the outfields have quickened, the equipment has got better, surfaces have got better, and the general pace of the game. This is a good comeback by Kaur.
Talking about horses for courses, you spoke about how the game has innovated. The batters need to be a bit more innovative. Coming back to the composition of the Indian team, Roshan, there are few who are contributing with bat and ball in hand. Now this Aman Kaur, we saw how effective she was at the end of the innings, and the 2 boundaries in this over. She's doing a fair share with the ball in hand as well into her 8th over. They got a few all-rounders that Deepti Sharma, and you spoke about Pratika Raval. Well, out! You live with danger at times and you have to pay the price for it. Looking for a switch hit off the fast bowler. Mistimed it completely. There you are. Samara Vikrama goes for 26. Sri Lanka 173 for 4.
She's fast becoming a pivotal part of the Sri Lankan side. Demi Vihanga, frontline bowler, batting at number 6. That's an all-rounder's position. That tells you the amount of faith that the management has in her and the responsibility she's been given. She comes out to join Nilakshi De Silva, but that last shot was rather strange to me. That was a strange shot selection. This is Vihanga's record. She hasn't really got too much to show because she's just played 2 innings. early days in her career. But Gamini, that was a strange shot.
Well, if you're talking about being unorthodox in this white ball cricket, that's a textbook definition of being unorthodox.
You're true. must be in the MCG coaching manual for being
modern day batters for you.
To be unorthodox in the textbook way. Well, they got a spread out field. They got 3 on the leg side and a 3rd on the boundary, and the rest, all of them inside the 30-yard circle. So don't expect anything pitched up here. That stayed down a bit. It's a good over from Kaur. 173 for 4, Sri Lanka at the end of 33. Wickets here, Gamini. Again, you could see that there have been partnerships. 68 for the second wicket. Then what? 53 for the next wicket. 52 for the next wicket. And they're okay, but they're not good enough. They're not big enough. You need it much bigger. You need 100 partnership. 120, 130. That's how you get close. Especially when you're looking to chase this 340 plus score. They brought in Charani to the right-hander, 2 right-handers on strike, or at least in the middle. So this will be perfect to bowl left-arm spin, challenging the outside edge.
Yeah, 315 on partnerships, like you mentioned, and contribution from the batters. There is some consistency, but what they bring to the table, is it enough? When you consider that many runs and when you have that many fielding lapses. So you need to, that's a puzzle that the coaches will have to sort out. Playing to your strength. How to minimize the damage, in which area.
See, this is an experienced Sri Lankan side, maybe barring Vihanga who's in the middle, but the rest of the batters are fairly experienced. So the coaches could do only so much. She comes down the track and gets a boundary. She's a powerful striker, and that's the right intent. If you can do that more regularly, Sri Lanka will breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah, Harmanpreet Kaur against a new batter at mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. Devi still early in her career. Good to see that she is forward enough to trust her skills and go downtown. Mid-on is back. Now that's what we need to improve. That next phase of the game. Boundaries, and then singles, twos, chip shots, helping shots.
Yeah, basically the soft skills of a batter. Now see, that is very, very good comeback by Charani, because she conceded a boundary and immediately the next 2 deliveries are dots, and that's what you're talking about. Alright, let's give credit to the bowler, but as a batter, you need to be a little bit more proactive. Outside edge, taken. Charani strikes. This is Vihanga looking to go over extra cover. That ball slicing off that outside edge. Sri Lanka lose their 5th.
Yeah, that's what happened to Shan. Now you mentioned about getting a boundary. Next 2 balls, dot balls, pressure back on you. And will this be the situation where Sri Lankan batters will drop like 10 pins? Because you have to go at a rate, and you can't just go into a shell and kill the game. 4 of 6, Devi, 178 for 5. Lanka in all sorts. 35th over to be bowled by Sneerana, leading wicket taker, joint leading, oh no, she is the leading wicket taker, now she's on 13. Anushka Sanjeevani, you mentioned about the experience in some of these batters, or the players for that matter, Roshan. She's one of the most experienced players in the Sri Lankan lineup, been there for a long time. Oh, what happened there? I got a corky.
Just wondering what happened. Is it the knee or back of the knee or what? Or was it the ankle? Right, she's asking for some help from the dressing room, I think. Did she roll her ankle or did it strike? Let's see. Was it an inside edge? Oh, it's a knee. It's the knee, is it? Inside edge onto the knee, but she has enough protection. It's good to see the umpire giving her a hand here just before the physio comes out. Anna Harris seemed to be trained in that aspect.
Yeah, she's getting her money's worth. Yeah, sometimes when you, no matter how much protections you have, but you get hit on that sweet spot on the knee, it stings you that much. It just can be very painful.
I think it's more like a cramp here, is it? She's flexing that. Yep. So you could see that the ankle. So I think she's cramped, Nilakshi. But meanwhile, we can take a look at the 5 wickets Sri Lanka lost. Got off to a horrible start. Hasini Pereira, who gave Sri Lanka good starts, got out rather early in the very first over. That was a big wicket. Sri Lanka needed her to make it big, and then she was looking good, Vishmi. Moved too far inside the line. Chamariyatapattu after a well-made half-century. And then this was a strange shot selection. And then this was Vihanga looking to go over the top again. You could see a bit of grip and turn, slicing off at the outside edge. And those were the 5 wickets lost. Thankfully, Nilakshi seemed to be all right. Play should resume shortly, but Sri Lanka definitely up against it. I'll show you where the game is at the moment. Look at that last line, 165 of 95 balls, just 5 wickets standing. And that, I think, is the key here. With India making 342 for 7. Smriti Mandhana finishing off on a high, making 116. She threatened, but this time she delivered. Rodriguez 44 in quick time, Diol 47, and in reply Sri Lanka. They've got starts, but nobody really making that Mandana-like score in this innings. So, which means Sri Lanka is still catching up here, playing second fiddle or playing catching up. 165 of 95 balls with only 5 wickets standing. Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. India sitting pretty at the moment. And wasn't it astonishing to note that Sri Lanka had reached a Tri-Nation final for a very long time. The last time they reached it was in 2009. And meanwhile, let's look at what Sri Lanka cricket is up to. There's so much of development. Jerome Jayaratne to development of some important equipment that goes into the game, that makes up the game. And this is down the ground, taken at long off. We are back live, and Nilakshi De Silva is the batter dismiss, and Sri Lanka have lost yet another wicket. So wickets are tumbling quite close to each other.
Yeah, very good catch at long off. Harlin Dio never easy these ones. You're inches away from the boundary line. The presence of mind. Yeah, that's good. Any catch that has been taken overhead with reverse cup, it's a good catch. Hilaxi Silva once again making a contribution. 48 or 58. Well, with that, the chance of Sri Lanka getting over the line is even more slimmer now. 178 for 6. Rana, another 2. That's a 14th wicket in this Servo Cup Tri-Nation Series, and new batter in Pumi Vatsala. And she's the one who dropped Smriti Mandana when she was on 21, and I mean, eventually took another good catch, but to some sort of consolation. But when it comes to vital moments of the match, that will definitely be spoken. So you got 2 batters, Roshan. Sanjeevani yet to face a delivery, and that was Vatsala's first delivery. So both batters are not.
Well, this is the last wicket and a very good catch in the deep, beautifully judged. Top edge, it's going to fall safe. But now it's desperation time for Sri Lanka. Vatsala and Sanjeevani. Sri Lanka clearly fighting with their backs to the wall. India sitting very pretty at the moment. Just making sure that they do the basics right. Just look to bowl those areas that are difficult, challenging the Sri Lankan batters. Asking rate, Gamini is closing in on 11.
Kevin Chamariyatapattu, obviously, they have trusted that with that game plan right along, with the 2 wins, came with chasing. But I had a look at the pitch along with Maharoof this morning, Roshan. You know, just a bit of the field, wrap it off. Once again, cover up job done by Aman Chodkor. With that couple, 35 overs done, 181 for 6. Yeah, just a minute ago, Sri Lanka were 3 for 173. And then the 4th wicket fell, 5th at 178 and 6th at 178. So, yeah, wickets falling in a cluster here. Nicely bowled. Yep, the point that I was talking about, Roshan, the pitch. I know sometimes, you know, you stick to what has been successful for you, but when I look at the pitch, it was a lot drier. There hardly any grass on it, and being a grand final, runs on the board, it mattered all the time. And yeah, somebody was about to say, yet I would be happy to chase 250. It didn't look like 250 pitch. It definitely looked like a 300 pitch, and that's where India outplayed Sri Lanka.
See, good teams show a lot of flexibility. They don't kind of stick to a particular plan and look to do it come what may. I mean, the flexibility is so important. You need to be able to make that adjustment, be able to adapt. So unfortunately, here Sri Lanka seem to be quite comfortable looking to chase and bat second. And my question was, what would be the case maybe if India forced Sri Lanka to bat first? So that's dragging them out of their comfort zones. They're still in their comfort zone, so to speak. So these are series, tournaments like this should actually let a team experiment on those lines.
Yeah, the modern day game requires players to adapt and adjust to all kind of conditions, situations, overhit conditions and surrounding conditions for that matter. Yeah, today the pitch looked very good for batting, and didn't India do that? Quicker delivery, back on the stumps. Sanjeevani gets another single behind square leg. With that single, Sri Lanka 183 for 6, needing 161.
Rana. Anushka Sanjeevani and Piyumi Vatsala now more or less the inhibitor trying their very best to somehow get some runs. Anushka Sanjeevani and Piyumi Vatsala. Sri Lanka still need 160 runs to win. It's a massive hit, but dropped. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Tejal Hazabani's the sub-fielder. Rana, she's had a brilliant tournament. Would have loved to have another wicket, Laksisi.
Yes, indeed, Damit, 13 wickets in this try series so far. Once again, very effective in the final as well. 4 more wickets left, and this is Piyumi Vatsala shuffling across, and she finds the boundary. Sri Lanka, they'll need a lot of those if they are to get even close to that target. I knew exactly what she was doing and spotted the gap. Boundary to Sri Lanka. Anushka Sanjeevani and Piyumi Vatsala. What can they do from here onwards?
Ricocheted off the stumps and another single. 189 for 6 at the end of 37 overs. This is going to be Sri Charni's 9th over. She's pulling good slide-ons. Richa Ghosh pushing Sri Charni to bowl it very quickly. Go through the over quickly. Just a single to Piyumi Vatsala.
chasing a mammoth target of 343. New Zealand is 38 though, and Sri Lanka played 120 dot deliveries out of the 224 they have faced, so that's more than half of the deliveries. Here's also Sanjeevani going down the ground using her feet. Also Sanjeevani played a lone hand in that game against South Africa. Probably will have to do something similar here. Maybe Vatsala, that extra batting element that Sri Lanka added to this encounter. Can she provide that needed support? Anushka Sanjeevani swept away really well. They're coming back for the second, and that looked close.
Yeah, they took on the arm of Amanjot Kaur. She's a fast bowler. She's got a good shoulder.
Please give it a second. Yeah, roll it. Yeah, batsman is short of a ground because he's put down fairly. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is out. My decision is out.
A very good throw from Amanjot Kaur, and Piyumi Vatsala, she's been dismissed. That's the 7th wicket down for Sri Lanka, the host. They are crumbling down. She departs for 9, 192 for 7.
Srichani 1 for 48, taking her first wicket of this final. Sugandhika Kumari, the new batter for Sri Lanka, in at number 9. Happy Vatsala going for that second run. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off. Well short of a mark.
End of 38 overs, 192 for 7.
Snehrana 2 for 31. Should really love to add some more wickets to her tally. 13 wickets. What a return for her. Didn't play for some time in the international arena. A grand comeback in that first game, taking 3 wickets and then a 5 for. What a turnaround for her.
Yeah, for me, she's been the standout performer for India, especially with the ball. With the bat, they've had a couple of players putting their hands up and performing. The likes of Jemima Rodrigues, Vicky Mandana, Pratika Rawal, Harmanpreet Kaur, all have chipped in. Richa Ghosh. But with the ball, Snehrana, she's been absolutely brilliant.
India will be really happy with I think the top 7, all of them got transferred during this try series.
Beautifully swept by Sugandhika Kumari. This time they don't take on the arm.
भैया आने दो हाथ में पहले जल्दी 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 Jam
194 for 7. Sri Lanka 38.2 overs. Rana pulling really well here, not giving any room whatsoever to the Sri Lankan batters. Now India just showcasing their dominance at the moment, as they lost that encounter to Sri Lanka thanks to that Nilaksha brilliance at the end. Now Sanjeevani trying to play some big shots, but I think going away at the moment.
Yeah, I thought as soon as India crossed that 300 run mark, it looked like near impossible for Sri Lanka. Unless the likes of Chamariyatapattu come up with a stunning 100, Sri Lanka was always gonna struggle.
जल्दी टाइम
So that's the end of the 39th over. Sri Lanka 197 for 7.
Yeah, these are the most wickets takers in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation Series 2025. Sneh Rana up there with 13 wickets. Devmi Vihanga 11 wickets. From Sri Lankan point of view, Laksisi,
डाल दे
the addition of Devmi Vihanga to the ODI setup,
डाल दे
it's a great addition. She's performed really well with the ball. Anushka Sanjeevani now getting Sri Lanka over the 200 run mark. She's quite capable with the bat.
Yeah, Sanjeevani has improved a lot when it comes to the last few years, especially the boundary hitting game has leveled up. And going back to Devmi Vihanga, along with the bowling, Damit is a very good hitter as well. We didn't see that much during this try series. Hopefully, we will be able to see that in the upcoming years. There's a lot of years left, Devmi Vihanga. At the moment, Sri Lanka, the title, the Servo Cup Championship, taking far and far away from the home team. While India, it's just a matter of 3 good deliveries.
Very creative fan, waving both the flags, Sri Lanka and India together. Not good bit of fielding. I think it's Harmanpreet Kaur.
जल्दी थोड़ा और इधर रख अच्छा डाल रही है शाबाश डाल
This is the last over for Sri Charani.
चल शाबाश ये बोल इधर से देख अच्छा है
Just a simple request from Sri Charani. End of the 40th over. From 30th over to the 40th over, they've lost 4 wickets, Sri Lanka, for the addition of 51 runs. 40 completed, 204 for 7. Sri Lanka was never in the chase, Laksisi. You can say it from the number of balls they've consumed to score 50 runs. 10 overs remaining for Sri Lanka. They need 139 runs to win. Deepthi Sharma now back into the attack. Anushka Sanjeevani playing a reverse sweep. Didn't connect it properly. Just a single. Very risky stroke for just a single.
Yeah, that 68 run stand for the second wicket, then 53 for the third wicket, and another 52 run stand for the fourth wicket. So 3 good partnerships for Sri Lanka, but none of them really got going. They never scored at the rate required. That was the real problem for Sri Lanka during this chase. India made sure they applied a lot of pressure on the batters. A loud appeal from Deepthi Sharma. Anushka Sanjeevani, she's on 14, Sugandhika Kumari on 4. As Navin mentioned earlier, as soon as India got over the 300 run mark, it was always going to be a problem for Sri Lanka because they needed a record chase to win this final, and they don't have that middle order star Kayusha Dilhari as well to accumulate the runs to make sure that there are not much dot deliveries in the middle phase. Has to be a wide, yes it is. Deepthi Sharma had a decent tournament, scored a 50 in that last game, bowled really well. Now Sri Charani, who is playing her first international series, ending up with 6 wickets in this tri-series. Not a bad return for the youngster. India playing this tri-series with a very new bowling attack, not a lot of experience. As you mentioned earlier as well, Snehrana coming into the side after a long layoff, and then Sri Charani, Kashri Gautam, Kranti out today. All of them, Amarjot Kaur as well, not a regular in the side. All of them have performed really well for India, replacing their regular players. So overall, India will be really happy about this tournament just few months before the World Cup. So 41 overs done. Sri Lanka 207 for 7.
Nine overs remaining for India, and they're going to experiment more. Harleen Diol, she's going to bowl her right arm leg spinners to the left-hander. Quite interestingly, Laksisi, since December 2024, India have used 23 new players Beautifully swept by Sugandhika Kumari. Harley Indiol. Probably a loosener to start off things. Since 2024 December, they've given debuts to over 20 players in ODI cricket. Testing out new players, that has been the case for them. We've seen 4 debuts in this series itself. Al Indial, more renowned for her batting, she's taken 2 wickets in women's ODI cricket. Another boundary to Sugandhika Kumari. Neatly bisected that field, Sugandhika Kumari. Now she's coming over the wicket, Harley Indiol.
It's probably there to be hit away by Sugandhika Kumari once again. Sugandhika Kumari having some fun. She's on 12. That was way on the leg side. Wanted to sweep it away, Sugandhika Kumari. 16 for 7. That required run rate getting closer to 15. Just 3 wickets left for Sri Lanka. It's just a matter of time now for India to confirm their victory. Laid away on the leg side. He's single. Sri Lanka, Chamarathapattu, the skipper, scoring 51. Not convincing at all from the skipper. Probably didn't find her timing even after she scored the 50. Nilakshika Silva once again, very good, scoring 48. Swept away by Anushka Sanjeevani and very well fielded by Jemima Rodrigues. Exceptionally done. That's the intensity that they're showing. So end of another over, 42 done, Sri Lanka 219 for 7.
Deepthi Sharma will bowl her 9th over. These two have added 27 runs off 26 deliveries. Just delaying the inevitable Sanjeevani and Kumari. Another boundary to Sugandhika Kumari. Just giving some respect to the Sri Lankan total.
Yeah, Sugandhika Kumari needs to have some fun. Another boundary to her. Playing it away on the offside. There's no one outside the circle on the offside, so Sugandhika Kumari just had to find that gap. And she did really well. That 207 1 4 at this stage. Swept away again but this time finds the fielder. Sneerana. Sri Lankan skipper Shamari Atapattu, Dhyani Lakshika Silva.
आजा आजा
Once again, another dot delivery.
डाल दो
Swept away this time. Will only be a single. So one more delivery left in this 43rd over. Straight away behind the wicket out to Sanjeevani, but unable to get it away. So end of the 43rd over, Sri Lanka 224 for 7, and it's time for the final change in the com box of this Server Cup Tri-Series.
Sri Lanka 224 for 7 in 43 overs, needing 17 runs and over of the last 7 to get to victory. Mathematically still possible, but difficult to imagine them getting there, Gamini.
Yep. I think the horse has bolted. It's good to see that some of these batters still showing that they've got skills with the bat in hand. That will go a long way in Sri Lanka goes to that World Cup. First time they automatically got qualified this time around. One good thing that has happened in this Tri-Nations ST is that few batters have put their hands up, and there have been contribution in the middle order, late order.
Tell you what, Gamini, Sugandhika Kumari has surprised me with how well she's batted in this competition. We saw her coming in late in that chase against India as well, scoring some quick runs. Has looked pretty decent with the bat coming in at number 9.
India were 283 for 4 at this stage. That's in the gap. 5 dot balls outside the off stump. Sugandhika Kumari gets her bat down to it. Another boundary. There's something to cheer for the people who turned up for this final. 228 for 7.
Anushka Sanjeevani moves to 17 off 22. Sri Lanka now 229 for 7. Not much more they can do in this innings so far. Gamini, required rate nearing 20 now. 3 wickets in hand. What will they be looking to do?
Sneerana feeling a short fine leg. Yeah, she's been hampered with that hand injury. Didn't really got her body behind it, but they know that they're home, so they can afford to. Not that they're purposely doing it, but yeah, what these batters can do is get some confidence for the next outing. It's amazing. It's you can get your highest score maybe. You go into bat in the next game with a good head and your good mindset. Once you get a good score.
Yeah, every opportunity you get is an opportunity to gain some confidence, get some runs behind your name. As we've discussed so many times before, Sri Lanka at this point don't have any fixtures going into the World Cup, so this is the chance for Anushka Sanjeevani, Sugandhika Kumari to get some runs, get some confidence, and also maybe put some ideas into India's head as well, because they will be playing India at the World Cup. So they want to get a good showing here. They've already chased 270 plus against this opposition. So it's an opportunity also to kind of put some pressure on India for the future.
So 235 for 7. 5 overs to go. This is another initiative from Sri Lanka Cricket National Pathway Program, providing speed guns and skin fold equipment to all the provinces, clubs, enhance the fitness levels and performance of the cricketers. And as De Silva, the Chief Executive Officer, Shiram Jarna, there is that the radar. So even from the club level, they'll have the opportunity to monitor the fitness levels. ST, a great initiative, and also not only that, not only for the players, it's the club personnel and the officials equipped with all the modern day knowledge.
Yeah, the resources you need to be better at this sport, isn't it? Big appeal by Pratika Rawal. So the last 5 overs, Sri Lanka have made 31 runs for no wickets, 6 runs and over, but can't really blame these batters. 7 wickets down, it's difficult to imagine that they would be going for 20 runs and over. Opportunity, was that an opportunity for a stumping? It's run down to the boundary. Umpire signalled runs.
Yeah, I heard a noise too. Thought it came off the bottom of the bat. Which of course, it's tiring after you bat to come and keep, but not her best. Oh, there's absolutely no chance. It just went to the ground. Yeah, unless you get your feet behind the line of the ball, there's no way of stopping that one. Another boundary to Sanjeevani.
A nice little partnership between these two at this stage. India were 300 for 5, so they were well ahead of where Sri Lanka are.
Nicely bowled. Saw the batter charging down. Just held the delivery just a fraction. It's a beautiful evening here. Colombo. That's nicely struck over extra cover. Smriti keeps it down to 2.
A nice shot from Anushka Sanjeevani, just going over extra cover. But you get the feeling she didn't quite time that delivery either.
It has become like a practice run, isn't it? Only thing that you're in a match situation. 50 runs for the 8th wicket. We saw a terrific partnership last time around. to beat India. So that run has continued. This will please the coaches. Late order batters getting runs. 242 for 7. So 50 or 50 deliveries. I know the result is pretty much concluded, but yeah, this will be a good experience for some of these batters in the grand final. When you sit back and analyze where you went wrong, ST, where do you think that it affected the most when it comes to this match as far as Sri Lankans are concerned?
Yes, of course, the bowling effort, wasn't it? And particularly the fielding. We can talk about it's in the air, all shot, and it's going to be a dismissal anyway. Mix up between the two batters, and Sugandhika Kumari sacrifices her wicket. Anushka Sanjeevani just crossing over on that occasion. So unfortunate for Kumari. She was looking quite good. 27 of 28. Sri Lanka 243 for 8.
Sugandhika Kumari was ball watching. Took few steps and then Sanjeevani was off. 27 of 29, 243 for 8. Madara, the new batter.
So no point on what went wrong for Sri Lanka, Kamini. We don't know what would have happened if that catch that Smriti Mandana gave early in her innings when she was in her 20s, if it had been taken, we don't know what type of total Sri Lanka would have been facing. But those are things that happen in games, and it's about how you come back from that and how you adjust and create more opportunities. And I thought that was lacking. That massive partnership between Harleen and Smriti put Sri Lanka completely out of the game. They couldn't come back from there because India's got that middle order that can go after the bowling. So that's the key area that Sri Lanka will want to focus on, the fielding and the bowling. If they manage to restrict India to that 270, 280 run mark, I think it would have been a much tighter game.
Bowl. Played for the turn. Maliki Madara takes a long walk back to the pavilion. Out of the first ball she faced. We spoke about where Sri Lanka could have improved. I think ST, this is that last dismissal. Oh, actually it turned a bit, but a nice bowling. 3 wickets once again for Snehrana. This is the 4th time she has picked up 3 or more wickets. One inning she picked up 5. So rejuvenated Snehrana after 47 overs. 244 for 9. When we come back, we'll speak about why India actually outplayed in Sri Lanka in some of the areas. Yeah, ST, we spoke about the fielding lapses and the bowling. Now we check out the boundary tally. India had 35 fours and 4 sixes. Sri Lanka got 29 fours and 1 6. So the difference is what? 6 fours and 3 sixes. That's around 42 runs. Where they missed out. that strike rotation where India was so dominant in that middle innings. Mandana, Rodriguez, Harmanpreet. That's some area Sri Lanka can improve, taking a single off a good ball and keeping the pressure on, making with a boundary, making that over a 7-8 run over.
Yeah, definitely. That's another area that can be focused on with the bat, rotating the strike. Something I think is affected when you don't have the likes of Kavisha Dilhari in your side, because she's a very busy player and she comes in at that crucial number 5 position where you need that type of player to bat in the middle. Her loss, I feel like, is a massive one for Sri Lanka.
Our stats guru Dinesh says 154 dot balls. That's more than 50% as we speak. That's a massive number. When you chase a total over 300, you're in strife if you're not going to improve on that area. 245 for 9.
So officially the equation is beyond Sri Lanka. Opportunity. Is that Harmanpreet Kaur? Yes, it is. At short mid wicket, Anushka Sanjeevani chips it up in the air. She got to it, but couldn't hang on. Big shot by Anushka Sanjeevani. Has this gone all the way? No, it's taken in the deep. It's Amanjot Kaur takes it. So Rana finishes with 4 wickets by a massive margin, the best bowler in this competition, in my opinion. Rightly rewarded with 4 for 38. Sanjeevani goes for the big shot. No point dying wondering. And that's a good catch by Amanjot in the deep. Just held her nerve, knew where the boundary rope was. So that's the end of this competition. India comfortable winners.
Yeah, everyone's happy when it comes to the Blue Brigade. India comprehensively winning the match by 97 runs. Amanjot taking that last catch. It has certainly been an area where they've had the wood over Sri Lanka when it comes to catching. Jamima, Amanjot, they've been terrific wherever they have fielded. And you mentioned about Sneh Rana's performance, ST, where the batters have dominated. Coming into this game, the average inning score was 275 in 6 games, and well, it has stuck with that. Still, it's 275. So where it's the pitchers have been very, very good for batting, and on a pitchers like that, to take 15 wickets in 7 games, it's just, I think she's 4 games, yeah, 4 games. And anything over 3 wickets per match, it's huge. And well, I think not only she has picked up 2 Player of the Match awards. I think she is right on top when it comes to Player of the Series as well.
Yeah, and not to forget, she hasn't represented India in ODI cricket since December 2023. So it's been a long break, and what a comeback it's been for Sneh Rana. India winning by 97 runs here, largely due to the batting, but you can't discount that performance. As you rightly mentioned, 15 wickets in 4 innings. We spoke about what went wrong for Sri Lanka. From India's point of view, there's a lot of positives to take from this competition, apart from the fact that they've actually gone all the way and won it. The batting, I think in particular, has been really good. The middle order, really, really good. And of course, Sneh Rana with the ball has been fabulous to watch.
Yeah, they're happy. Why not? Played 5 games, won 4. So they deserve the crown. India. Must admit that right throughout this competition, all 3 sides played the game with good spirits. all these players know each other. Simply, we had so many tournaments right around the world these days, T20s, WPL. It was a hard task for Sri Lanka, chasing 340 odd runs, and Gunaratne got a start. Pereira got start in every match, but not to be. Atapattu another half century, back-to-back for a Silva contribution. Samar Wickrama start. Sanjeevani Kumari getting a start, but no one was able to go and play a big one that Sri Lanka was indeed needed at that time, and like an innings very similar to Smriti Mandana's, and but don't take nothing away from the Indian bowlers. ST, they were terrific, and their catching was top of the pops.
Yeah, a lot of starts for Sri Lanka, as you can see, but once again, those strike rates are something that they'll want to have an eye on, chasing 330 plus. It's difficult if all of your batters are going at less than a run a ball. 16 extras also for India, including 13 wide, so that's another area that they'll want to look at and want to improve on. If there's anything we've seen from this Indian side, is that they want to maintain that intensity even when they're winning. It's the bowling card for India. Amanjot Kaur was the pick at the beginning of the innings, picking up 3 wickets, picked up the first 2 to fall, Hasini Pereira and Vishmi Gunaratne, but then Snehrana came into the attack in the middle overs, finishing with 4 for 38. Another good bowling performance. I think also for India, the fact that they've been able to use the likes of Raval as a part-time option, Charani coming into this series as a debutant, Kranti Gaut also looked really good today, I thought. So they've been able to use a lot of new options in this competition, and they performed relatively well. So that'll be another positive that they can take away from this series.
Yeah, Pereira was undone by a beauty, coming round the wicket from Amanjot. Atapattu batting at number 3. Started off with a flourish of boundaries and flurry of boundaries, both on and off side. Vishmi, that was short of her innings, cover drive. That was the very first ball of Charani. With a luck involved as well. Samari with 6 boundaries and a 6. Vishmi just going too far across the stumps. Silva joined Atapattu. Once again, she showed that she's got very good skills on the onside. That went a very long way. Back-to-back 50s for her. And then Rana getting that prize wicket. From that point onwards, it was very much a one-sided affair, although there were some contributions with the bat in hand. Samara Wickrama once again. Yeah, that was a very soft dismissal. Then we started with the boundary, and then she was caught at cover. The feature of this Indian team, Steve, was their catching. And look at it. This was brilliant. Brilliant throw. Amanjot Crow. Wicketkeeper Risha Ghosh had absolutely nothing to do because that was so close to the stumps, that throw. Anushka Sanjeevani and Sugandhika Kumari tried their heart out to keep the run rate going up until that happened. She was out for a duck. This was the final with another magnificent catch. Sri Lanka losing their last 7 wickets for mere 73 runs, ST. Thanks to some brilliant catching and good bowling. So India, 342 for 7. They won the toss, don't forget. Mandana got a life at 21. Made the Sri Lankans pay 101 balls, 116. Diol 47. Rodrigues 44 of 29. Just took the wind out of the sail of the Sri Lankan effort. Kumari 2 for 59. Vihanga 10 overs, 2 for 69. Malki Madara got a bit of stick, although she picked up 2 wickets. Sri Lanka in reply, Atapattu 51, Silva 48, Gunaratna 36. The top order getting starts, but wanted one batter to go on and get a big one. Rana, sometimes in this competition, she was used up early, but today she came in the middle. Amanjot Kaur, I thought she was terrific. Force with the new ball, weapon with the older ball. Sharini 1 for 55. India won by 97 runs to clinch this servo trophy.
A massive margin of victory set up by the batters. Smriti Mandana, after promising so much right throughout the competition, finally kicked on, made 116 of 101. Harleen Diol 47 of 56. Rodrigues again, how good has she been in that middle order, just providing that little bit of energy and impetus, coming in at number 5.
ST, you got to mention a word or two about the Premadasa Stadium ground staff. The conditions were immaculate. You know, there were times whether we were not sure to get a game of cricket or not because of the torrential rain. And but Sri Lankan's ground staff have lived up to their reputation as one of the best, if not the best, in the world. The pitches were favourable for batters, which you expect when it comes to white ball cricket. People come to see runs, and that's why it's highly important. The bowlers need to be on the ball. But yeah, so overall, kudos to Sri Lanka Cricket and Premadasa Stadium ground staff for putting up a stage for these teams to put up a grand show.
Yeah, it's been a really good tournament. I feel all 3 teams will go away from this with things to learn, but also some positives, because we've seen a lot of runs. It's not been difficult conditions in terms of the pitch. Of course, the weather has been difficult, but overall, a really good competition.
Well, just to complete the formalities, we'll go down there to join Roshana Besinga for the post-match presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen a wonderful game of cricket where India have won by 97 runs, winning the Servo Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. And congratulations to India for playing so well, and commiserations to the Sri Lankan team that tried really hard but unfortunately ending second best. So let me start off by introducing our presentation party. We are privileged to have the Honourable Secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket, Mr. Bandula Disanayaka. We also got Mr. Deepak Das, Managing Director of Lanka IOC, the title sponsor and exclusive ground branding sponsor. A warm welcome to you, gentlemen. And let me start off by thanking our partners, and Sri Lanka Cricket wishes to first thank the official panel, the match official panel, that is, both the umpires and the match referees, for a wonderful job done right throughout this triangular series. Then Lanka IOC, the official title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. Dialogue Papare, the official production partner and broadcaster in Sri Lanka. Fan Code, official broadcaster for the territory of India. And of course, let's not forget the ground staff of the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, Colombo, for doing a truly wonderful job to make some of these games that looked impossible played and have some great cricket. So thank you to them. A very, very big thank you indeed. So, first and foremost, can I please invite Chamari Atapattu for a quick word? Bad luck, Chamari. I know you guys tried hard, but what do you think you could have done differently?
First of all, I like to congratulate the Indian team. They played really good cricket today. Yeah, actually, 300 plus score is not easy to chase, but we fought hard. But we dropped few catches and we missed a couple of runouts as well. And even our bowling unit struggle in the middle overs, especially Smriti batted really good. So we have to improve those areas before the World Cup.
Yeah, fielding to me seemed to be a concern. Is that worrying you also a lot, or is it part of your progress?
Actually, we have to improve our fielding, especially catching and the runouts fielding area, because throughout this tournament we dropped few catches and run out chances as well. So we have to improve those areas before the World Cup. We need some different coaching, different coaches, and we have to improve those areas, especially SLC trying to get new fielding coaches for not only the women's team, the whole men's team as well. So we have to improve those areas.
Coming into the World Cup, Chamari, now how confident, how settled is your team, or how much more work is needed?
Actually, we need to improve our batting, especially patience is most important thing, and we need some power hitters for our side. We work hard on those areas. I hope we can continue our best performance in World Cup.
Bad luck today, but very well done right throughout the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is the Sri Lankan captain, Chamari Atapattu. Unfortunately, the second best, tried hard and just couldn't make it today. Right, it's time now for the player of the match. She will receive a prize money of US 500 to be awarded by Mr. Deepak Das, the Managing Director of Lanka IOC, the title sponsor and the exclusive ground branding partner, and also a trophy from Mr. Bandula Disanayaka, the Honorary Secretary, for outstanding batting. It's Smriti Mandana. Well, she did have a magnificent 100 today, and the player of the match for her outstanding batting, Smriti Mandana, showed very good form. You got a trophy as well, Smriti. I think we need to have a word with you. Are you a reluctant talker?
Yeah, today after the heat, I am a reluctant talker today.
No, but I think you need to talk because you batted so well. Just talk us through that innings. Because I think I saw two phases in that innings. You first took your time and then started to open up. Was that your plan?
I think that's how mostly we plan our innings in one-day cricket, especially being openers. I think you have to, if you're batting first, you have to assess the conditions, how the conditions are, how the wicket is. And initially I think they held their line, they bowled pretty well, disciplined bowling, but yeah, I think later on we found ways to score runs.
What are your thoughts on the surfaces you have played? Because today's surface was brilliant, but you batted on different, same ground but different looking surfaces.
I think all the wickets have been really good batting wickets. I mean, we've seen almost high scoring matches, all the matches, and yeah, I think brilliant conditions to bat. Of course, not that great to bowl, but I think our bowlers did an amazing job in all the matches.
Very well done. It was a brilliant knock. Congratulations and all the best.
Thanks so much.
Right, that is the player of the match, Smriti Mandana. And now it's time for the player of the series. She will receive US 1,000 and a trophy to be awarded by Mr. Bandula Disanayaka, the Honorary Secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket. It goes to Sneh Rana. Let's have a quick word with you, Snehrana. You must be pleased. 11 months out of the side, and you come into the side, win a Player of the Match award, and now you're the Player of the Series. Just talk us through that dream.
I am very pleased to have contributed to my team, and after so many months, I have practiced really hard to come up here and deliver my best for my team, and I am so grateful.
Just tell us about what you did bowling on Sri Lankan pitches, because it was so batting friendly. Everyone was scoring runs, taking wickets was tough. So what did you do differently?
Plan was pretty simple, that I stick to my plans, pace of deliveries and Yorker deliveries. I had a word with my bowling coach, and that's what I delivered.
And also going into the World Cup, of course, I know you have a lot of cricket now. What is your level of confidence? I know that you were fringe, you were on the verge, had to struggle. Feel more confident now?
Yeah, pretty much confident, and really confident about my team, how the way they are performing, everyone coming up and taking up that challenge, and really happy.
Congratulations. I think you thoroughly deserve this award because you bowled brilliantly.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right, Snehrana, Player of the Series, thoroughly deserved it for the way she performed. And it is time now to invite the winning captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, who will come forward and collect the trophy and the cheque from Mr. Bandula Disanayaka for winning the Servo Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series Cup. A very proud moment for India and a proud moment for the skipper. And before you celebrate, you can talk to us. Share some of your joy. Talk us through this win. I know you had a defeat, but you came back strongly, and today was a very convincing win.
Yeah, definitely proud of entire team, the way we played today, especially our batters. They really show up good cricket, and that's what we discussed in the beginning, that if we won the toss, we'll bat, and we will look for really good total on the board, and really happy the way we batted today.
I know these are all preparations for the World Cup. So what areas are still concerning you in your build-up for the World Cup?
I think improve, never stop, and we want to keep improving as a team. I know we played good cricket here, but still there are so many areas like fielding and bowling in good partnerships, and especially when we need a breakthrough. I think there are a lot of areas we always keep discussing, and as a team we want to keep improving.
I think your overall side is very good, but is the inexperience of the seam bowling department a concern?
Yeah, our medium pacers are keep getting injured in the last few couple of months, and we really have to work on that. And as a team, and as a and the sports staff, they are really working on that, and hopefully we will take care of each of us, and try to keep playing good cricket.
Yeah, other than winning the Tri-Nation Series, what other positives are you taking back with you and the team?
I think a lot of positives, especially other batters except than Smriti and me. The way they batted, Jami's knock 100, and Lean kept batting for the team, and especially Pratika, who is keep batting for the team, and Dipti's good all-rounder performance, and Snehrana's bowling efforts. I think there are a lot of positives. I think I have very less time to explain that, but I think the way we played, it's something as a captain I'm very proud, and we want to keep doing.
Lastly, did you enjoy Sri Lanka?
Yeah, definitely. In the first couple of days we were struggling, but now I think we were used to these conditions. But now we have won the series, and we just want to enjoy this.
Congratulations, very well done. I think you deserve it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Right, the winning captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, the Indian team, who are the winners of this Servo Women's Tri-Nation ODI series, as we conclude our post-match presentation.
So there you go, the champions of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation Series, India. Comprehensive 96-run win in the final, and they've quite clearly been the best side in this competition. Just one loss coming against Sri Lanka in their third game, but apart from that, they've looked a level above the other two teams.
A brilliant performance from India throughout the tournament, except for that one game where, thanks to Nilakshika Silva's brilliance, Sri Lanka did manage to walk away with the W. But India, how good this team is, because they're not even here with their regular bowling lineup, all the youngsters chipping in, and the batting, the top 7, all of them scoring runs. So India won the toss, decided to bat first, and they made a huge statement in the first half of this final, scoring 342 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Smriti Mandana got a lot of starts during this try series, but finally converted that into 116 of 101 deliveries. Harleen Dior, 47 of 56, continuing to make that number 3 position herself, and Jemima Rodriguez, after scoring a century in that previous game, another brilliant 44 to push that score over that 340 run mark for India. And for Sri Lanka, Sugandhika Kumari was good at the death as well, just like in the last game, 2 for 59. Devmi Vihanga, the find of the tournament for Sri Lanka, 2 for 69. And Malki Madara didn't have the best of times at the death, but once again another youngster that she can really bank on in the future. 2 for 74 for her, and in reply Sri Lanka 244 for all out in 48.2 overs. Chamari Atapattu scoring 51 of 66. Meenakshi Silva once again 48 of 58, a good knock from her. Vishnu Gururatne started off well, but unfortunately couldn't get going. Once again a start that she was unable to convert into a good score, 36. And Sneh Rana 4 for 38, 15 wickets in this try series, which made her the player of the series as well. And Amanjot Kaur 3 for 54, once again not part of the regular bowling lineup for India, but she did put her hand up when the team needed her, and she has been a live wire in the field as well for India. And Sri Charani, another debutant during this try series, 6 wickets for her in the 5 games she played. So all in all, what a try series for India, and even for Sri Lanka. I think a lot of positives to take away from this 3-team tournament. So India, they win this final by 97 runs. So the results of the Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. Only that first game really not producing a big score. India win that by 9 wickets. It was a rain-shortened game, and then India vs South Africa encounter was a very close one, and India did manage to hold on to their nerves to win it by 15 runs. And then Sri Lanka with a fantastic chase, winning the game against South Africa by 5 wickets. And then Sri Lanka with another good chase, back-to-back good chases from Sri Lanka. They won that game against India by 3 wickets. And then India beating South Africa in a very high-scoring game. They won by 23 runs. And then Sri Lanka vs South Africa finishing the try series on a high with a 76-run win. And then in the big final today here at the R. Premadas Stadium, India winning it by 97 runs to go back to India with the Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series. So thank you very much everyone for joining with us throughout the 7 encounters of the Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. We saw some great action from all the 3 teams, from Sri Lanka, from India and from South Africa. So it was a pleasure for all of us to bring the live action to your homes. So once again, thank you very much for joining with us throughout this Tri Series. Hoping to meet all of you once again with a similar experience. Have a very good night.